Our city's experts have analyzed and predicted that a dungeon might randomly appear. The rank of the dungeon is still uncertain, so we urge all citizens to exercise caution. After 20 years of relentless development, our nation has successfully elevated the foundational cultivation technique. It is expected to be fully promoted next month. Master Ma from Kyoto has created a unique martial art, the lightning 5-strike whip, and made a name for himself at the Kyoto Martial Arts Tournament, becoming the most revered master in Kyoto's martial arts circles. The assets of the U Corporation in our city have officially been acquired by the Qian Corporation, making Qian Corporation the #1 enterprise in Jiang City. He turned off the radio, his face gaunt, and his eyes filled with endless despair. His eyes were wrapped in bandages, as if he had endured a life-threatening ordeal. The young man forced a bitter smile, thinking to himself, what kind of fate is this? His name was Yu Qingfeng. 3 months ago, he transmigrated into this world where spiritual energy was reviving. When he first arrived, he was ecstatic, but little did he expect fate's cruel jest. A sudden accident robbed him of his sight. At the moment he was blinded, all he felt was despair. But heaven left him a sliver of hope. The very next day, he awakened a system. He thought his future was bright, only to discover that this system actually had a startup delay. How long must I wait? He wondered inwardly. Regardless, he believed it would activate someday. As long as he survived until that day, he could change his fate. The body he now inhabited belonged to the eldest son of a major corporation in Jiang City, and surviving should have been effortless, or so he thought. However, 10 days later, his company went bankrupt. Its assets were frozen, he became homeless, and enemies emerged from all directions. In an instant, he became a stray dog. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. The slim hope he had of curing his blindness was utterly dashed with the company's collapse. To make matters worse, he now owed a mountain of medical debt. After enduring such highs and lows, Yu Qingfeng became utterly indifferent. He mocked himself, I've truly reached enlightenment. Thinking of it all, he sighed helplessly. System, it's been 3 months. Why haven't you activated yet? Even if you're a cheap knockoff, you wouldn't drag things out this long, he grumbled inwardly. Could he really go on living like this, barely scraping by? Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! System chat group successfully activated. The sound was like thunder in his ears, snapping him out of his despondent thoughts. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Had the system really activated? System, he tentatively called out. I'm here, the system immediately responded. It was real, he had finally awakened it. Yu Qingfeng slapped his cheeks hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Once assured, he quickly asked, System, what can you do? Ding! This system is a system chat group system. The host may refer to me as System Chat Group. Yu Qingfeng? What the heck? What kind of nonsense is this? Ding! This system can invite countless other systems to join the group chat, and the host, as the group owner, can utilize all the systems within the group. Holy crap, was it really that powerful? Ding! Would the host like to activate the chat group function? His emotions surged like a tide. Thinking about the past 3 months, he couldn't help but roar, 3 months. 3 whole months. Do you have any idea how I've survived these 3 months? Yes. Ding. Chat group activated. Inviting group members. Invitation successful. System chat group. Godly Tycoon system has entered the chat. Superpower lottery system has entered the chat. Chef system has entered the chat. Devour system has entered the chat. Godly Tycoon system, LV1shock.jpgi, as a system, have actually joined a system chat group. Yu Qingfeng. Group Manager, at all systems, all functions of this chat group have been uploaded. You can find them in the group announcement. The other systems, who had initially wanted to speak up, immediately opened the group announcement to check what other features the group had beyond chatting. Yu Qingfeng couldn't wait to check it out either. Group announcement. The functions of this chat group are as follows. 1. The group owner can freely use all the systems within the group. 2. A new system will be invited to join every month. 3. Systems bound to the group owner can remain with the owner for 1 month. 4. As the group owner's strength increases, the system's levels and features will also improve. 5. System levels are listed after their names. The higher the level, the stronger the system. 6. Additional features include signing in, sending red envelopes, sharing files, KTV. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng felt a surge of hope. His fate was about to take a dramatic turn. He didn't bother reading further. The group was packed with standard features that seemed quite ordinary and unremarkable. Closing the announcement, he suddenly noticed a dozen new messages refreshing in the chat, instantly catching his attention. Godly Tycoon System, LV1, is this real? Holy crap, systems can actually level up alongside their hosts? Devour System, LV2, this is insane. I've existed for millions of years, and this is the first time I've heard of systems being able to upgrade. In my understanding, systems are created with fixed levels and cannot improve further. Superpower Lottery System, LV2, exactly, I thought the same. Damn it, where's the group owner? Superpower Lottery System, LV2 at Group Owner Yu Qingfeng. Group Owner, pick me. I want to level up. If you choose me, I'll immediately grant you an S-rank Superpower Starter Pack. Chef System, LV1. Whoa, I see 2 level 2 big shots here. I'm trembling in fear. Godly Tycoon System, LV1, trembling in fear, +1. Watching as the chat group members quickly adapted and got into the swing of things, Yu Qingfeng began to grasp the general concept of the system. So, even systems had a hierarchy. This hierarchy was akin to power levels. Higher levels meant greater strength and status, while lower levels meant weaker power and lower status. These systems had been locked into their levels from the moment they were created, with no hope of improvement. They were inherently powerless to change. But his chat group was different. It could help both the systems and their host grow stronger together. Mutually beneficial and complementary, it was a perfect cycle. With these systems, establishing himself in this world would be a piece of cake. At that moment, a new message flashed, notifying him, "You've been mentioned by Superpower Lottery System." A panel abruptly appeared before Yu Qingfeng. Seeing that someone had mentioned him in the chat group, he immediately set aside his thoughts and eagerly entered the group chat. Chat group. Superpower Lottery System, LV2, where's the group owner? Group owner, come out quickly, at Yu Qingfeng. Superpower Lottery System, LV2, are you still troubled about a system? Pick me, I want to be your system. Big brother, are you there? Superpowers, yes, the kind you're thinking of. Just choose me and you're set. Superpower Lottery System, LV2, if you choose me, I'll instantly give you an SSS level superpower as a starter pack. Seeing the messages in the group, Yu Qingfeng felt incredulous. In his memory, the world he had transmigrated to was called Blue Star. This place was almost indistinguishable from Earth, the world he came from, essentially a parallel world. However, the one and only difference was the disparity in strength between nations and the global event that occurred 20 years ago, the emergence of supernatural powers. 20 years ago, mysterious spatial realms had inexplicably appeared across Blue Star. Within these realms, terrifying monsters and lost castles lay hidden. Each time a realm opened, monsters would pour out, wreaking havoc upon humanity again and again. However, anyone who managed to survive an encounter with these realms awakened superpowers, prompting all nations to immediately deploy elite forces for investigation. Within just 2 years, a breakthrough discovery was made. They understood how superpowers awakened. From that moment on, these realms were officially named dungeons. In the 5th year, the most basic cultivation methods were discovered, and large-scale dungeon exploration began. By the 6th year, the news about dungeons was made public, causing a global sensation. As more and more people awakened superpowers, nations categorized these powers into levels ranging from F to SSS. Although SSS was the highest level, the strongest power identified so far was at the S level. Pondering this, Yu Qingfeng felt a jolt in his heart. If he awakened an SSS level superpower, he could instantly turn his current situation around and enjoy an endless stream of resources. By the time Blue Star's detection capabilities advanced, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. After all, this was an unprecedented SSS-level superpower. Could this be real? He typed into the group. Superpower Lottery System, LV2, of course it's real. Even though I'm only a level 2 system, there's definitely hope for an SSS-level power. Each SSS-level power I grant takes at least 1,000,000 years to condense. Aren't you tempted? Chef System, LV1, group owner, choose me. If you pick me, you'll feast on delicious foods and drink to your heart's content, experiencing smooth indulgence. Tycoon System, LV1, systems still give out newbie starter packs these days? Group owner, don't hog it all. Choose me, and you can enjoy any luxury you desire as long as you're willing to spend money. Devour System, LV2, a bunch of bootlickers. Seeing all the systems vying to recommend themselves, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh, feeling secretly delighted. He couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Systems that others could only dream of obtaining were now competing to bind with him. Life felt both surreal and amusingly mundane. Other than the Devour System, Yu Qingfeng had a basic understanding of the rest. Currently, the one most beneficial to him was undoubtedly the Superpower Lottery System. As long as his superpower improved, it might even completely heal his eyes. As for the Devour system, judging from its name, it was likely a consumption-oriented system, which wasn't of much use to him at the moment. After some contemplation, he decided to choose the superpower lottery system. He privately messaged the system, expressing his wish for a superpower related to his eyes. Without hesitation, the superpower lottery system assured him it wasn't a problem. Yu Qingfeng then opened the system chat group interface, clicked on the superpower lottery system's avatar, and a selection panel appeared. Do you wish to bind with the superpower lottery system? Yes. The moment he pressed the button, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Superpower lottery system successfully bound. Hearing the voice, Yu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie starter pack. Open it. Yu Qingfeng blurted out, almost reflexively. Ding! Newbie starter pack opened. You've obtained the SSS level talent annihilation. Would you like to use it? Confirm usage. His voice trembled slightly as he tightly gripped the bandage he had just removed from his eyes, revealing his decayed and damaged pupils. In the next moment, a surge of black energy flooded into his body, gradually transforming him. The immense power caused him unbearable pain. His body's genes were breaking down, restructuring, and breaking down again in a repeated cycle of torment. After about half an hour, the excess black energy gathered within Yu Qingfeng's eyes. Though he had been enduring it for a while, he could no longer suppress the pain and let out a scream. Damn it, what's going on? I thought awakening a superpower wasn't supposed to be this painful. In the memories of the original host, people who awakened superpowers completed it instantly, didn't they? Why is this so excruciating for me? This doesn't make sense. It was illogical. His anguished cries rang out like thunder, drawing the attention of his neighbors. They poked their heads out one after another, looking at the dilapidated rental house with sympathetic expressions. A bald middle-aged man hurriedly approached a group of elderly women nearby, speaking in a grave tone. Has Qingfeng been targeted by the Qian Corporation for revenge, or is it debt collectors at his door? The elderly women began to chatter among themselves, their expressions growing more complicated. We're not sure, but Qingfeng's family really has had a rough fate. They were once the heads of the Yu Corporation, yet look at how things ended up. Indeed, fate is cruel. By the way, let's give Yu Wenyao a call. If his son gets beaten to death, it'll be too late. Good idea, call him now. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng had successfully awakened. Drenched in sweat, he lay on the bed. His ears picked up the nearby conversations with crystal clarity. Both his body and his newly awakened talent had undergone earth-shattering changes. His hearing had reached an extreme level, capturing the roar of distant cars and the faint buzz of mosquitoes as if he now possessed superhuman sensory abilities. No longer blind, he gazed at the long-unseen ceiling from his bed. Though the ceiling was filthy and stained, it appeared incomparably dear to him, as if welcoming his reintegration into the world. Why does it feel like my eyes aren't open? He wondered, confused. Before he could think further, a sudden wave of intense weakness swept over him, causing the ceiling in his vision to blur. Overwhelmed by this weakness, Yu Qingfeng had no choice but to succumb to a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed when he gradually regained consciousness, only to hear frantic voices calling out to him. Qingfeng, are you okay? The ambulance is on its way, just hold on. Wenyao, you're finally back. Is the ambulance here yet? Yu Wenyao reassured his wife with determination in his voice. We just called the ambulance. There's no way it could arrive so quickly. I managed to buy a bit of lifestone from someone earlier just in case. Use it for Qingfeng immediately. Right. From their voices, it was clear they were his parents. Hearing the urgency and concern in their tones, a warmth surged in Yu Qingfeng's heart. In his memories, the original Yu Qingfeng was notorious for causing trouble, living a life of dissipation, and constantly angering his parents. Even after losing his sight and being penniless, his father still took him to see the best doctors and never gave up on him. At that moment, a surge of fierce determination rose in his heart. He vowed to change his fate with his own hands and rebuild his glory. As the pure energy from the lifestone infused into his body, Yu Qingfeng's physical functions rapidly recovered. Opening his eyes, he saw a mature and elegant woman anxiously staring at him, and beside her sat a stern-faced man holding the lifestone. Yes, they were his parents. Qingfeng. His parents, upon seeing their son awake, felt a myriad of emotions. However, guilt overwhelmed them, especially when they thought about the fact that Qingfeng could no longer see, piercing their hearts like a knife. It's all my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to buy fruit, giving those bastards from the Qian family the chance to strike. His mother was heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. Look at this room. It's a complete mess. You must have suffered greatly. His father, Yuanyao, took a deep breath, striving to suppress his guilt. But Qingfeng looks much better now. After a check at the hospital, he should be fine. Yet those bastards from the Qian family are just too much. Even after what happened to our Qinger, they won't leave him alone. His mother gritted her teeth in fury. I've already found out the reason Qinger went blind was because of their underhanded schemes. His father's voice thundered with rage, a mix of anger and resolve. Hearing his parents' conversation, Yu Qingfeng was momentarily dumbfounded. What? Didn't I just open my eyes? I'm looking at you two right now. Have they already given up on me? Or, are my eyes just too small? That can't be right. Ouch, it hurts. He attempted to sit up, only to feel a wave of weakness and pain throughout his body, instantly filling him with frustration. He shouted internally, "System! Superpower lottery system, are you there? Ding, the system is here. Does the host wish to perform a lottery draw?" The system's voice was icy and mechanical, devoid of the casual tone it used in the group chat. What's wrong with you, system? You were so carefree in the group chat, why are you suddenly so shy and reserved now? Yu Qingfeng protested indignantly. Does the host wish to perform a lottery draw? The system repeated coldly. Ugh, I'd like to punch you. You were such a clown in the group chat, so why are you acting all uptight after binding to me? Yu Qingfeng grumbled, but a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that the system's level was too low to fully communicate with him? Forget it. He decided to let it go for now. With his body mostly recovered, he figured it was a good time to ask the system how to proceed with the lottery. System, are you there? Ding, does the host wish to perform a lottery draw? Yes. In the next instant, Yu Qingfeng's world shifted dramatically. A magnificent panel materialized before him, its design intricate and imposing. On it, there were only two buttons, one for a single draw and another for a 10 draw. However, the specific prizes were completely hidden. He hesitated briefly before using his consciousness to click on the single draw button. Ding, the host does not have enough lottery points. Please acquire more lottery points. How do I get lottery points? Yu Qingfeng asked anxiously. Ding, the host can earn lottery points by defeating enemies or animals. The system responded without hesitation. So that's it. Once I've fully recovered, I'll head to the dungeons to give it a try. For now, I can deduce that after binding the system, it only operates on primal functions. Its consciousness must exist but is incapable of communication. It seems upgrading the superpower lottery system's level will allow it to interact with me directly, he mused silently. After roughly understanding the system's functionality, Yu Qingfeng focused again on his body. He no longer felt the overwhelming weakness, but his waist still ached faintly, as though he had undertaken prolonged intense activity. Don't overthink it, normal activity. Determining he could move, he braced himself with his hands to sit up against the headboard. At that moment, Yuanyao, who saw his son awake and trying to move, sighed in relief and quickly stepped forward to assist. Qingfeng, you're awake? His father asked with concern. How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still hurts? Hearing his father's caring tone, Yu Qingfeng felt a lump in his throat. Dad, I'm fine. I feel much better than before. By the way, where's Mom? I thought I just heard her voice. Your mom went out to check if the ambulance has arrived, his father replied. Ambulance? Yu Qingfeng finally realized his parents had misunderstood the situation and had even called for an ambulance. Warmth filled his heart, and he silently vowed that once he fully recovered, he would make those bastards pay for what they'd done. He quickly said, Dad, tell them to cancel the ambulance. I'm fine. I feel much better now. See? He waved his arms energetically to demonstrate his improved condition but ended up moving too recklessly, twisting his waist in the process. The injury to his not yet recovered waist worsened instantly. Dad, I just feel, before Yu Qingfeng could finish, his father interrupted. Awakening. I understand now. A flash of determination appeared in Yu Wenyao's eyes. Seeing his son preferred to endure pain rather than go to the hospital, he seemed to have grasped the key point. I remember, Qingfeng, in a few days, you're supposed to answer the nation's call and participate in the mandatory superpower awakening, right? That explains everything. A surge of invisible energy stirred within Yu Wenyao's heart but was quickly suppressed. Son, were you threatened? The Qian family is truly vicious. Not only did they bully you at our doorstep, but they even tried to threaten you. They first caused trouble here, then aimed to drain the last of our family's savings, even preventing you from going to the academy to awaken your superpowers. Even if you make up for it later, the damage to your body could hinder your awakening, or worse, make it impossible. That's just despicable. I can't believe they're this insidious. Yu Wenyao clenched his fists in fury, his heart ablaze with anger. Yu Qingfeng? Was I threatened? Why don't I know about this? Just as he was about to speak, his father's concerned voice rang out. Even if you were threatened, it's okay. We're all here now. This will never happen again. Don't worry. Yu Qingfeng, you still don't dare to talk about it? I can't imagine how much psychological trauma the Qian family inflicted on you in those few short hours. It might take a long time to erase those memories. Yu Qingfeng, still hesitant. Qingfeng, if you really were threatened and don't dare to resist, just blink your eyes. Yu Qingfeng, Dad, I wasn't threatened. The room is a mess because I awakened my superpower. Yu Qingfeng blurted out in one breath, silently praying that his father wouldn't imagine something even more absurd. You've awakened an ability? And it was self-awakened? Yu Wenyao stared at his son in astonishment, his eyes filled with both anticipation and unease. Yu Qingfeng merely nodded briefly, though his mind was racing. But, Yu Wenyao's tone suddenly grew urgent. I heard that your roar scared the neighbors, even the big yellow dog nearby didn't dare come close. I rushed out of the underground city immediately, Yu Qingfeng replied with a wry smile, while inwardly pondering, I don't know, maybe the ability I awakened is somewhat unusual. Yu Wenyao scrutinized his son carefully, his brows furrowed. What? You can see? But your eyes are clearly closed. Yu Qingfeng froze for a moment, about to refute, when he noticed that his father had pulled out a small mirror. Taking the mirror, he saw a reflection of himself, handsome, with an extraordinary air that seemed unparalleled in the world, exuding an extraordinary aura. But when he looked down at his own eyes, he was shocked to find that they were indeed still closed. No wonder his parents hadn't noticed anything strange earlier. To perceive the world with your eyes closed, this is definitely an awakened ability. Yu Wenyao's heart trembled with a mix of excitement and confusion. So even with your eyes closed, you can see the outside world? He asked eagerly. Yu Qingfeng nodded, his mind turning. If I can see the outside world while my eyes are shut, what would happen if I opened them? Would it be even more powerful? This thought ignited a flame within him, and he immediately wanted to try. However, when he tried to open his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. The energy within his body seemed to concentrate all at once. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open. An indescribable aura erupted instantly. Air currents whirled around the room, lifting furniture and clothes into the air. In Yu Qingfeng's vision, everything around him seemed to have been enhanced with a hyper-realistic filter. Time slowed to an incredible crawl, and every trajectory became crystal clear. But as his gaze focused forward, the vibrant world began to lose its color, fading into black and white. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as everything in front of him disintegrated into dust, as though the entire world had been annihilated in an instant. His eyes automatically shut again, and all of this happened within a single second. Yu Wenyao? Just moments ago, he had been thrilled about his son's newly awakened ability. Now, the walls and furniture of their home had been reduced to ash, leaving their already poor household in an even worse state. He was utterly shocked, overwhelmed by a deep sense of disbelief. Could it be that my son has awakened an S-rank ability? He pondered inwardly, his eyes brimming with joy and pride. Yu Qingfeng was equally stunned. The skill he had obtained from the ability lottery system was this overwhelming, this unfathomably powerful. Dad, now you believe me, right? I really did awaken an ability. I believe you, Yu Wenyao replied, his eyes glistening with tears as he happily patted Qingfeng on the back. Suddenly, as though something had occurred to him, he said earnestly, Qingfeng, you don't need to attend the mandatory awakening session at school the day after tomorrow. Go straight to the Ability Bureau to register instead. And one more thing, don't mention your ability's rank to anyone. Focus on improving your strength as quickly as possible. With that, he made a phone call to inform his wife, and then excitedly took Yu Qingfeng to the Ability Bureau. Thanks to the influence of the Yu family enterprise, he quickly got in touch with the bureau's director. Under the director's astonished gaze, they successfully passed the talent assessment, and Qingfeng's information was confidentially uploaded. Except for a select few, such as the military and top-tier universities, almost no one would have access to his ability details. Not only that, but the director's initially distant attitude instantly transformed into one of flattery and deference, treating Qingfeng and his father as cherished guests. Qingfeng understood well that his father's actions were not without reason. Revealing his abilities too early would only attract the envy of enemies, or even the assassinations of foreign agents. While many S-rank geniuses had been detected by the nation, the majority of them perished prematurely amidst the peak of their fame. Only by attaining real strength could one establish a foothold in this world. After all, only great power could shield against all threats. After obtaining his ability user certification, Qingfeng and his father didn't return home immediately. Instead, they headed directly to the nearest underground city site. They wanted to seize this opportunity to help Qingfeng enhance his basic combat capabilities and gain an edge in future competitions. At a nearby store, Qingfeng casually bought a hat and mask before following his father southeast toward Jiang City. As they moved farther away from the bustling metropolis, Qingfeng was surprised to find that the once sparsely populated outskirts were now teeming with people. Was this the allure of the underground city? All kinds of people brushed past him, leaving Qingfeng curious, were all these people ability users? Soon, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Outwardly, it appeared desolate, yet its vibrancy rivaled that of a city center. Vendors were selling weapons, colorful crystals, and even maps and guides. At the center of the factory was a massive fissure, through which one could glimpse the scene within. The sky was a murky gray, occasionally dotted with circling crows, while the ground was a dark purple, exuding an eerie atmosphere. At a glance, it was clear this was no longer Earth. The only familiar sight was the vendors on the ground, who were still busy hawking their various goods, much like outside. Below the fissure, a group of soldiers in military uniforms stood guard vigilantly. Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder why there were soldiers here. Was it to prevent unauthorized intrusions? Sensing Qingfeng's confusion, his father, Yu Wenyao, explained, "To enter the fissure, you must show your ability user certification. This prevents curious, reckless ordinary people from wandering in. Additionally, it serves another crucial purpose, registration. Once inside the underground city, you'll receive an identification tag. If an ability user perishes inside, and their body is found, the tag can be returned to the soldiers for a small reward. The value of the reward depends on the contribution level of the tag's owner. Once you step into the underground city, your life is like walking a tightrope. One misstep, and you're doomed." Hearing these words, Yu Qingfeng was taken aback. He knew the dungeon was extremely dangerous, but he hadn't expected it to be this perilous. No wonder it was ranked as the most dangerous profession in the world. The people who came here were mostly desperate individuals, apart from those who sought to grow stronger. "Alright, let's enter the dungeon quickly." Handing their ability user credentials to the soldier operated a notebook briefly and handed them an identification tag from the side. After taking the tags, they proceeded straight into the dungeon. The moment Qingfeng stepped into the dungeon, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The air became somewhat murky, and the gravity seemed to intensify. However, he quickly adapted to the change. "Old Yu, weren't you rushing back home to see your son? What happened? Your son should be fine, right?" A voice suddenly came from nearby, catching Qingfeng's attention. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a group of burly men with smiles on their faces walking toward them. Yu Wenyao also noticed them. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "The situation at home has been resolved. My son is fine. So I hurried back here." The burly man chuckled and said earnestly, "If you have a chance to spend time with family, cherish it. My little daughter always wishes I could spend more time with her. By the way, who's this?" The burly man turned to look at Yu Qingfeng. Yu Wenyao smiled and said, "This is my employer. I've just accepted his commission to help him strengthen his abilities, so I probably won't be able to join you this time." The burly man waved his hand. No problem. You go ahead. Don't make your employer wait too long. Once you're done, I'll treat you to a drink in a few days." Alright. By the way, old Yu, do you remember the Black Tiger Gang? It seems they've set their sights on you recently. Be careful." Saying this, the burly man glanced at Qingfeng before turning and leaving. Hearing this, the smile on Yu Wenyao's face gradually faded. Seeing his father's solemn expression, Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, "What's the Black Tiger Gang?" Yu Wenyao glanced at Qingfeng, pondered for a moment, and said in a serious tone, "Let's talk while we walk." With that, he started walking forward. As they left, a few nearby vendors who were selling goods exchanged glances and hurriedly packed up their stalls and left. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yu Wenyao looked around and, finding the area relatively deserted, began to speak. "The Black Tiger Gang is a gang operating in this dungeon. They specialize in murdering and looting to make money. Their targets are usually newcomers or those who are isolated. They're extremely skilled at what they do, and despite multiple official crackdowns on them, there's never enough evidence. The most crucial part is that their leader's strength has reached the gold level." Gold level? If I remember correctly, the power hierarchy in this world is divided as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, Diamond, Starlight, Transcendent, Overlord, and King. Gold is the fourth tier. No wonder, anyone who reaches gold level is practically a local powerhouse. After all, most people in the world are at the bronze or silver levels. Gold level individuals number no more than a few tens of thousands in a single city, and platinum level individuals are fewer than a few thousand. Wait a minute, why does this ranking system feel so familiar? Could the creator of this system have been a gaming addict? Forget it, no need to dwell on such random thoughts. Thinking of this, Xingfeng spoke with some worry. Dad, maybe we should try to avoid them? Don't worry. Yu Wenyao said mysteriously, we'll stay near the dungeon entrance. Even if they come looking for trouble, with my strength, leaving won't be a problem. Let's go. I know a secluded spot that's perfect for your current situation. Seeing how experienced his father appeared, Xingfeng said no more. Soon, they arrived at a remote canyon in the southeast. This place is sparsely populated, close to the dungeon entrance, and the strongest monsters here are only bronze level. Before Yu Wenyao could finish, several purple-gray wolves slowly emerged from the walls ahead. Each of them was about 2 meters long, baring their teeth with a sinister glow in their eyes. The sound of their dripping saliva reached Xingfeng's ears, sending chills down his spine. Xingfeng, these are purple specter wolves. Their strength ranges from black iron to bronze at most. They excel in speed and group attacks. Xingfeng, come over and pick a weapon. Hearing his father's words, Xingfeng nervously walked up to him. Then, Yu Wenyao pulled out an array of weapons from who knows where, dropping them onto the ground. There were spears, daggers, long swords, and broadswords, basically every type of cold weapon imaginable. Without much hesitation, Xingfeng decisively chose a Tang Dao. The reason was simple, he had always had a preference for blades, and secondly, the blade was one of the easiest weapons to master. Seeing his son choose a blade, Yu Wenyao curiously asked, why did you pick a blade? This sword is also excellent. I picked it out especially, I thought you'd like it. Xingfeng thought for a moment and replied without hesitation, only sissies use swords. Real men use blades. Those who use swords are mostly show-offs. Blades are straightforward and practical. Hearing this, Yu Wenyao's face darkened instantly. He silently moved his own weapon, a sword, slightly farther back, thinking to himself, am I teaching my son, or am I just causing myself trouble? Still, he couldn't help but feel gratified at his son's choice. Xingfeng gripped the Tang Dao tightly and stepped forward to face the purple specter wolves, completely oblivious to the odd expression on his father's face. The purple specter wolves, seeing the weapon in Xingfeng's hands, showed a hint of wariness and began pacing around the canyon, seemingly trying to find an opening in Xingfeng's defense. Xingfeng remained calm, gripping the Tang Dao with both hands and staying alert for any sudden movements. Even when one or two wolves tried circling behind him, he didn't panic. At this moment, Xingfeng had a clear grasp of the wolves' movements. Since awakening his abilities, his hearing, vision, and sensory perception had all greatly improved. Even though his physical condition had been extremely weak before, he had now recovered to a normal level. Moreover, this was his first time in the dungeon, and his body's tension was causing his adrenaline to surge. His perception and reflexes were at their peak. Soon, one of the purple specter wolves grew impatient and lunged at Xingfeng at an incredible speed. He instantly sensed danger from behind and reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time. As he dodged, the massive wolf brushed past him with a whoosh, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He was acutely aware of what had just happened. If he had been half a second slower, he would have been hit, and then he'd have to rely on his father to save him. Gripping the Tang Dao even tighter, Xingfeng kept his eyes firmly locked on the remaining wolves. After a few minutes of standoff, Xingfeng realized this couldn't go on. If things dragged on, more monsters would likely show up. He decided then and there he had to take the initiative and break the stalemate. In this way, no matter the approach, it was a dead end. To escape this predicament, one had to take the initiative. At this thought, a glint of cold determination flashed in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, as if radiating fearless resolve. He swiftly locked his target on a relatively weak purple nether wolf ahead. The wolf, sensing Qingfeng's gaze, immediately responded with a glare full of vigilance. Although its size was small, it was undoubtedly the weakest among the pack of purple nether wolves. Qingfeng's calves tensed, ready to spring into action, and then he suddenly dashed forward. The purple nether wolf, seeing this, howled into the sky and lunged at Xingfeng without hesitation. The two closed in rapidly, the air thick with tension. The purple nether wolf leapt into the air, its ghostly eyes fixated on Xingfeng's neck, its sharp claws striking like lightning. In that instant, Xingfeng, with an eerie swiftness and agility, deftly evaded the attack. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf was still airborne, Xingfeng swiftly thrust his tang blade upward. Woo woo! The purple nether wolf let out a wretched cry, as blood spurted out violently, instantly staining Xingfeng's collar red. Gravely injured, the wolf could no longer stand and collapsed heavily to the ground. Xingfeng had no intention of letting this golden opportunity slip by. He quickly approached the wolf's side, and his tang blade flashed like lightning, stabbing into its major artery. To ensure the prey's death, he stabbed several more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a black iron 1-star purple nether wolf *1. Reward, 0.1 lottery points. Hearing the system's notification, Xingfeng's heart trembled, and he immediately turned to fix his gaze firmly on the remaining purple nether wolves. From the earlier battle, he had realized his shortcomings. During attacks, the tang blade felt as heavy as 100 pounds, not because of the weapon itself, but because his stamina was depleting too quickly. His attack movements were too large, and if another purple nether wolf had taken advantage of the moment to close in, it would have definitely pinned him down in his moment of instability. By now, Xingfeng was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with plans of attack, but almost all led to certain death. Damn it, if I'm going to die. Anyway, I might as well use my final trump card. He made up his mind, thinking that even if he were to die, his father would surely save him. Not far away, Yuanyao watched in surprise as his son managed to kill a purple nether wolf. Even the weakest wolf in the pack had the strength of a black iron 1-star, which was not something an ordinary person could handle. Yet Xingfeng, without any assistance, had succeeded. Originally, Yuanyao had intended to let Xingfeng experience the terror of monsters firsthand, to help him understand his own weaknesses, and then properly guide him afterward. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Just as he was about to deal with the remaining purple nether wolves and praise his son, he suddenly saw Xingfeng behaving as if he had lost his mind, charging toward the wolf pack. What happened next shocked Yuanyao to his core. Xingfeng removed his mask, and a strange domain unfolded before him, as if everything within his line of sight was enveloped. Within this domain, colors gradually faded until they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the wolf pack ahead disintegrated into dust. All this happened in less than a second, and Xingfeng's strength was instantly drained, causing him to collapse to the ground. In his mind, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a black iron 7-star purple nether wolf 1. Reward, 0.7 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a black iron 1-star purple nether wolf 1. Reward, 0.1 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a black iron 3-star purple nether wolf *1. Reward, 0.3 lottery points. The purple nether wolves had provided Xingfeng with a total of 3.3 lottery points. Seeing his son collapse, Yuanyao immediately rushed to his side. After swiftly dealing with the few remaining purple nether wolves around Xingfeng, he took out some black crystals from his pocket, as well as a few life stones. After absorbing the energy from the life stones and watching Xingfeng recover, he handed over a few black stones. Xingfeng looked confused and asked, "Dad, what are these?" Relieved that his son was fine, Yuanyao explained, "These are spirit stones, the primary material for enhancing the strength of both ability users and martial artists." He paused and continued. "Unlike in novels where energy can be drawn from nothingness, we must venture into dungeons and kill these monsters to grow stronger. After a monster dies, spirit stones drop from their bodies." Hearing this, Xingfeng was stunned, his face filled with a dazed expression. However, he sharply caught the term martial artist and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Martial artist? What's that?" Yuanyao gave his son a look as if he were a fool, with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Martial artist? I remember when you were little. You always said you wanted to be a martial artist. Now you don't even know what that is? Did the Chen family hit your head too hard?" Xingfeng remained silent, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Martial artists are people who cannot awaken abilities, but they can still absorb energy from spirit stones to enhance their strength. The levels of progression are the same. Yuanyao continued to explain, they can only begin absorbing energy at the age of 18, just like ability users. Ability users can only absorb the energy from spirit stones after awakening their abilities at the age of 18, otherwise, they risk becoming vegetative. Martial artists face the same restriction, but it's even more demanding. They must train in martial arts for years to improve their physical resilience and capacity to absorb spirit stone energy. For instance, in the recent martial arts competition in the capital, Master Ma, with his astonishing Lightning 5 whip technique, single-handedly defeated many same-level A-grade ability users and won the championship, becoming the most prestigious martial artist in the capital. At this point, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. His martial arts schools are spread throughout the capital, both legitimate and knockoff versions. If you encounter a martial artist in the future, never underestimate them. Their combat power is no less than that of ability users and can even surpass them. Yu Wenyao's tone was resolute. Hearing his father's explanation, Xingfeng nodded, suddenly enlightened. No wonder there were so many martial arts schools in this world. It all made sense now. If one trained in martial arts early on and then awakened as an ability user, wouldn't they become unstoppable? Yu Wenyao seemed to read Xingfeng's thoughts and smiled slightly. Starting martial arts training early and then awakening abilities does offer some advantages, as it builds a solid foundation. But that's only in terms of physical strength being superior to others. Abilities aren't the main combat method. When you go to university, they'll teach you martial techniques. Ability users who don't attend university can also learn these techniques in martial arts schools, which are called spirit skills. So once training begins, it's essentially the same for everyone. In the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Ability users are just born with an innate spirit skill. His tone grew profound as he added, "Is this world unfair to martial artists? The truth is, the world itself is never fair. Once a martial artist steps into the silver rank, the hardship behind that achievement is extraordinary and unforgettable." Thinking of this, Xingfeng's gaze became as firm as steel. Without hesitation, he picked up the spiritual stone from his father's hand and began to focus entirely on his cultivation. Yu Wenyao watched as his son quickly entered the state of cultivation, a comforting smile appearing on his face as he nodded silently. Time passed swiftly. As several black iron-level spiritual stones were completely consumed, Xingfeng's strength had already broken through to reach the level of black iron 4-star. He felt the newfound power in his body, and a surge of illusion filled his heart, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Although he understood that this was merely a delusion caused by the rapid improvement in his strength, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Yu Wenyao, seeing that his son had finished absorbing the spiritual stones, smiled and asked, "How does it feel? With your talent, you should have reached black iron 1-star, right?" Xingfeng looked at his father and nodded firmly. "I've already advanced to black iron 4-star. My strength and speed now feel 10 times faster than before." Yu Wenyao froze in shock. "You're really at black iron 4-star? Xingfeng nodded again and immediately released his full aura. Sure enough, under Yu Wenyao's perception, he confirmed that his son had indeed stepped into the threshold of black iron 4-star. Could it be that my son's talent is SS rank? At this rate, won't he soon break through to the bronze realm? Ha ha ha. This is fantastic, Xingfeng. With your current strength, you should have no problem dealing with those violet shadow wolves. Go and hone your combat skills. Alright. Xingfeng adjusted his mindset and ventured back into the canyon. The violet shadow wolves appeared again, but with the experience from his first battle, Xingfeng was no longer nervous. Gripping his Tang Dao, he charged at the violet shadow wolves with valor. Thanks to his black iron 4-star strength, his physical stamina, endurance, and attack power had all improved significantly. One by one, the violet shadow wolves fell, and Xingfeng's combat skills rapidly grew with each encounter. 2 days passed quietly. The points in the ability lottery system had reached 52.3 points. One could only imagine the fate of the violet shadow wolves in the canyon over the past 2 days. From initially struggling against 2 or 3 wolves, Xingfeng had progressed to taking them down in one strike. Only violet shadow wolves at around black iron 7-star could offer some challenge, but even then, they would be defeated within minutes. After clearing out another wave of violet shadow wolves, Xingfeng found a comfortable spot on the outskirts of the canyon to sit down. He communicated with the system in his mind. "System, I want to draw a lottery." As soon as he finished speaking, he was transported to the vibrant lottery page filled with swirling patterns. Xingfeng clicked on the single draw option. As his finger pressed down, a massive gift box appeared before him and instantly burst open. A dazzling array of colorful lights radiated outward, eventually revealing a white background. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level ability, Flick Forehead, stored in the system inventory. Yu Xingfeng? He opened the system inventory, long pressed the ability, and clicked to view its details. The ability's description quickly appeared before him. Flick Forehead, this ability enhances the strength of your middle finger, making your forehead flicks more painful. No stamina consumption, no energy consumption, and 0 cooldown. Yu Xingfeng? What on earth is this? Why would I get such an ability? Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Thinking that it might come in handy someday, he decided to keep drawing. Just as he was about to proceed, he noticed that his lottery points had dropped from 52.3 to 43.3 points. Each draw cost 10 points. He had originally thought he had enough for several 10 draws, but now it seemed he couldn't even afford one. Would he have to rely on single draw luck for a miracle? Or wait until he accumulated enough for a 10 draw? Screw it, single draw miracle. Qingfeng immediately clicked the single draw option twice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level ability, Charged Flick Forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level ability, Fancy Flick Forehead. Qingfeng was utterly defeated. His face turned dark in an instant. Why are they all forehead flick abilities? Can't I get something else? How could my luck be this bad? It seems I'll have to resort to that move. I can afford 2 more draws. It's do or die this time. He stood up, took a bottle of mineral water from his inventory, and poured some out to wash his face. Then, he drew a Bagua diagram on the ground, scanning his surroundings for the perfect feng shui spot. Just before drawing again, he murmured, "System, oh system, as I grow stronger, you must grow stronger too. Isn't that how it works? So give me something practical this time." With that, he raised his middle finger and clicked the single draw option with great force, as if piercing through the system itself. As the gift box burst open, a purple background suddenly appeared. Shocking image.jpg. Purple. Could this mean something good? At that moment, a crisp system voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level water ability. Oh ha! What a surprise! Mysticism rules forever. Without hesitation, Qingfeng opened the system inventory and activated the ability. A strange, wonderful feeling surged through him. Unlike the domineering sensation of destruction, this one was gentle and warm, like lukewarm water. Qingfeng splashed water on his face, and the droplets on the ground began to float slowly. Then, the water began to gather, eventually enveloping Qingfeng completely. In the distance, Yuan Yao had already noticed his son's unusual state and rushed to his side, silently observing everything. Seeing his son surrounded by water, he was utterly astonished. This phenomenon, could it be that he had awakened a new ability? Wasting just 1 bottle of water and making some bizarre gestures to awaken an ability? Surely this must be a joke. I've never heard of anyone awakening 2 abilities. What kind of talent is this? Could my son Qingfeng have the potential of an emperor king? After about 10 minutes, Qingfeng finally emerged from the water. The moment he stepped out, he saw his father staring at him with eyes full of fiery hope. "Qinger, you've awakened a new ability," Yuan Yao exclaimed excitedly. Qingfeng nodded, secretly pleased with himself. Yuan Yao, now assured, couldn't hide his beaming smile and eagerly asked, "Qingfeng, how did you awaken it? Was it some sort of enlightenment or this?" Qingfeng didn't know how to respond for a moment. He couldn't exactly say he had a system, as this world had no concept of such things, and explaining it would be troublesome. After some thought, Qingfeng decided to come up with a vague explanation. With a slightly puzzled expression, he casually said, "I just felt like my face was a bit dark, so I took out some mineral water to wash my face. Then, I felt an inexplicable affinity with water. My body felt a bit uncomfortable, so I kept looking for a comfortable spot. And then, I awakened." This vague explanation was as ambiguous as the process of awakening itself. Before one awakened, no one truly knew what might trigger it. Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned but then burst into unprecedented excitement, shouting loudly, "My son Qingfeng has the potential of an emperor king." Hearing his father's loud exclamation, Qingfeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly glanced around, and after confirming that no one else was around, his heart finally settled a little. "Dad, you can't say things like that. It's unlucky." Yuan Yao realized he had been a bit too loud and nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right, it's unlucky. We should keep our talents well hidden. And then, when the time is right, we'll amaze the world with one astonishing act." Seeing his father's enthusiastic demeanor, Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Should he tell him that the last person who praised him as having the potential to be a great emperor had long since turned to dust? "Oh, right, Qingfeng. I just remembered, we need to go back home today." "Why? What's the reason?" Qingfeng asked curiously. Logically speaking, with the supplies they had, staying in the underground city for another 10 or so days wouldn't have been a problem. "Well, here's the thing. After 2 months of hard work, your dad has almost paid off all the debts. Just need to pay off another 100,000 or so, and we're done." If he remembered correctly, his dad owed over 8 million. How had it been paid off so quickly? Noticing the doubt in his son's eyes, Yuan Yao smiled mysteriously. Come on, let's head home first. I'll explain everything on the way. 2 hours later, Xingfeng returned to his home. His heart was full of questions as he walked through the door in a daze. Looking at the dilapidated rental house and its slightly outdated furnishings, he felt an intense wave of self-doubt. On the way back, his father's explanation had been simple: his strength had already reached the gold rank. As for how he reached this level, it traced back to their family's pre-bankruptcy status. As the richest family in Jiangcheng, what problem couldn't money solve? Using medicine to enhance his strength. He consumed a high-grade pill almost every day. Normally, such methods would yield diminishing returns, but sheer quantity had made up for it. Through this relentless approach, his father had forcibly raised his power to the gold rank. Thinking about his father taking a high-grade pill daily, Xingfeng couldn't help but swallow hard. His dad had gold-level strength, and even his mom had reached the silver level. Yet their family wasn't actually as poor as it seemed. The company's bankruptcy had been the result of betrayal by other shareholders, who had no idea his father had already achieved gold rank. Everything started making sense now. The coercion from the Qian family and other shareholders, his dad had intimidated them with his gold-level strength. However, by then, the internal corruption had already drained the company, leaving no way to recover. No wonder the Qian family and those shareholders dared not retaliate. No wonder his predecessor, despite his infamous reputation, could live peacefully. It turned out the fool had been himself all along. Entering the room, Xingfeng noticed there seemed to be a guest in the house. Walking into the living room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting quietly, savoring tea, while his mother chatted excitedly beside him. When Xingfeng saw them, they naturally noticed him as well. His mother's eyes lit up as she stood up and pulled Xingfeng over excitedly. "Teacher, this is my child. What do you think? Handsome, right? Strikingly dignified, isn't he? Oh, by the way, Xingfeng, this is Qin Lexing, the vice principal of Modu's Magic Martial University. He specifically came here to find you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet your teacher." Snapping out of his daze, Xingfeng politely greeted him, "Teacher." Qin Lexing took a sip of tea, nodded with satisfaction at Xingfeng's greeting, and smiled. Seeing this, Xingfeng's mother beamed and said cheerfully, "By the way, Xingfeng, you just got back, right? Are you hungry? Mom will head out and buy some groceries to cook something delicious for you. Stay here and have a good chat with the teacher." Before Xingfeng could react, he heard the sound of the door closing. Qin Lexing set down his teacup and looked directly at Xingfeng. As he assessed Xingfeng, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Xingfeng's strength had already reached Black Iron Tier 4. Immediately, a gleam of excitement flashed in Qin Lexing's eyes as he exclaimed, "Excellent, truly excellent. Heroes indeed emerge in their youth. To think you've already reached Black Iron Tier 4 right after awakening an S-level ability. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. Xingfeng, I hope you'll join Modu Magic Martial University." At this moment, memories of Magic Martial University surfaced in Xingfeng's mind. Modu Magic Martial University. It was one of the most prestigious institutions in the entire Zhouzhou nation, rivaled only by Nanchang Martial University, Xiqing Martial University, and Jingdu National Defense Academy. These schools were collectively known as the four great academies of Zhouzhou, boasting unparalleled resources and heritage. Only the crème de la crème of talents could enter these universities. Graduates who successfully made it through were all at least platinum level in strength. Xingfeng found it rather odd. Why would such a prestigious, resource-rich university seek him out? Logically speaking, they had no shortage of talents. Every few years, there would be someone awakening an S-level ability. Although most of them met untimely ends, there was certainly no lack of geniuses. What made Modu University seek him out? Normally, the process involved awakening abilities in the second year of high school, followed by practical combat and special ability training during the third year. The Grand College Entrance Exam would culminate in a massive competition. Universities would evaluate students based on their abilities and talents. Yet now, before he had even awakened his ability at school or approached the college entrance exam, they had come knocking. This puzzled him greatly. Curious, Xingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Qin, I'm curious. You're curious why I've come looking for you, aren't you?" Qin Lexing seemed to read his thoughts and spoke first. Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, I really can't figure it out. I haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and you've already come to me. I'm truly flattered." "Ha!" Qin Lexing laughed, clearly intrigued by Xingfeng. "Indeed, the main reason I've come to you is incidental. Nearby, in Zhangcheng's underground city, a diamond-tier monster appeared. Normally, it should remain in the lower levels of the dungeon, but it surfaced in the upper levels, causing significant casualties. Qin Lushing's tone carried urgency. After handling the situation, I was on my way back and decided to scout for naturally awakened talents. I didn't expect to find you and discover that your talent is S-level, with an ability unlike anything I've ever seen. His eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Plus, I've met and chatted with your parents before. Even if you were to take the college entrance exam, you'd easily qualify for our Moda University. Qin Lushing's tone grew resolute. So I decided to recruit you on the spot. So that's how it was. Xing Feng suddenly seemed to piece things together. He quickly asked, I want to know, does Moda University have significant authority? Can it modify records? His eyes gleamed with a hint of expectation. If it can, I'll join. Qin Lushing frowned slightly and asked, as a vice principal, altering records is certainly within my power. But what do you want to modify? Without wasting words, Xing Feng replied directly, I want to modify my ability and talent record. Seeing the determination in Qing Feng's gaze, Qin Lushing was stunned. You want to change your records to avoid assassination attempts from other nations? That's possible, but you'll have to use your ability someday. You can hide it for a while, but not forever. His tone turned stern. Fine. I'll help you alter it when the time comes, Qin Lushing agreed readily. After all, hiding such a talent from rival nations for even a day was worth it. However, Qing Feng's next sentence caused Qin Lushing's pupils to constrict sharply. Xing Feng smiled warmly and said, since you've said all that, I understand. Joining Moda University will inevitably expose my talents someday. But, what if I have another ability? Xing Feng's voice boomed like thunder, igniting an electric atmosphere in the room. What? Qin Lushing's pupils dilated as his gaze filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a person possibly have two abilities? Seeing Vice Principal Qin's disbelief, Xing Feng didn't bother explaining further. He immediately demonstrated his water-based ability, streams of water gathering slowly in his hands and then flowing gracefully in front of Qin Lushing. Witnessing such a scene, Qin Lushing was utterly stunned. A B-level water ability, and an S-level ability. Qin Lushing's expression erupted with unprecedented excitement. This was like finding a treasure. While dual abilities weren't entirely impossible, the probability was so low it could practically be ignored. He had been so certain earlier because even the Starshine elites of the 9 provinces had attempted to fuse other abilities, but without exception, they had all failed and been injured. Dual abilities were more a myth than a possibility. Yet now, a miracle of dual abilities stood before him, and they were B-level and S-level. How could he not be thrilled? He understood that with the B-level ability as a cover, Qing Feng's talent profile could easily be adjusted. With this, Qing Feng's growth would be almost effortless. The 9 provinces were destined to rise with a new Starshine-level powerhouse. Alright, since you're willing to share this secret, does that mean you're ready to join Modu Martial Arts University? Qin Lushing's expression was rich with emotions, his eyes gleaming as though he had just discovered a rare gem. Even if Qing Feng wasn't willing, Qin Lushing would find a way to recruit him into Modu Martial Arts University. Under the intense and fiery gaze, Qing Feng nodded slightly. Qin Lushing immediately handed over a token to Qing Feng. You still have 1 year of high school left, forget about it. Don't bother with the college entrance exams either, just head straight to university. I'll take care of the paperwork and enrollment for you when I get back. When the semester begins in August, bring this token to my office. With that, he left the room in high spirits. Looking at the token in his hand, Qing Feng felt a bit surreal. Well, I guess this makes me somewhat of a prodigy now. I should talk to my parents about this when they get home tonight. He walked to the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Just as he pulled out a plate of fruit, his phone rang. Taking out his phone, he saw the caller was his high school homeroom teacher. In the original Qing Feng's memories, there wasn't much of an impression of this teacher. He seemed like a greasy, middle-aged man, likely relying on connections to secure his position and lazily going through the motions. He only handled administrative tasks for the class and didn't actually teach. Back then, he would often try to curry favor with the original Qing Feng. But Qing Feng, who was only registered in name at school, spent most of his time outside causing trouble. Thus, he didn't know much about this person. Qing Feng was curious why this teacher was suddenly calling him. When he answered, the other end immediately erupted with an arrogant voice. Qing Feng, even the national mandatory ability awakening event and you couldn't bother to show up? Qing Feng frowned slightly. Do you think you can just mock the system set by the 9 provinces? What, are your eyes disabled? Are your hands and legs paralyzed? Well, I suppose you're right to skip it. With your condition, there's no way you'd awaken any abilities or even become a warrior. You might as well focus on academics and become an ordinary person. Oh, sorry, I forgot, you're blind. Skipping this awakening event, just wait. I'll make sure you get a major demerit. Figure out a way to beg me, or you won't even graduate next term. On the other side, a greasy, bald, middle-aged man held his phone, his large belly sticking out as he spat everywhere while talking. Beside him sat a young man with a confident, imposing demeanor. The greasy, middle-aged man moved the phone away slightly and smiled at the youth. Don't worry, young Master Chien. This time I'll make sure Ching Fong has a hard time. Even if he's injured, it won't stop me from disgusting him. Young Master Chien laughed heartily at this. Good, you've done well this time. I'll make sure to praise you in front of my father. He spoke loudly, as if intentionally mocking someone. On the other end of the call, Ching Fong heard everything clearly. He quickly pieced things together. The young Master Chien mentioned by his teacher must be the eldest son of the Chen family. But Ching Fong was no longer the same as before. Using this spineless teacher to provoke him? Judging by the teacher's behavior, he clearly had no idea about Chang Feng's father's strength as a gold-level fighter. Even with the Qian family as support, they wouldn't dare act this recklessly if they knew. Pathetic clowns. Ching Fong had no close ties to this teacher anyway. Did the teacher think fawning over others would make Ching Fong feel humiliated? Well, maybe a little. Fine, I won't hold back either, Ching Fong said firmly, his voice exuding undeniable confidence. Teacher, rest assured, I already naturally awakened 2 days ago. And it's a B-level water ability. He deliberately emphasized naturally awakened and B-level, as if declaring a stunning comeback. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. With that, he hung up decisively. The greasy middle-aged teacher froze in place, his expression shifting as he glanced uneasily at young Master Chien. At this moment, young Master Chien was no longer calm, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Does this mean his eyes healed as well? Wasn't it said that he might awaken an eye-based ability? He thought to himself, his expression complicated. Note, originally, Ching Feng's eyes were extraordinary, leading the Chen family to assume he might awaken an ability related to them. Instead, they ended up damaged. Why water-based? Young Master Qian's reaction was intense, and the teacher beside him stammered nervously, Young Master Qian, this can't be real, right? It must be fake. That brat claims to have naturally awakened, but does that make it true? He's probably lying to us, bluffing. Though his words were dismissive, his heart was in turmoil, his anxiety written all over his face. Watching this, young Master Qian snorted coldly. Although he was unsure, Ching Feng's confident tone made him waver. Regardless, the possibility was too shocking to ignore. If it were true, then Chang Feng truly hit the jackpot. But if it were false, it would just add to his list of humiliations. Tomorrow the natural awakening report will be out, and the truth will come to light. If it's real, then Chang Feng's luck is sky high. The teacher, now sweating profusely, was secretly worried in his heart. Relax. Even if he awakened, what difference does it make? I've got your back. Before he could finish, a sudden phone notification shattered his mood. Annoyed, he deleted all his superficial contacts, leaving only his parents' numbers. As night fell, Ching Feng's parents returned with bags of groceries, slightly disappointed to learn Vice Principal Qin had already left. They grumbled about why he hadn't given a heads up. At that moment, Ching Feng told his parents about skipping grades and entering Modu Martial Arts University. Instantly, the complaints stopped, and their faces lit up. They suddenly felt the groceries were completely worth it. Half a month passed quickly, and time moved into mid-July. During this period, Ching Feng frequently ventured into the dungeon with his father. Under his father's guidance, Ching Feng's strength improved by leaps and bounds, rapidly reaching the level of Black Iron 9-star. The dungeon. In the canyon, Ching Feng easily dealt with a few violet ghost wolves, skillfully skinned them, and extracted the spirit stones hidden in their brains. It turned out that these spirit stones, much like in zombie novels, were all concealed in the heads of monsters. Moreover, the fur and materials from these monsters could be sold for a high price. The higher the monster's level, the higher the price, naturally. For instance, a single claw collected by Ching Feng could sell for more than 6 coins. With his current strength, collecting over 100 claws a day was no problem at all, and on lucky days, he could even harvest thousands of spirit stones. The spirit stones obtained from violet ghost wolves were quite valuable, with a single one selling for thousands of dollars. Bronze-grade stones could fetch tens of thousands, while silver and gold-grade stones were worth astronomical prices. Ching Feng carefully washed the newly collected spirit stones and materials with his water-based ability. Looking at these materials, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, No wonder father was able to pay off all his debts so easily in just 2 months. However, the spawn rate of violet ghost wolves had noticeably slowed recently. It seemed it was time to change locations. Just as Qingfeng was waiting for more violet ghost wolves to appear, his father approached him and handed him a few spirit stones. These stones were of various colors, but one stood out, a greenish-blue spirit stone that Qingfeng immediately recognized as a bronze-grade spirit stone. Qingfeng, I see you've reached Black Iron 9 star. Once you absorb these bronze-grade spirit stones, you should be able to break through to the bronze level, Yu Wenyao said. Alright, Qingfeng responded. His father then left to hunt nearby monsters. Left alone, Qingfeng examined the bronze-grade spirit stones with curiosity. After washing them carefully, he glanced around cautiously before tucking them into his pocket like precious treasures. These were worth tens of thousands of dollars, there was no way he could afford to lose them. Just as Qingfeng was about to deal with the newly spawned violet ghost wolves, a sudden noise came from behind him. Looks like we've got quite a haul here. I thought this kid was just black iron and wouldn't have anything valuable. Who would have thought he'd have bronze-grade spirit stones? A bald man laughed as he spoke, followed closely by a group of lackeys. Qingfeng instinctively sensed their energy and found that it was far more refined than that of a black iron level being, they were bronze level. Seeing Qingfeng's tense expression, the bald man chuckled. Relax, our boss wants to see you. But, his smile turned sinister. If you're dead, meeting him in the afterlife works just as well. Without another word, he raised the large blade on his back and charged at Qingfeng. Qingfeng was stunned and immediately activated his ability. Countless streams of water enveloped him as he quickly grabbed the Tang Dao lying on the ground. The massive blade swung down with a force that split the air, sending powerful gusts of wind that stirred up dust all around. Qingfeng swiftly identified his target's weak point. In a flash, he appeared behind the bald man and struck with his blade. A leg flew into the air, and the bald man fell to the ground, howling in pain. Just like that? This was Qingfeng's first time fighting a person. He had thought the opponent's aggression would be difficult to handle, but it turned out to be so simple. Giving it his all, he hadn't expected the remaining lackeys, upon seeing their leader fall, to exchange fearful glances. The bald man, writhing on the ground, cursed while wailing, I'm crippled. Hurry up, get him. He's already worn out from my energy wave. He's exhausted now, just take him down. The lackeys' eyes lit up, and they charged forward with their weapons. However, within minutes, 7 or 8 of them had all been beaten by Qingfeng, left with broken arms and legs. Their screams echoed relentlessly, scaring away even the newly spawned violet ghost wolves. Qingfeng approached the bald man and asked coldly, Who is your boss? My boss is Yin Yong of the Black Tiger Gang. I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me. It's because my boss noticed you seemed close to Yu Wenyao. The bald man hurriedly begged for mercy. And then your boss asked you to invite me over, but you got greedy and wanted to rob me of my materials and bronze-grade spirit stones, is that it? Qingfeng said, his tone sharp. The man nodded repeatedly, feigning innocence with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Yes, yes. No, no. I'm a good citizen. I've never done anything outrageous or immoral, he blurted, panic evident in his tone. Hearing this, Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh angrily. Moments ago, this man had been so arrogant, attacking without hesitation, and now he dared to claim he was a good citizen? Qingfeng understood the principle of removing the weeds by the roots. He couldn't leave any witnesses alive. If they returned, this incident would undoubtedly bring even greater trouble. Without much hesitation, Qingfeng gave a cold smile, raised his Tang Dao, and swiftly ended the bald man's life, leaving none of the lackeys alive either. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 2-star spiritual warrior. You have earned 2 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 1-star spiritual warrior. You have earned 1 lottery point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 1-star spiritual warrior. You have earned 1 lottery point. Qingfeng was ecstatic. By killing several bronze 1 stars, he had gained a total of 8 lottery points. He threw the corpses into the canyon, feeding them to the violet ghost wolves. After dealing with everything, a wave of nausea suddenly surged through him. At first, killing people had left him unfazed. But now, as he looked at the limp bodies that resembled chunks of rotting meat, the fresh wounds and flowing blood, and thought about the possibility of his own death, he couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach. Unable to hold it in any longer, he ran to the side and vomited. A hand gently patted his back from behind. Qingfeng turned around and saw that it was his father. Yu Wenyao had been silently watching from a distance the entire time. Everything Qingfeng had done, he had seen, but he never stepped in. because he knew that with Qingfeng's talent, he would inevitably face situations like this someday. Qingfeng turned his head away and continued vomiting. Afterward, he lit a campfire and sat there in a daze, repeatedly pondering if his father hadn't reached the gold level and if his own strength hadn't been sufficient, what would have happened? No matter what, thinking about it was futile. That day when they went bankrupt, everything had already become irreversible. It was either kill or be killed, whether by him or his father. And he was still just a pampered mama's boy who needed protection. But if the next enemies were stronger than before, even platinum-level warriors, how would he deal with them? Ultimately, it all came down to his own lack of strength. At that moment, a burning desire to grow stronger surged within Qingfeng's heart, and his gaze became resolute. He suddenly took out the bronze-grade spirit stones and began absorbing them furiously. The first bronze-grade spirit stone was consumed, but Qingfeng did not break through to the bronze level. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he eagerly opened the long-neglected chat group to see what the other systems had been up to lately. At this moment, the chat group messages had already skyrocketed to over 99 plus. Qingfeng skimmed through them quickly, realizing that everyone was mostly complaining about their hosts. Chat group. Rich prodigy system, LV1. My loser of a host leaves me speechless. The moment he sees a beautiful woman, he's dumbstruck. He has money but doesn't know how to flaunt it, always pretending to be weak to take down the strong. Chef system, LV1. Don't even mention it. My host is the same. His level is too low to instantly learn skills. For a simple dish like smashed cucumbers, he refuses to make it himself and even complains about me. Next time, I need to be more careful picking a host. Devouring system, LV2. Same here. One of my previous hosts was even worse. He encountered a rare treasure but didn't devour it properly. Instead, he secretly used it and nearly exploded himself to death. I had no choice but to expend massive energy to restore him since he's the child of fate of that world. If I weren't at a low level and unable to communicate with my host, I'd have cursed him out already. Looking at the various systems in the group venting about their hosts, Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Helpless, he closed the chat group and took out another bronze-grade spirit stone to continue cultivating. Meanwhile, at the Qian family, Qian Zhang was enjoying his leisurely time at home when his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, hearing his class teacher's anxious voice. Young Master Qian, I've checked the list of natural awakenings. Qingfeng is indeed on it, and his ability is water element based. What should we do? I've heard that with sufficient resources, a B-rank ability can ensure reaching platinum level strength. There's even a chance to become a diamond level powerhouse. Hearing the words diamond level, Qian Zhang shuddered instinctively. His first reaction was disbelief. He quickly hung up the phone and rushed out the door. This news had to be relayed to his father. A B-rank ability. How did Qingfeng get so unbelievably lucky? I only awakened a C-rank ability, and even reaching platinum level is filled with uncertainty. Why does he deserve this? He sprinted to his family's company and headed straight for his father Chen Xiong's office. Seeing his son so flustered, Chen Xiong frowned but refrained from questioning too much, remembering that his son had awakened a C-rank ability. Dad, Qingfeng has awakened an ability. And it's a B-rank water element ability. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Zhang saw his father's expression darken. A sinister glint flashed through Qian Xiong's eyes. How do you know this? I heard it from the class teacher. He confirmed it himself, Chen Zhang explained hastily, recounting how he and the teacher had been badmouthing Qingfeng. Qian Xiong's expression gradually calmed. He spoke plainly, I already know about this. Go organize a class reunion. Use it as an opportunity to feel him out. If he doesn't come, then disparage him thoroughly. If he does come, I'll tell you what to do next. Qian Zhang hesitated, not fully understanding his father's intentions, but he nodded in agreement. All right. Leaving his father's office, Qian Zhang quickly took out his phone and posted in the class group chat, announcing a reunion under the guise of reconnecting after the sophomore year split into different classes. Just as he was about to tag Qingfeng, he realized Qingfeng had already left the group and blocked his number. At the same time, Qingfeng, after absorbing the second bronze-grade spirit stone, suddenly felt as if he'd touched some kind of threshold. His body seemed to be shackled by an invisible force. As the energy of the spirit stone was fully absorbed, the power within rampaged through his body, seemingly trying to break the confinement. Amid the repeated surges, Qingfeng felt an intense tearing sensation, as if something had finally shattered. His body and soul underwent a profound transformation, with his stamina, endurance, and mental strength all greatly enhanced. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Have I ascended to the bronze level? Only 2 bronze-grade spirit stones absorbed, and I've already reached the bronze level with 5 stones left and used. He opened his backpack and pulled out a steel rod made of solid metal. Without much effort, he bent it with his hands, hardly exerting any strength. Qingfeng then approached a large rock and threw a punch. The rock shattered instantly. So this is the strength of the bronze level? Judging by this, a single punch carries at least 5 tons of force. 5,000 kilograms. Just as he was about to absorb the remaining 5 bronze-grade spirit stones, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, it was an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, a familiar voice came through on the other end. After hearing the caller's intention, Qingfeng's expression didn't change much. He paused briefly before replying, "Alright, I'll attend the class reunion." Hanging up, the determined look in Qingfeng's eyes gradually turned cold. "Xian Zhang, let's see what kind of tricks you're planning." With about 2 days left until the reunion, it was better to quickly absorb the spirit stones. 3 hours later. Waking from his cultivation, Qingfeng had fully absorbed all 5 spirit stones. He assessed his current state and confirmed that advancing his strength would only become increasingly difficult. 5 high-purity bronze-grade spirit stones hadn't even raised his strength by a single star. Still, something about today felt like a lucky day. Let's see if I can draw something good. If I get another ability, it'll be another ace up my sleeve. With that, he opened the ability lottery system. Ding! Would the host like to draw? Yes. Qingfeng returned to the familiar lottery interface. Looking at the 1,300 lottery points in the bottom right corner, a sense of peace and happiness welled up within him. These points were hard-earned from countless battles, waking early, and working late. No more hesitation, time for a 10-time draw. The lottery points in the bottom right corner quickly dropped to 1,200. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received, thank you for participating. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received, D-rank ability rock paper scissors win every time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received, F-rank ability rock paper scissors lose every time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received, thank you for participating. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received, thank you for participating. At first, Qingfeng was hopeful, but he never imagined his luck could be so terrible. Aside from rock paper scissors win every time, he also got rock paper scissors lose every time, with the rest being thank you for participating. And this was from a 10-time draw. Only 2 useless abilities obtained. No, I have to rely on mystical methods to change my luck. Using his water ability, Qingfeng gathered a large amount of water and washed thoroughly. Then, employing his previous methods, he found a suitable spot and began drawing a Bagua diagram on the ground. He muttered the names of every deity he could think of under his breath before returning to the lottery interface for another draw. A flicker of hope ignited in Qingfeng's heart. He knew that destiny always had a way of giving him one more chance. Clicking once for a single draw, then once for a 10 draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level ability, Flick Forehead. Thus, it continued until Qingfeng had only 300 lottery points left. With numerous abilities like Rock Paper Scissors Always Wins and Flick Forehead obtained, Qingfeng was utterly desperate. Not even a shadow of a C-level ability in sight. The odds were pitifully low. The B-level ability he previously acquired now seemed like sheer luck. Staring at the remaining 300 points, Qingfeng gritted his teeth and decisively pressed the 10 draw button. Under Qingfeng's hopeful gaze, 10 beams of white light shot out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level ability Flick Forehead X5. Whoa! Damn it! Is this garbage system secretly developed by Penguin? Just as Qingfeng was wallowing in despair, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Ding! The host has collected 50 F-level Flick Forehead abilities. Auto-fusion activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Flick Forehead has been upgraded to B-level ability, Supreme Middle Finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a guaranteed reward, Supreme Middle Finger. F-level ability Flick Forehead has been removed from the lottery pool and can no longer be drawn. The system chat group senses that you have reached bronze rank and conducted 100 draws within the ability lottery system. The system is now upgrading. Ability lottery system, LV3 Ding. System upgrade complete. This upgrade includes new abilities and items beyond abilities. Please explore on your own, host. A flood of notifications suddenly overwhelmed Qingfeng, leaving him dizzy. After carefully reading through everything, Qingfeng couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He cried because the Supreme Middle Finger was merely a guaranteed reward, but he laughed because Flick Forehead was finally out of the pool. Opening the system inventory, he clicked to view the effects of the Supreme Middle Finger. Description: Supreme Middle Finger. Introduction: I, Qingfeng, can obliterate you with a flick of my finger. Supreme Middle Finger. Point your middle finger at someone to increase taunt effectiveness by 300%. Against those of the same rank, there is a 50% chance to shatter the opponent's skull with a flick. Evaluation: flick forehead, flick foreheads until brains splatter. One flick here, another flick there. Chang Feng. The last time he felt this speechless was, well, the last time. After the system upgrade, it indeed felt a little different, with added introductions and evaluations. However, the system mentioned new abilities and items beyond abilities. Should he try another draw? This time, it shouldn't be as bad as before, surely he'd get something good. If Qingfeng opened his eyes right now, he'd see his bloodshot eyes filled with an obsessive gleam, completely unaware that he was already hooked. Under this self-consolation, Qingfeng's trembling fingers clicked on another 10 draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining consolation prize, Physical Enhancement Potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining consolation prize, Strength Enhancement Potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining consolation prize, Speed Enhancement Potion. Ding! This round of 10 draws wasn't as miserable as before, easing Qingfeng's previously tense mood. From the names alone, it was clear these potions enhanced physical attributes, speed, and strength. Physical Enhancement Potion, permanently +1 to physical constitution upon consumption. The rest of the potions were self-explanatory, so Qingfeng didn't bother inspecting further. Without hesitation, he took out all the potions, their vibrant colors shining brightly. Popping the caps off, he downed them all in one go. After consuming the 10 potions of varying effects, Qingfeng, now at the bronze level, could clearly perceive the slight enhancement in his physique. Strength and speed had also improved slightly. Although the increase was minimal, Qingfeng didn't mind. After all, it was much better than the thanks for participating messages from before. With 100 lottery points remaining, Qingfeng decided to save them for another day. After all, today had been truly unlucky. If an African gamer saw Qingfeng's luck today, they'd probably respectfully call him Chief. Taking out a few black iron grade spirit stones, Qingfeng sat down to meditate and absorb the energy. 2 days passed quickly. When Qingfeng's alarm went off, he stood and turned it off. After informing his father, Qingfeng left the dungeon. Returning home, he noticed his mother wasn't around but didn't worry. After all, he had already reached silver rank in strength. He searched his room for some clothes and then headed to the bathroom. Ever since awakening his abilities, he had been living in the dungeon almost non-stop, neither washing his clothes nor cleaning his body. He was downright filthy. In the bathroom, Qingfeng used his water-type ability to gather a massive water sphere in front of him, suspended mid-air. Without hesitation, he leapt into it. Thanks to his likely water-type ability, Qingfeng could breathe perfectly fine underwater. Half an hour later. Feeling refreshed, Qingfeng stepped out of the bathroom with a bright, sunny smile on his face. Under this radiant expression, everything around him seemed to lose its luster. With his breakthrough to bronze rank, Qingfeng could clearly sense the changes in himself. He now exuded an aura of nobility, like a gentleman descended from the heavens, radiating an endless, pure brilliance. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but glance at him twice, their hearts unknowingly filled with admiration. Checking the time, Qingfeng realized it was still early. He decided to relax and play on his phone, watching videos. Before long, it was 7 in the evening. Standing up, he hailed a taxi, recalling the words of Qian Zhang, driver, to the Nine Heavens Hotel. That sentence seemed like a key to a grand banquet. The taxi sped through the bustling streets, and in no time, Qingfeng arrived at the luxurious and resplendent Nine Heavens Hotel. Known as the highest standard venue in Jiang City, this hotel had hosted countless grand events in the past. Clearly, Qian Zhang's intentions were obvious. Qingfeng's mind stirred, quickly piecing things together. He asked a staff member for directions and headed straight to the 10th floor of the hotel. To his surprise, Qian Zhang had booked the entire 10th floor, reserving the entire restaurant for the event. This ostentatious display was reminiscent of how Qingfeng's past self would have acted, as if history was repeating itself. Expressionless, Qingfeng stepped into the elevator and swiftly reached the 10th floor, heading directly to the dining area. By now, the area was already crowded with people whose expressions varied. Some took the opportunity to flatter others, while some sighed with emotion, but all were enthusiastically chatting about the awakened prodigies and their abilities over drinks. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Qian Zhang entered through the door, instantly becoming the center of attention. Some shrewd classmates seized the chance to curry favor, saying, "Thanks to young Master Qian for hosting such a grand gathering. allowing us to reunite before the final class split. Exactly. Attending an event hosted by young Master Qian makes high school truly worthwhile, others echoed. At this, Qianzhang beamed with pride, though he maintained a facade of humility in his responses. While everyone was still enthusiastically flattering Qianzhang, Qingfeng pushed open the door and silently slipped in, skillfully avoiding the crowd's gaze. He picked a secluded spot by the window and quietly observed Qianzhang's showboating. Just as he was immersed in the spectacle, he suddenly felt a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw two stunning girls, one a petite and adorable lowly and the other a tall, cold beauty with long legs. Qingfeng only glanced at them briefly before turning back, continuing to quietly watch Qianzhang's performance. Internally, he chuckled, this gathering is truly lively. These two individuals were naturally known to Yu Qingfeng. They were both recognized as the school beauties of Jiangqing First High School. Among them, the aloof and elegant one was named Wen Yayun. He was most familiar with her. She was a proper young lady from a prestigious family, the eldest daughter of the Wen family. From a young age, she had been betrothed to Yu Qingfeng. It was common practice for powerful families to form alliances through marriage. After all, it greatly strengthened familial stability. Moreover, Yu Qingfeng and she had been childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Even being in the same class was arranged by their parents. As for the petite girl beside her, Yu Qingfeng didn't have much of an impression of her. He only knew her name was Wen Xinyu. She was also extraordinarily beautiful, but the original owner of his body seemed uninterested in her. Luckily, the original owner wasn't into playing the role of a sycophantic admirer. Wait, what the hell? Suddenly, Yu Qingfeng realized from the original owner's memory that, in private, he would often act like a desperate admirer around her. If the Yu family hadn't fallen into trouble, even if Yu Qingfeng ignored her, she would have undoubtedly become his wife. But the original owner was different. He knew the outcome yet still threw himself at her. This ultimately turned a harmonious relationship into a worsening one. What a sucker! Impressive! Qingfeng muttered this phrase after holding back for a moment. What's so impressive? At this moment, a voice that sounded earnest and honest came from beside him. From the voice alone, Qingfeng knew who it was. Turning around with delight, he saw a chubby young man with a slightly immature face. The young man's name was Rong Hong. In the past, his family faced a crisis when his mother fell gravely ill and urgently needed a large sum of money. Upon learning of this, the original owner casually handed over several million yuan of pocket money to cover her medical expenses. Since then, Rong Hong had always stuck by Yu Qingfeng's side. Rong Hong had a relaxed and straightforward way of speaking. Even though he knew Qingfeng was the young master of the Yu family, he never acted subservient or sycophantic around him. He even refused to accept money from Qingfeng if offered. When he later became wealthier, he never forgot the millions Qingfeng had given to save his mother's life and repaid him bit by bit, day by day. Even after the Yu family went bankrupt, Rong Hong would still visit Qingfeng regularly. Because of this, Qingfeng genuinely enjoyed spending time with him. This was a true brother. Damn, boss, you've gotten way more handsome than before. Even the scar on your eye is gone. Why did you come to this gathering? With your eye like that, isn't it inconvenient? What will you do if something happens? Though, looking at you now, your future doesn't seem too bleak. Worst case, you can become a sugar baby. I think you'd be pretty good at it. Rong Hong chuckled. Hearing Rong Hong's words, Qingfeng wasn't angry. Rong Hong had always been like this since they met, quick with a jab. They had even bickered plenty of times in the past. Qingfeng smiled and said, "Get lost. My eyes are perfectly fine, I can see." "Alright, then." Rong Hong paused for a moment, as if he had misheard. "Boss, you can see now?" Seeing Rong Hong's reddened eyes, Qingfeng nodded and replied, "I naturally awakened a B-grade water element ability recently. My body underwent some strengthening, and my vision returned. Though it seems there's still some imperfection, I can't open my eyes, but I can see." As he spoke, he described everything around them to Rong Hong in detail. Rong Hong believed him. "Boss." Rong Hong's eyes grew even redder as he hugged Qingfeng. Qingfeng's face darkened, and he pushed him away. What kind of grown man acts like this? By the way, boss, why are you here? Everyone knows Qianzhang is targeting you. Glancing at Qianzhang in the distance, Qingfeng sneered, "Since he's looking for me, of course, I won't refuse." "Hong, have you awakened an ability as well?" "Of course. Come on, who do you think I am? I awakened a B-grade earth element ability. How's that? Didn't embarrass you, did I?" Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The two of us could earn a fortune working at construction sites. You handle the cement, I'll handle the water. A match made in heaven." Rong Hong was momentarily stunned but then joined in the excitement. Brilliant! As expected of you, boss. I hadn't even thought of that. But, boss, your part of the job doesn't take much effort. I'm definitely taking the bigger paycheck. As they bantered, Qingfeng and Rong Hong seemed to have returned to their earlier carefree days. In the distance, Wen Yaiyun and Wen Xinyu exchanged glances as they watched Qingfeng and Rong Hong's increasingly animated conversation. Wen Xinyu spoke up, I heard a few days ago that Yu Qingfeng's vision has returned. Looks like it's true. This gathering seems to be aimed at him. Just a scoundrel. So what if he awakened an ability and regained his vision? Wen Yaiyun's gaze remained calm, her expression icy as she looked at Qingfeng from afar. After about 10 minutes, Xian Zhang finally concluded his humble speech to his classmates. His gaze shifted toward Wen Yaiyun, only to realize she wasn't looking at him. Following her line of sight, he saw Qingfeng chatting and laughing with Rong Hong. Immediately, his expression darkened. When did he arrive? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xian Zhang strode toward Qingfeng. Naturally, the others also noticed Qingfeng. Upon seeing his handsome face, they froze momentarily. You Qingfeng, why didn't you let me know you were here? Xian Zhang said with a cold smile, a hint of provocation on his face. Qingfeng's previously relaxed demeanor gradually faded as he replied coldly, apologies, I saw you surrounded by others and didn't want to disturb you. You Qingfeng, are you feeling uncomfortable? Makes sense after all, it used to be you who enjoyed all the attention. Xian Zhang smirked, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I heard you awakened a B-grade water element ability and regained your vision. Why not show everyone what you've got? His words immediately caused a stir. The surrounding crowd turned their attention toward Qingfeng, exclamations of surprise echoing one after another. Those who had intended to mock Qingfeng quickly stopped, awkwardly turning away to gorge on cake and desserts, as if that could conceal their embarrassment. Meanwhile, those who already knew about Qingfeng's ability eagerly chimed in, yeah, Qingfeng, we've seen everyone else's abilities. Let's see what your water element ability is like. Chen Zhang stood to the side, sneering inwardly with satisfaction. He knew the hotel was filled with surveillance cameras. As soon as his father confirmed Qingfeng's B-grade ability, he would undoubtedly hire experts from the dark web. By then, Qingfeng wouldn't survive the night. However, Qingfeng's thoughts were entirely different. He was well aware this was a trap set by Qian Zhang, but it aligned perfectly with his own plans. The secret of his S-grade talent had recently been disclosed, and the vice principal had already taken notice. The risk of exposure was evident. From his perspective, this world was rife with danger. Wealthy elites, powerful individuals, and the bloody chaos of the underground city had clarified his understanding of how perilous this world truly was. To ensure his safety, Qingfeng decided to display his ability openly in front of everyone. This way, no one would question the authenticity of his water element ability. His decision to attend the gathering was partly to create such an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhang brought it up himself, exactly what Qingfeng wanted. A faint smile curved at the corner of Qingfeng's lips as determination flashed in his eyes. He was ready to face the challenge ahead. Of course, everyone has already seen each other's abilities, so naturally, I won't hide mine either. Yu Qingfeng flashed a bright smile, and under everyone's gaze, a water sphere slowly formed in his hand. Instantly, the crowd erupted into astonished chatter. Whoa! This is truly a B-rank water ability. Just the size of this water sphere says it all. I once saw someone with a C-rank water ability, they could barely form a droplet the size of a bottle cap, let alone a sphere like this. The once disdainful and pitying gazes directed at Yu Qingfeng quickly turned into looks of envy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yu Qingfeng once more became the center of attention at the gathering, shining brilliantly. Qian Zhang coldly observed from the sidelines, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He knew that Qingfeng wouldn't live past tonight. Yu Qingfeng skillfully excused himself from the crowd and continued chatting with Rong Hong. Seeing this, no one dared to interrupt. The gathering ended quickly, and Yu Qingfeng and Rong Hong decided to grab a meal at a nearby food stall. Halfway there, a sudden unease gripped Yu Qingfeng. Something felt off. He glanced around, an inexplicable sense of danger washing over him, as though death was approaching. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had only experienced it during battles with the Violet Ghost Wolf. But this time, it was different. The warning in his mind felt far more intense. Qingfeng firmly believed this was no illusion. Though the surroundings appeared calm, his instincts screamed that danger was near. Without hesitation, he chose to act cautiously. Turning to Rong Hong, he said, I just remembered something urgent. Let's meet another time. With that, he quickly left. Rong Hong, noticing his urgency, didn't press further and simply called after him, "Alright, but you owe me next time." As Qing Feng waved goodbye, his eyes darted nervously across the area. He avoided the crowds but also stayed cautious of being too isolated. In the 9 provinces, committing murder in broad daylight was practically a death sentence. Though the region was known for its peace and fairness, it was by no means timid. Any escalation would lead to a swift investigation, ensuring justice for all. Still, Qing Feng's tension only grew. His senses sharpened like a predator's, and his guard was higher than ever. While calculating his next move, his gaze suddenly locked onto a young mother carrying a child. Her piercing, icy eyes sent a chill down his spine. Thank goodness my eyes weren't fully open. She doesn't know I've noticed her. Qing Feng continued to scan his surroundings, feigning casualness, but his attention remained on the woman. His mind raced, searching for a way out while speculating about who could be behind this. Could it be Qian Zhang? Memories of Qian Zhang's behavior during the gathering flashed through his mind. All the clues pieced together into a startling revelation. They know I have a B-rank ability. Rising to power is only a matter of time for me. When that happens, such a latent threat cannot be tolerated. If they learned the true extent of my abilities and witnessed my power firsthand, they would undoubtedly spare no expense to hire a killer to eliminate me. Qian Zhang's demeanor during the gathering suddenly made sense. To send an assassin with such confidence, he likely even calculated my father into the equation. This means the assassin might very well be a platinum-ranked expert. Even if I hadn't attended the gathering, Qian Zhang would have sent someone eventually. It was only a matter of time. By skipping the event, I'd only delay the inevitable, not avoid it. Just as despair began to creep in, a deep voice suddenly spoke beside him. "Don't worry. That person won't be able to kill you." Qing Feng whipped around in shock, finding himself face to face with a burly man dressed in black. His pupils dilated in alarm. His heart clenched as he thought, when did he get so close to me? Before Qing Feng could say more, the man spoke again, his tone calm yet firm. "Relax. I mean you no harm. I was sent by Vice Principal Qin to protect you. I thought this would be an easy job, but it seems there's an unexpected twist," the man added with a faint chuckle. The heavy weight in Qing Feng's heart finally lifted. He realized that the special admission granted by Principal Qin was known only to his parents and a select few. It was unlikely that Qian Zhang had the reach to infiltrate such secrets. Besides, if this man intended harm, he wouldn't need to hesitate. He could have made Qing Feng disappear in an instant, even staging it as a natural death. "I suspect the person after me is a platinum rank expert. Do you stand a chance against them?" Qing Feng asked cautiously. The man in black let out a soft laugh. "They are indeed platinum ranked, but expert is a bit of a stretch. Move to a quieter location, there are too many people here. I'll handle them for you shortly," he said with confidence. With those words, the man vanished into the crowd like a ghost, leaving no trace. The bustling surroundings remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. The man's sudden appearance felt like a dream. If not for his words still echoing in Qing Feng's ears, Qing Feng might have doubted his own senses. Resolving to trust the enigmatic man, Qing Feng began running again, this time steering clear of large crowds and heading toward more secluded areas. The assassin, the young mother with the icy eyes, noticed his movements and smirked cruelly. Like a predator toying with prey, she followed him, her steps light and menacing. Before long, Qing Feng arrived at a quiet park where the silence felt unnerving. He stopped to catch his breath, his guard momentarily lowering. But when he turned around, the woman was suddenly right there before him. Her eyes were like daggers, locked onto him with deadly intent. The eerie curve of her lips sent shivers down his spine. Unprepared for the encounter, Qing Feng instinctively stepped back, fear gripping his heart. The woman seemed to savor his terror, her twisted smile growing wider as she inched closer. But just as she was about to strike, the man in black reappeared. Like lightning, he grabbed the woman and vanished once more. The suffocating tension in the air dissipated instantly. The surroundings grew calm, as if the danger had never existed. A flicker of hope ignited in Qing Feng's heart. He was not alone in this fight. After roughly 10 minutes, the man in black appeared once again. The eerie woman had already perished at his hands. Everything happened so quickly it sent chills down the spine. Qing Feng only knew that the battle had ended within mere minutes, with a speed that was utterly astonishing. A platinum-level powerhouse had fallen before his very eyes. Shock, fear, and chaos intertwined, stirring a tempestuous wave within his heart. "This," he murmured to himself, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. The man in black ignored his questions, hoisted the corpse off the ground, and disappeared into the night. At that moment, a fierce resolve erupted within Yu Qingfeng like a volcano. He made up his mind he could no longer remain so passive. The threat of a platinum-level opponent made him realize that if he wanted to survive, he had to grow stronger. This time it was a platinum-level foe. Who might it be next time? He dared not continue that train of thought, as fear of the future surged through him like a tidal wave. Even though he had access to the system chat group and countless systems to help him grow in the future, he was still fragile in the present. The highest level system in the group was only level 3. That's right, there were still 7 days until next month, when a new system would join the group. He hoped to draw a practical one after all. The ability lottery system seemed utterly useless at the moment. When he returned home and saw his parents' anxious faces, he immediately understood. The appearance of a platinum-level powerhouse meant that the target was not just him, but also his parents. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, the man in black. Relief washed over him. It seemed everything was fine after all. That damned sense of security made him relax momentarily. The man in black walked up to Yu Qingfeng and smiled as he said, "Sorry about earlier. I just went to exchange the body for a bounty. I also stopped by to check on your parents, they're fine." The assassin's target was actually you. August is approaching. When you head to Magic City University for martial arts, remember to call me senior. My mission should be about done by then. That assassination organization is quite infamous on the dark web, the black-clad senior continued. Oh, and by the way, I gathered some evidence. It's confirmed that the assassination attempt on you was paid for by the Qian family. So it was the Qian family. Yu Qingfeng wasn't surprised, he had already suspected as much. The Qian family must have been desperate. But, oh, how powerful strength could be. While it had taken him half an hour to get home, this future senior had managed to pick up the bounty at the security bureau, investigate the Qian family, and protect his parents all in that time. A platinum-level powerhouse was truly extraordinary. Before Yu Qingfeng could continue his thoughts, the black-clad senior spoke again. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can either report the Qian family for attempting to assassinate a top student at the highest academy. Their assets would likely be confiscated, and a prison sentence is almost guaranteed. As for the death penalty, that might be harder to secure. The second option. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Yu Qingfeng immediately understood and, after a brief moment of thought, chose the second option without hesitation. He was no saint. If the Qin family wanted to kill him, they should be prepared to be killed in return. He had already planned to return after reaching silver level strength at Magic City University to completely wipe out the Qian family. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he let it slip by? The black-clad senior paused in surprise upon hearing his choice, then burst into hearty laughter. Good kid. No wonder Vice Principal Qin has his eye on you. You've got guts. In the next instant, the man in black disappeared without a trace. Yu Qingfeng turned to explain the situation to his parents. Hearing it all left them both drenched in cold sweat. Just to be safe, he suggested, "Mom, Dad, why don't we consider moving to Magic City? Zhangcheng seems to have too many enemies." His parents exchanged a glance before replying, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. There's no need to move. In a few days, we're planning to invest our spare money into starting a small business. The Qin family is finished, there's nothing left to worry about. As for other enemies, they don't have the kind of money it takes to hire a platinum-level powerhouse. While you were gone, your senior mentioned that a platinum-level assassin on the dark web commands a starting fee of at least 1 billion, his mother added. You know I'm a gold-level powerhouse myself. Once word gets out about what happened to the Qian family, no one else will dare touch us. Besides, we're struggling right now, so others might even come forward to apologize instead." Yu Qingfeng thought it over and eventually nodded, refraining from saying more. Returning to his room, he decided to get some rest and prepare for the storm that was undoubtedly on its way. But after everything that had happened that day, Yu Qingfeng found it impossible to sleep. Instead, he opened the chat group to see what the systems were discussing. Chat group. Chef system, LV1 Psi, why hasn't the ability lottery system come back yet? I miss it. Rich prodigy system, LV1 you miss it? Come on, I see right through you. You just want to take its place and cozy up to the group leader. Chef system, LV1 I'm completely devoted to the group leader. Anyway, isn't the month almost over? Rich prodigy system, LV1 looks like it is. Soon, a new system will join the group. Finally, it won't just be the few of us chatting. Devouring system, LV2 I noticed something interesting. Take a look at the Ability Lottery System's profile picture. Rich Prodigy System, LV1. What's so interesting? Holy crap! Holy crap! A cheat! Chef System, LV1. What's wrong? Rich Prodigy System, LV1. The Ability Lottery System has been upgraded to LV3. Reading these messages, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the devouring system, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Using his thoughts, he typed a question. Yu Qingfeng, Group Leader at Devouring System, I'd like to know what your functions are. Rich Prodigy System, LV1. Holy crap, a wild group leader has appeared. Requesting binding. Devouring System, LV2. My function is simple, I can devour anything and break it down into energy to feed back to the host. This enhances strength and evolves one's life form. That's it, that's my only function. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. The devouring system was simply perfect. In the dungeons, what was the most abundant resource? Materials. And monster corpses. Woohoo! If he could devour all those materials and feed them back into himself, his strength would skyrocket. Plus, the system would grow alongside him. Even if there were things the devouring system couldn't handle now, it would be able to in the future. Things it couldn't devour? That was almost unthinkable. Even the level 2 ability lottery system could produce SSS level abilities. The potential of the devouring system was unimaginable. To him, this system was nothing short of godlike. As soon as Yu Qingfeng thought about the supernatural lottery system, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The abilities drawn from it were indeed enviable, but the feeling of not winning anything was truly heartbreaking. Just a few days ago, he had nearly exhausted all the hard-earned lottery points he'd accumulated, only to end up with the guaranteed minimum reward. It was hard not to feel a little disappointed. However, the devouring system didn't come with such frustrations. Speaking of guaranteed rewards, Yu Qingfeng suddenly remembered he hadn't yet used the supreme middle finger. How about testing it in the dungeon tomorrow? After chatting with some other system users for a while, he exited the group chat, pulled up the blanket, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Before Yu Qingfeng could get enough rest, he was jolted awake by the sharp ringing of his phone. Annoyed, he picked up the call, but before he could say anything, the person on the other end hurriedly exclaimed, "Big bro, the Qian family is gone. Everyone in the family has mysteriously died. But the ordinary employees of the Qian Corporation are fine. In any case, the entire Qian family is wiped out. What a relief! And what's even crazier is that the Qian family's criminal records have all been exposed by the Security Bureau. Their assets have been frozen, and this news is spreading like wildfire throughout Jiangchang." Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng gradually became more alert, though he wasn't particularly surprised. Thinking back to the immense power of that senior from yesterday, he shook his head helplessly and responded with a few perfunctory words. "Boss, judging by your tone, don't tell me you just got up? It's already noon, how can you be so lazy? Get up quick. Let's head to the construction site to earn some extra cash." Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, Get lost, get lost. I'm heading to the dungeon to fight monsters and level up. Are you coming or not?" "What? You're going to the dungeon?" Ronghong's voice instantly shot up in pitch. "Boss, you just awakened your ability and haven't even attended any classes, yet you dare to venture into the dungeon?" "Yes. Boss, you're incredible." "Aha. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll just go on my own." "Of course I'm coming. How could I not?" "Boss, wait for me." The sound of chaotic noises came from the other end of the line. "Mom, where are my pants?" Yu Qingfeng shook his head, his face full of black lines, thinking, "You haven't even gotten up yet, and you have the nerve to lecture me." This time, Yu Qingfeng didn't head out with his father. With the Qian family gone, he no longer had to worry about his safety. Besides, there was a platinum-level expert secretly protecting him. He arrived at the dungeon entrance and patiently waited for Ronghong to join him. Before long, Ronghong came running, panting heavily. "Boss, you're so fast." After presenting their IDs to the soldiers, they headed straight into the dungeon. Qingfeng skillfully made his way to a canyon and began hunting the freshly respawned violet ghost wolves. Initially, Ronghong's legs trembled at the sight of the violet ghost wolves, but what happened next left him completely stunned. With a single swing of his blade, Qingfeng instantly dispatched all the wolves without even using his supernatural abilities. Not only that, but he expertly pulled out a small knife and started dissecting the corpses of the violet ghost wolves. Seeing Yu Qingfeng's proficient movements, Ronghong was deeply shaken. "What are you standing there for? Come over, and I'll teach you how to dissect," Yu Qingfeng said, turning his head and interrupting Rong Hong's thoughts. His voice snapped Rong Hong out of his shock. Holy crap, boss, you're amazing. You're only B rank, yet how are you so powerful? While learning dissection from Yu Qingfeng, Rong Hong couldn't help but exclaim in awe, with your strength, boss, you must have already reached the black iron rank, right? How many levels of the basic cultivation technique have you mastered? Basic cultivation technique? Yu Qingfeng had nearly forgotten about that. It was a spiritual technique that had to be practiced before absorbing spirit stones after awakening supernatural powers. It was universally used across the nation. And obtaining it didn't cost much, just a few $100. If you were truly broke, you could even find it online for free. The basic cultivation technique was essential for absorbing spirit stones. The energy in spirit stones wasn't guaranteed to be fully absorbed. Without this technique, most of the energy would be wasted. This technique was the most fundamental, designed primarily to speed up absorption and reduce energy loss. The basic cultivation technique consisted of 7 levels, with each level significantly enhancing the speed of energy absorption. However, due to Yu Qingfeng's exceptionally high supernatural talent, he didn't need to rely on it at all. With Yu Qingfeng's SSS grade supernatural talent, he could absorb energy quickly and with 100% efficiency, even without the basic cultivation technique. Previously, he had been so focused on honing his combat skills in the dungeon that he had completely forgotten about it. Would practicing the basic cultivation technique now further accelerate his progress? Forget it. For now, his current speed was more than satisfactory, and no energy from the spirit stones was being wasted. When his father gave him spirit stones before, it was probably under the assumption that he had already practiced the basic cultivation technique, given how commonplace it was. Casually brushing off Rong Hong's question, Yu Qingfeng continued his hunt. Rong Hong quietly observed from the sidelines, unable to contribute much. It was only during the dissection of the corpses that he found himself somewhat useful. Time flew by, and night soon fell. At their original spot, Yu Qingfeng lit a bonfire and began dividing the spoils of their hunt. Even though Rong Hong hadn't helped much, he had been assisting with the dissections throughout. Generously, Yu Qingfeng gave him half of the spoils. Just as he was splitting the spirit stones, he suddenly had a thought and asked, how many levels of the basic cultivation technique have you mastered? At least 1, right? Rong Hong scratched his head, puzzled as to why Yu Qingfeng was suddenly asking about this, but he answered truthfully, I've already mastered the first level of the basic cultivation technique. Did you bring the technique with you? Let me check if you're practicing it correctly. If there's no problem, I'll give you a few more spirit stones. You might even reach the black iron rank tonight. Yu Qingfeng said confidently. In truth, Yu Qingfeng didn't know how to judge the correctness of the technique. He was simply looking for an opportunity to gain something for free. The fact that Rong Hong had already reached the first level indicated that there was nothing wrong with the technique. As for why Yu Qingfeng made this offer, it was to safeguard his secret while conveniently acquiring the basic cultivation technique for himself. Rong Hong's eyes lit up at this, and he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Boss, here you go. I bought the basic cultivation technique from the official Kyushu website. Take a look, and I'll demonstrate it for you. With that, he sat cross-legged, preparing to practice. Yu Qingfeng didn't spare Rong Hong another glance, fully focused on studying the basic cultivation technique in his hands. About half an hour later, he had memorized every detail of it. Returning the phone to Rong Hong, he calmly said, not bad. Your practice is spot on. Then, without hesitation, he tossed 10 high-purity black iron spirit stones to Rong Hong. Rong Hong snapped out of his meditative state and, hearing Yu Qingfeng's praise, was overjoyed. He immediately began absorbing the spirit stones. Meanwhile, Yu Qingfeng used this opportunity to start practicing the basic cultivation technique himself, quickly advancing from level 1 to level 4. By the next morning, Yu Qingfeng had reached the 4th level of the basic cultivation technique. Pausing to glance at Rong Hong, who was still quietly absorbing spirit stones beside him, he was surprised to find that Rong Hong had only managed to absorb 4 spirit stones throughout the entire night. Now that was unexpected. Watching Rong Hong still absorbing the spirit stones, Yu Qingfeng refused to fall behind and quickly took out several spirit stones to start absorbing them. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up again, gazing at the spirit stones in his hand that had turned into powder, lost in thought. 10 black iron grade spirit stones, plus 1 bronze grade spirit stone. Approximately 14 minutes, all absorbed. This speed is a bit exaggerated. Turning to look at Rong Hong again, he found that Rong Hong seemed to be absorbing even faster. What on earth is going on? Half an hour later, he finally finished absorbing all the spirit stones. Yu Qingfeng eagerly returned to the area where the purple ghost wolves appeared. When Rong Hong finished absorbing and woke up, the scene before him left him stunned. A pile of purple ghost wolf corpses stacked into a small hill instantly filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Rong Hong immediately got up, drew a small knife, and began dissecting. 5 days later, Rong Hong's strength finally advanced to the black iron level. Yu Qingfeng also began teaching him some combat experience. Watching Rong Hong easily take down a purple ghost wolf on his own and skillfully dissect it, Yu Qingfeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Not bad, your strength, speed, and defense have all improved significantly. Your earth-based ability is still not proficient enough. Just practice more, Yu Qingfeng added. I'm leaving the underground city tomorrow to study elsewhere, Qingfeng suddenly said. I might not come back very often. Hearing this, the smile on Rong Hong's face faltered slightly. Big brother, where are you going to attend high school? I'll go with you. Come with me, I want to go too. Rong Hong thought to himself, who wouldn't want to have fun with their brothers? But Magic City Martial University isn't a place you can just casually get into. To get into Magic City Martial University, you need a high school graduation exam score of over 500, plus additional strength. Requirements: you must reach bronze level. Yu Qingfeng shook his head and said, reaching bronze level within a year is a bit difficult. But as he looked at Rong Hong, he felt that with his B-level talent, as long as he worked hard, it didn't seem impossible. Yu Qingfeng gave a helpless smile. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is the best high school in Jiangcheng. When you graduate, aim to get into Magic City Martial University. I will be waiting for you at Modowuda, Yu Qingfeng said firmly. Alright, big brother. With my talent, getting into Modowuda won't be difficult. By then, I'll show you my strength, Rong Hong replied confidently. By then, don't kneel and call me big brother, you'll have to call me senior. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Just wait and see. I'll definitely be stronger than you. Rong Hong's eyes sparkled with determination. Yu Qingfeng casually reminded Rong Hong about the Black Tiger Gang, advising him to be cautious. Then the two continued to fiercely beat the purple ghost wolf until dusk. They carried the collected materials out of the dungeon. Before parting ways, Qingfeng deliberately gave Rong Hong a few extra black iron-grade spirit stones. For him, black iron-grade spirit stones no longer offered much room for improvement. To break through, he would need bronze-grade spirit stones. Back home, Qingfeng handed the materials to his father. Qingfeng, go to bed early. I've already booked your plane ticket. Leave early tomorrow, and wear more clothes. Listening to his parents' advice, Qingfeng returned to his room. He was leaving tomorrow. Looking around at the dilapidated rental apartment, his heart was filled with reluctance. This past month's experience has been truly surreal. He gradually immersed himself in the role of the original host, and the original host's memories merged with his. Was this a case of soul possession or a genuine fusion of souls? Never mind, from today onward, the original host is me, and I am the original host. Silently reciting this in his heart, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. However, he understood that the road ahead was still long. Once his strength improved, he could go wherever he wanted. August 1st, the start of a new month. Qingfeng packed his luggage early and embarked on his journey to the airport, heading to the Magic City. On the plane, the person sitting next to him was none other than the senior in black. Sitting in the comfortable airplane seat, Yu Qingfeng turned his head and said to the senior, "Senior, what's your name? It's been so long, and I still don't know." "My name is Gong Zhang, Gong is in Gong Zhang, and Zhang is in Gong Zhang." Gong Zhang smiled faintly. "Gong Zhang? Justice? Senior, your name is great." Yu Qingfeng praised. "Really? I love this name too." Gong Zhang's smile grew even brighter. "Sigh, I didn't expect to return to school so soon." "As long as you arrive at school, my task is complete," Gong Zhang said. "But I won't be protecting you anymore." As he said this, there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Still, I have to thank you. I earned some extra cash while doing a protection task." A sly glint flashed in Gong Zhang's eyes. Yu Qingfeng was curious about the task. What kind of place is Modu Martial Arts University? And what is the task? Gong Zhang looked at him and slowly said, "The tasks are those issued by the school, usually announced on the school's task website, or they could be private tasks. Completing tasks allows you to earn merit points," Gong Zhang added. Qingfeng nodded to show his understanding. "So, what are merit points used for?" Looking at Qingfeng, Gong Zhang nodded and said, "Since this is public information anyway, and we have some time now, I'll explain it to you in detail. If you have enough merit points, you can exchange them for spiritual techniques in the martial school library. These techniques aren't something you can learn casually, you need sufficient merit points to exchange for them. However, as a new student, you start with 300 merit points. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Since you've entered the martial university, you have to fight, you have to compete. The more merit points you have, the more things you can exchange for, and naturally, your strength will also grow. Don't underestimate these 300 merit points. Let me tell you, that platinum assassin from the dark web, the one who was hired to kill you, has a bounty worth as much as 3,600 merit points. So, do you understand how precious merit points are now? After entering martial university, aside from talent, everyone is equal, all starting with 300 merit points. If you want to stand out, you have to rely on talent. However, many warriors with mediocre talent can also make a name for themselves. For example, one of my brothers, he didn't awaken any special abilities, and his talent test result was less than D level. His appearance is also quite ordinary, but now his strength is on par with mine. Just his formidable physical body alone is not something an ordinary person can handle. As he said this, a trace of seriousness appeared on Gong Zhang's face, which then slowly faded away. He gave Yu Qingfeng a hearty pat on the back. I'm telling you all this so you don't think that awakening a B-level ability makes you invincible. Above you, there are A-level abilities, and even S-level abilities. In the end, you might not even be able to defeat a C-level ability. Modu Martial University is a place where prodigies gather. You understand what I mean, right? After listening, Yu Qingfeng gained a clearer understanding of Modu Martial Arts University. With such a system, how could it not produce strong individuals? If you want to learn, you must work hard to earn points and strive to become stronger. Whoa, it seems that talent isn't everything in this world. Especially the seniors' mention of that guy, someone with less than D-level talent, no special abilities, yet strength comparable to the seniors. What a tough character. Those who can get into Modu Martial Arts University are all fierce individuals who blame the road for being uneven when they can't succeed. Effort is effort, but what does that have to do with me cheating? By the way, speaking of cheats, today is the new moon, so there should be a new system in the group. A new cheat, hurry up and check it out. Ding, a new system has been detected. Would you like to invite it? Yes? No. Yu Qingfeng didn't hesitate and directly clicked yes. In the chat group, several messages instantly flooded the screen. Chat group. Spend money to get strong system, LV2, has joined the chat group. Cross-dressing system, LV1, has joined the chat group. Attribute collection system, LV2, has joined the chat group. AFK system, LV2, has joined the chat group. The previously inactive group members suddenly became lively. Chef system, LV1 welcome, newcomers. If you have any questions, check the group announcements. Godly wealth system, LV1? Spend money to get stronger system, LV2? The two systems exclaimed in unison, bro, we're a perfect match. Yu Qingfeng, group owner, I have 312.1 lottery points, don't pocket any. If I find even a tiny bit missing next time, you know what'll happen, JPG. The superpower lottery system, LV3 alright, but host, have you been a bit unlucky lately? I set the probability to 30%, and you still didn't win anything, only hitting the guaranteed minimum. The superpower lottery system has been muted by the group owner for 30 minutes. Talk about hitting a sore spot, especially with that innocent look. Who would have thought my luck could be this bad? Yu Qingfeng thought about how disastrously unlucky that lottery draw was, and his face was instantly covered with black lines. The other systems, after reading the group announcement, were all in disbelief, but upon hearing that the superpower lottery system had already been upgraded to LV3, they had no choice but to believe it. Spend money to get strong system, LV2 group leader, choose me, I can get stronger just by spending money. Cross-dressing system, LV1 group leader, choose me, I can make you the center of attention. The function is cross-dressing, and that's it. AFK system, LV2 gets stronger just by being AFK. Pick up attributes system, LV2, as long as attribute fragments appear on the ground, the host can pick them up to permanently gain attribute enhancements. All systems, at group owner. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng was deep in thought, struggling with indecisiveness. He didn't know which system to choose. The cross-dressing system was the first to be eliminated. This had nothing to do with his indecisiveness, it was simply because he didn't want to cross-dress. Next, looking at the chef system, Yu Qingfeng thought about it and decided that since he wasn't planning to become a chef, he would decisively eliminate it. The tycoon system and the spend money to get stronger system were undoubtedly impressive when combined, but since he could only choose one for now, they were also eliminated. As for the superpower lottery system, Qingfeng didn't even consider it and eliminated it outright. It wasn't because he was heartless, but because an African chieftain like him couldn't afford to touch such a system. The idol system was temporarily unnecessary for Yu Qingfeng, as he still needed to practice combat experience. If it were a powerful idol system, he would definitely choose it. Unfortunately, this AFK system is only at LV2. In the end, only the attribute collection system and the devouring system were left, which put him in a dilemma. The attribute collection system could quickly enhance his strength, and the devouring system could do the same, especially in dungeons where it was like divine assistance. However, there didn't seem to be anything worthwhile to devour on campus. Yu Qingfeng simply closed his eyes and randomly pointed to make a choice. Whoever he landed on, he would pick. This round was left to fate. Pointing soldiers, pointing generals, riding horses to battle, drink if you have money, scram if you don't. The final result was the selection of the attribute collection system. The attribute picking system has been bound to the group owner. Other group members saw this message and were envious. He had just arrived and was already chosen. The sound of the system binding echoed in Yu Qingfeng's mind. Ding, the attribute picking system has been successfully bound. At the moment of successful binding, he felt as if something had changed in his eyes, though the sensation lasted only for an instant. Excited, Yu Qingfeng looked around, eager to see what the attribute points looked like. But as he turned his head, he saw a large glowing orb floating right above Senior Gong Zhang's crotch. Yu Qingfeng instinctively wanted to pick it up. However, just as he reached out and touched the orb, Gong Zhang's eyes snapped open, and he quickly grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand, his face showing an expression of terror and disbelief. Yu Qingfeng, on the other hand, stood there blankly without any reaction. It wasn't that he didn't notice his hand being grabbed, but rather because a hurried voice echoed in his mind. Ding, strength attribute plus 100 acquired. Yu Qingfeng's strength instantly surged, a sensation he had only experienced during breakthroughs. Coming back to his senses, he saw Senior Gong Zhang's strange gaze and his own hand hovering above Gong Zhang's crotch, immediately feeling a wave of awkwardness and astonishment. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng thought Gong Zhang had mistaken him for being gay. He hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, I just want to pass by to go to the restroom." His eyes revealed a sincere look, full of nervousness and unease. Gong Zhang glanced at Yu Qingfeng's double eyelids, and a strong desire surged in his heart, with even a trace of excitement flashing deep in his eyes. Seeing this expression, Yu Qingfeng's heart instantly sank. His innocence truly seemed to be in jeopardy. About 4 hours later, Yu Qingfeng and his group finally got off the plane and arrived in the Magic City. Looking at the bustling streets and towering buildings, Qingfeng's mood instantly brightened, but Gong Zhang appeared somewhat different. Since getting off the plane, Gong Zhang had been keeping a certain distance from Yu Qingfeng. The initial misunderstanding was still somewhat acceptable, but Gong Zhang was no ordinary person. His strength had already reached the platinum level, and his keen senses made him clearly aware of Yu Qingfeng's gaze. During the 4 hours on the plane, Yu Qingfeng would occasionally glance at his crotch. When they were getting off the plane, Gong Zhang suddenly squatted down to pick something up. Could it be that he was smelling his scent? Gong Zhang began to regret in his heart. Why did he accept this task? If Yu Qingfeng knew his predicament, he would probably cry out in injustice. The main issue was that Gong Zhang would occasionally generate energy orbs of light, and the location where they appeared was always near his crotch. Naturally, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but be curious. By the time they got off the plane and Gong Zhang stood up to leave, his heart was filled with complicated emotions. As for Gong Zhang's overthinking, Yu Qingfeng was completely unaware, only vaguely sensing the initial feeling of resistance. They hailed a taxi. Yu Qingfeng got into one, while Gong Zhang took another. "Driver, to Moda Wuda," Yu Qingfeng said clearly. The master glanced at Yu Qingfeng's appearance and nodded. "Young man, you have a bright future ahead." He then started chatting casually with Qingfeng, who was happy to respond and began talking about everyday life with the driver. Before long, they arrived at their destination. As soon as he got out of the car, Qingfeng saw the words "the highest martial arts school in the Magic City" at the school gate, radiating an endless charm that filled his heart with an epic sense of awe. The passageways on both sides of the school gate were wide enough to accommodate a dozen cars side by side. Approaching the gate, the vast square gave the impression that it could park a dozen airplanes. Yu Qingfeng's first impression was big, majestic and grand. After entering the school gate and arriving under the central building, the campus was bustling with activity. Students were busy filling out forms. Qingfeng couldn't help but quicken his pace and followed along. Upon learning that this was the enrollment area, he quickly picked up a form and began filling it out. After filling out the form, a mentor handed a badge to Qingfeng. The badge clearly read, Dormitory 460, 6th floor. Just as he was about to leave, Qingfeng suddenly noticed countless small light spheres scattered on the ground among the crowd. Feeling a spark of inspiration, he decided not to leave. Turning back to the teacher, he firmly said, "Teacher, seeing how hard you're working, let me help maintain order here." The mentor's eyes lit up and responded approvingly, "Great. What society lacks are people with qualities like yours. Seeing such a mindset is truly reassuring for us. This is what I should do." Qingfeng replied without hesitation, then dashed into the crowd. Ding, picked up a tribute point +1. Ding, picked up a tribute point +1. Ding, picked up strength attribute point +1. Ding, picked up a tribute point +1. Seeing Qingfeng's relentless effort, the mentor was deeply moved, and the other mentors were also particularly impressed by him. But at this moment, the chaotic scene became increasingly out of control, with voices rising one after another, and the originally somewhat orderly queue instantly turned into complete chaos. "Hey, can you all line up properly? It's not like you won't get your turn. Who was that? Suddenly pushing me like that? What? This is where books are distributed. Wait, don't touch my butt. Who's the pervert?" Qingfeng didn't mind at all. After all, he was only responsible for picking up attribute points. Soon, the teachers noticed the chaotic situation and were about to intervene when Qingfeng, draped in a mess of clothing, appeared in front of her with a helpless expression. "Teacher, I really can't handle this. Maintaining order is too difficult. I'll just head back to the dormitory." Turning around to leave, the mentor saw his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but feel sorry. "It's okay, student. This isn't your fault." The teachers also didn't expect the quality of the trainees this time to be so poor. "Compared to you, it's like night and day. I have a bronze-grade spirit stone here, consider it compensation for this time." Qingfeng was delighted in his heart. He hadn't expected that after picking up hundreds of attribute points, there would be such an unexpected bonus. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Qingfeng was surprised to find it was a single room. It was fully equipped, with a bed, a bathroom, and even a laptop. On the laptop were details about Class 14's group chat and some introductions. "So that's how it is. Looks like I've been assigned to Class 14? Not bad, plain and simple." He joined the class group chat, settled his luggage, and then picked up the sign to head to the principal's office. After some twists and turns, he finally found the office. Qingfeng knocked on the ornate door, and a solemn voice came from inside, "Come in." Pushing the door open, a middle-aged principal sat behind the desk. Seeing Qingfeng, he did not look up but simply asked indifferently, "What is it?" Qingfeng answered truthfully, "That's right, Vice Principal Qin asked me to bring this to the principal's office at the start of the semester." As he spoke, he placed the token on the table. The principal glanced at it, then lowered his head and pulled a box out of the drawer, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "No wonder old Qin mysteriously asked me to prepare this box a few days ago. So, he pulled some strings, huh? Take it. The key to the box is that token. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." Qingfeng picked up the box and was about to leave when the principal suddenly looked at him seriously and quickly flipped through his file. When he saw ability, talent, B-level water element, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Old Qin, are you finally taking on a disciple?" Back in the dormitory, Qingfeng looked at the box and found it so intricate that it was impossible to locate a switch. Half an hour passed quietly. And just as he was about to head to the principal's office to inquire again, his hand suddenly felt something unusual, as if something had sunk in. Looking down, he saw that the indentation was exactly the same shape as the token beside it. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the token and pressed it against the box. The box instantly opened a crack, accompanied by a dazzling light. But at that moment, it got stuck. "It's open. But not completely." Qingfeng's heart tightened. He reached his hand inside and seemed to grab something. Just as he was about to pull it out, the box suddenly exploded, and a blinding white light surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In the radiance, a torrent of knowledge surged like a tide. The water control technique is a platinum-level spiritual skill. It allows mastery over water sources, condensing them into various weapons. Yu Qingfeng's heart trembled as he excitedly realized that this was actually a spiritual skill. He closed his eyes and began to fully absorb this power. Several hours later, Qingfeng finally awakened. The water flowing gently in his hand condensed into a sharp tang sword. Then it instantly transformed into a gleaming blade. Controlling water into tools gave Qingfeng an unprecedentedly profound understanding of water, as if a new world had opened up. Previously, he could only use his abilities to perform water escape and waterball projectiles. Although they were numerous and powerful, they were always limited by his capabilities. But now, he could transform the water in his hands into darts, and if his control over water reached the extreme, he could even freely condense RPG weapons. I'll never have to worry about not having a weapon at a critical moment again, he thought excitedly. So, just how strong am I now? How about trying a dungeon? Qingfeng hesitated in his heart, but the class group mentioned there was a class meeting in the evening. Just as he was torn, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 1.5 stars, plus. Strength, 2.5 tons plus. Speed, 65 kilometers per hour. Plus. Mental power, 1 cubic meter 1 ton plus. Free attribute points, 560. System panel? Yu Qingfeng was startled. Could this be a standard feature of the system? Besides the ability lottery system, there was actually such a setting. He noticed the plus sign behind the panel. Could it be used to allocate those unassigned attribute points? Qingfeng tentatively clicked the plus sign behind strength, and sure enough, the original 560 unassigned attribute points became 559, and he felt his strength instantly increase, immediately sparking his interest. Without hesitation, he directly invested 500 attribute points, adding them to strength. The system panel changed accordingly, with his strength soaring from 2.5 tons to 3 tons. 1 attribute point equals 20 pounds of strength, he exclaimed. This is way faster than training. Damn it, I can't stay idle any longer. I need to check out the martial arts arena. Since the attribute points drop from others, the martial arts arena must have the richest supply of attribute points. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his phone and hurriedly left the dormitory, his heart full of anticipation and excitement. Using the map posted by the class teacher in the class group, Qingfeng quickly found the direction to the martial arts arena. The arena was divided into more than a dozen combat zones, and in one of the zones not far from the entrance, people were already sparring. Looking in that direction, sure enough, densely scattered light spheres were scattered on the ground. The smooth floor reflected the shadows of the attribute points, making Qingfeng's eyes light up. Just as he was about to step forward to pick up the attribute points, he noticed another challenger approaching. Helpless, Qingfeng could only wait a little longer. Half an hour later, he painfully realized that the light spheres were beginning to slowly dissipate, and his anxiety grew like ants on a hot pan. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a mop and bucket not far away. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Without hesitation, Qingfeng quickly grabbed the mop and pretended to start mopping the floor around the perimeter. The battle ended quickly, and before the next challenger could step up, Qingfeng immediately rushed forward. Excuse me, let me mop here for a moment. The others saw him busy and didn't say much, instead politely responding, thank you. Ding, attribute point +1 acquired. Ding, attribute point +1 acquired. Ding, strength attribute point +1 acquired. Ding, attribute point +1 x40. Qingfeng looked at the system panel and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a series of operations, he had actually gained 43 attribute points. What an exhilarating feeling. Just as he was about to head to another battle zone to collect more attribute points, he suddenly noticed that a trainee in the original battle zone had slipped. And this wasn't just an ordinary fall. Qingfeng's eyes lit up instantly. Several attribute points had spilled out from the person. He quickly controlled a small amount of water droplets under the person's feet, and sure enough, the person slipped again, falling even harder. Unexpectedly, the person seemed to question their life choices, slipping and falling 7 or 8 more times in a row, creating an incredibly comical scene. Qingfeng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He swiftly separated the water from the mop and ran to the battle area, loudly declaring, I haven't even finished cleaning the water on the ground, and you're already stepping in. Then, he began seriously cleaning up the water on the ground, and as a result, he gained another 134 attribute points. The senior students witnessing this scene couldn't help but awkwardly apologize to Qingfeng, saying, sorry. Soon after, Qingfeng earned another 50 attribute points. Just like that, Qingfeng mopped the floor in various areas, and the sound of people falling echoed one after another in the martial arts training ground. He spared no effort, even controlling their sweat to drip at their feet, causing more people to slip. Those unaware thought the battles in the training ground were unusually intense, while those in the know began to suspect that the place might be possessed by evil spirits. Many new trainees looked bewildered at the frequent falls of the crowd, then turned their gaze to Qingfeng, who was cheerfully cleaning the area, leaving them even more perplexed. By the end of the day, Qingfeng's joy was no less than that of adventuring in a dungeon. It wasn't until the evening class meeting was about to start that he realized it was getting late. I just enrolled and need to attend the class meeting. Sorry, I can't continue helping you clean. Qingfeng bid farewell to everyone. The senior students seemed a bit disappointed, watching him leave and sighing. A junior like him is really rare, and today's floor was truly strange. People kept slipping for no reason. That's right, I also realized my own problem. My stance is too weak. If it were a real fight, it could be fatal. On the way back to the classroom, Qingfeng happily checked his assignable attribute points. Free attribute points, 2160. Without hesitation, he directly added 1,000 points to strength. Instantly, his strength reached an astonishing 4 tons. Below the bronze 5-star level, he had no rivals. This transformation left Qingfeng deeply moved. He decided to get up early tomorrow and head to the martial arts field to drag the ground again. After entering the classroom, he looked around and found plenty of empty seats. The homeroom teacher on the podium smiled and said, "Just find a seat and sit down." Turning his head, Qingfeng's homeroom teacher turned out to be an absolute beauty. She was tall with long legs, wore glasses, had fair and delicate skin, and seemed to exude boundless energy. Although Qingfeng was momentarily stunned by her charm, he knew that a girl like her, no matter how much he looked, could never be his. Only knowledge could truly be grasped. He continued searching for a seat and was pleasantly surprised to find a school beauty-level gorgeous girl sitting right next to him. Quite a few male classmates around also began sneaking glances, secretly thinking to themselves, "Today is truly a day of great rewards." Especially her pair of cold and stunning eyes, which reminded Yu Qingfeng of the awful memories of the original host being a sycophant. "No, I need to sit farther away." Such people are often the center of attention, and trouble is certainly not scarce. So, Yu Qingfeng quickly found a seat in the farthest left corner away from them. Before long, the more than 40 classmates in the class gradually arrived, and the seating arrangement displayed a peculiar polarization, resembling a yin-yang diagram. Especially since the ratio of girls to boys was exactly equal, with the same number on each side. As for why it feels a bit like Tai Chi, it's because Yu Qingfeng is surrounded by girls, while a large group of boys has gathered around the school beauty. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu, glanced around in surprise. Seeing that everyone was present, he cleared his throat and began the class meeting. "All right, everyone is here. From now on, the seating arrangement will not change. If you want to switch seats, you can talk to me. I am your homeroom teacher. My surname is Lu, and you can just call me Teacher Lu. Today's class meeting doesn't have much content. One is about the importance of merit points, another is tomorrow's opening ceremony, and the arrangement of class positions. The opening ceremony starts at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Remember to arrive early. I hope you come prepared." "All right, I've reviewed your profiles. Who wants to be the class monitor?" Almost the entire class raised their hands, except for Yu Qingfeng, who remained indifferent. He casually glanced around and noticed quite a few girls sneaking glances at him, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Just like that campus belle, no one dared to sit next to him. Bored to the extreme, and still no attribute points. For a moment, he even considered switching to a different idol system. As for the merit points the teacher mentioned, he already understood them and didn't take them seriously at all. Class monitor? Such a troublesome matter, Yu Qingfeng naturally couldn't care less. Soon, Teacher Lu's voice rang out again. "Since everyone wants to participate, let's vote to elect. I'll initiate a poll in the group, and you can decide the class monitor yourselves." A voting interface popped up in the group, and everyone eagerly participated. Yu Qingfeng glanced at it briefly and then paid no further attention, while Teacher Lu began to explain in detail the function of merit points. After the rest of the students finished voting, they all focused intently on the lesson. Before long, the explanation about tasks and merit points concluded. When they heard that they each started with 300 merit points, which could be exchanged for silver-level spiritual skills, everyone became as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "All right, the voting should be done by now. I'm going to announce the results." As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. For this class monitor election, the class monitor is, there's a tie between two people. Since it's a tie, the one with higher strength will be the class monitor, and the one with lower strength will be the vice class monitor. The homeroom teacher looked solemnly at the ballots in hand and then announced, "Class monitor, Tan Xiaoyi, vice class monitor, Yu Qingfeng." Originally about to fall asleep, Yu Qingfeng suddenly woke up in shock, with countless question marks surging wildly in his mind. I remember I didn't participate in this election. How could this happen? He took out his phone and looked, and sure enough, it showed Yu Qingfeng with 22 votes and Tan Shui with 22 votes. But this doesn't make sense. I remember our class has 45 people. Damn, I forgot to vote. Yu Qingfeng sat petrified in place, looking lifeless as he stared blankly at his phone. When he looked up, he noticed quite a few girls secretly smiling at him. Qingfeng instantly understood that being handsome was also a kind of mistake. Alright, that's it for today's class meeting. Don't forget tomorrow's opening ceremony. There's no need to line up, just stand in the designated area and listen until it's over, the homeroom teacher said before. Leaving the classroom, the remaining students began enthusiastically discussing the uses of merit points. Yu Qingfeng wanted to join in and chat with them, but he was quickly met with disdainful looks in return. With an innocent expression, Yu Qingfeng helplessly shook his head. It seems I've been resented? Ostracized? How annoying, just a bunch of unambitious people. Did they come to Modu Martial University just to find girlfriends? It seems their awareness isn't very high. Forget it, anyway, if I slack off for a few days, someone will naturally find me, the class monitor, unpleasant. By then, won't it be easy to replace me? However, the form mentioned by the teacher piqued his interest. It recorded the strength of each student, and Qingfeng's information was prepared by Vice Principal Qin. He also wanted to know what strength the Vice Principal had assigned to him. He opened his phone, sent a private message to Teacher Lu, and then got up to return to the dormitory. As soon as Qingfeng left, the girls in the class began to chat. Wasn't you classmate meditating with his eyes closed earlier? Ah, I even stared at him for a long time right in front of him. Maybe his ability is related to his eyes, or his ability mutated and caused him to go blind. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't he just walk normally? How could he be blind? But he still looked so handsome. I wonder how strong he is. If his strength isn't great, I'll take care of him. The reaction on the boys' side was different. Who is Yu Qingfeng? That guy who just left, damn, especially the way he closed his eyes, it really gave off such a pretentious vibe. I'll try it myself someday. Come on, you trying to check it out? You might end up seeing nothing at all. But he really does act pretentious. Isn't that normal? There are always strange things happening at Modu Martial University. Let me tell you, I went to the sophomore martial arts arena today to watch the seniors fight, and they were all falling flat on their faces. It was unbearable to watch. Really? Looks like the sophomores' skills are probably about the same as ours. Snatching tasks to earn merit points should be pretty easy, right? Shall we give it a try? Back in the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng saw the form sent by Teacher Lu, who also shared a copy in the class group chat. Yu Qingfeng quickly found his name. The form stated, Yu Qingfeng, Bronze 4-star strength. The strongest in the group was the class monitor, Tan Shui, with a strength level of Bronze 7-star. Most of the other classmates were around 5-star, with only 1 or 2 at 6-star, and about the same at 4-star. Wow, this is a high-quality class. Forget it, I should focus on improving my strength quickly. At the very least, I need to reach Bronze 4-star as soon as possible. Sitting on the bed, he began absorbing spirit stones. After about 10 minutes, he finished absorbing the bronze-level spirit stone given by the mentor earlier, and then absorbed around 30 black iron-level spirit stones. His strength also broke through to Bronze 2-star. Yu Qingfeng originally wanted to continue cultivating, but he ran out of spirit stones. So he decided to stop, got up, dressed, and went to places like the gym and medical room to pick up attributes, while also familiarizing himself with the campus. It took about 4 hours to gather around 500 attribute points. Looking at these 500 attribute points, Qingfeng shook his head and thought, the drops in other places are really too few. The martial arts arena is still the best. Tomorrow, I'll get up early to help the senior brothers mop the floor. The next day, Yu Qingfeng got up early and went to the martial arts arena. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a familiar figure not far away. It was senior brother Gongzhang. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. As for this senior brother, he was very interested in him. Previously, on the plane, he could generate a 100-point strength attribute point almost every half an hour. Immediately stepped forward, waved his hand, and said, Senior Gongzhang. Gongzhang turned his head and was instantly stunned. It was Yu Qingfeng. He hurriedly covered his crotch, startled, and then awkwardly smiled. Ah, Junior Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Isn't this the martial arts field for sophomores? Yu Qingfeng scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, I'm unfamiliar with the place here in the Magic City and want to improve my skills quickly, so I came to observe the seniors' performances. By the way, where are you going, senior? Qingfeng asked curiously. Gong Zhang nodded, feeling a sense of approval for Qingfeng's ambition. After thinking for a moment, he subconsciously said, I'm planning to check out the nearby dungeon. Want to come along? After saying that, he himself felt it was odd and thought, why did I invite this guy? But then he figured Qingfeng probably couldn't make it anyway, since there was the opening ceremony today. Senior Gong Zhang, can I leave the campus too? Curiosity sparkled in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. After all, he had just arrived at the school yesterday and was unfamiliar with everything here. Yeah, you can go out if you want. Actually, most of our tasks are off campus. Gong Zhang replied. Qingfeng nodded, indicating understanding. Senior, sorry, I still have to attend the opening ceremony this afternoon. Let's meet next time. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Qingfeng suddenly noticed that Gong Zhang's collar was a bit messy. Before Gong Zhang could react, he had already stepped forward quickly, grabbed Gong Zhang's collar, and began to carefully tidy it up. Ding, speed attribute plus 100. Gong Zhang's expression instantly turned to one of panic, and he hurriedly said, and no need, I can do it myself. Senior just remembered something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Almost in an instant, Gong Zhang disappeared like the wind in front of Yu Qingfeng. As for Gong Zhang's nervous reaction, Qingfeng didn't notice at all, only thinking that he might really have something urgent to attend to. Sigh, what a great start. Gaining 100 attribute points right off the bat, how satisfying. Qingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to enter the martial arts arena, he suddenly saw those seniors from yesterday dragging a few people out, angrily throwing them at the entrance. Get lost. If you don't have what it takes, don't come out here looking for trouble next time, they cursed angrily. Those people looked embarrassed and were about to leave when they suddenly heard Yu Qingfeng exclaim in surprise from the side, Yu Qingfeng? What are you doing here? Hearing his classmates call his name, Qingfeng turned his head curiously. Who are you? A few classmates, seeing that Qingfeng didn't recognize them, quickly introduced themselves. After listening, Qingfeng finally understood that these people were his classmates. When they had just started school, they had witnessed the battles of the second-year seniors firsthand. Filled with excitement, they impulsively rushed to challenge them, even wagering 100 merit points as a bet. However, they couldn't even withstand a single move and were beaten miserably by the seniors, dragged out in disgrace. So that's how it is. Qingfeng felt a flicker of recognition and recalled the names of these juniors, but ultimately decided to let it go. He casually said, classmates, you should act within your limits. After saying this, he prepared to go over and greet the seniors from yesterday. Seeing Qingfeng about to talk to the seniors, his classmates were speechless, thinking to themselves, so we have to act within our limits, but you can just go ahead? Instantly, they felt indignant and began to mock him. All of us with bronze 5 stars lost, and you plan to use your bronze 4-star strength to give them a massage? They completely misunderstood Qingfeng's intentions. At that moment, Qingfeng walked up to the seniors and greeted them familiarly, hello, seniors, I'm here again. The seniors broke into smiles as soon as they saw Qingfeng. Qingfeng, you're here so early. Are these overconfident classmates of yours? The classmates stared blankly at Qingfeng, as if seeing a familiar old friend. Qingfeng responded with a smile, yes, they are my classmates, but I'm not close to them. I just arrived at the school yesterday. I have great respect for my seniors. The seniors laughed even more happily after hearing this. Look at how polite Junior Qingfeng is, and then look at these others, sigh. The classmates felt a wave of helplessness in their hearts. Do you really think I'm polite? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qingfeng walked into the martial arts hall, chatting and laughing with the seniors. This time, Qingfeng decided to change his strategy and no longer control their sweat to make them slip like he did yesterday. After all, if the seniors kept slipping every time he was around, it would eventually arouse suspicion. Moreover, as he got more familiar with the seniors, they would sooner or later discover that he was a water element ability user, which was a bit frightening to think about. Therefore, Qingfeng decided to adopt a long-term development strategy and harvest slowly. After the seniors finished their battles, he would take the initiative to help them wipe their sweat and hand them water, effortlessly gaining attribute points. When he treated it as a part-time job, time quickly flew to 11:30. Qingfeng glanced at the time and then at the morning's gains, an impressive 632 unassigned attribute points. Current unassigned attribute points, 2195. Woohoo, taking off. He was thrilled beyond words. After bidding farewell to the seniors, Qingfeng casually bought a little food and headed to the field the homeroom teacher had mentioned. Upon arriving, Xingfeng was stunned. The field before him was large enough to rival 2 airplane runways. Very quickly, he reacted and thought to himself, if I had known, I should have come directly to the field yesterday. I could have earned quite a few attribute points by now. The time reached 12 o'clock, and countless freshmen gathered under the podium in complete disarray. It seemed that this opening ceremony had a different arrangement. Xingfeng also noticed that there were no senior students on the podium. It was almost entirely filled with freshmen. From his perception, most of these freshmen were at the bronze level. Just as Xingfeng was feeling curious, the principal stepped onto the podium, full of energy, completely shedding his previously lazy demeanor. For this opening ceremony, I am very pleased. He then began a 1-hour-long explanation of precautions and school routines. Just when Xingfeng thought he might have been overthinking, the principal said something crucial. Since we aim to build a better campus together, apart from serving the country, we must also establish new traditions. Therefore, I will hold an activity at the end. Speaking of this, he glanced at the teacher beside him. The teacher nodded, raised both hands, and countless specks of dust began to gather, forming a platform. These are 10 platforms. As long as someone stands on them within 2 hours, they will become one of the top 10 prodigies among the freshmen. The top 10 role models. Courage, character, strength. These are all essential factors to becoming a strong individual. I know you stood out in your high schools and were once celebrated geniuses, but you should not be arrogant. Whether or not you participate in this activity, you will all see the gaps between each other. Hope you can become the backbone of the 9 provinces nation. Become unparalleled protectors of the land. As for the rewards, of course, those who ascend can receive 500 merit points and a golden level spiritual technique. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the entire venue erupted instantly, like a calm lake suddenly struck by a boulder, stirring countless ripples. Xingfeng felt a subtle shock in his heart. From the moment he entered, he had already sensed the unusual atmosphere, especially with Teacher Lu's hints, which sent a shiver down his spine. Sure enough, this competition will be exceptionally fierce. Since you've come to Modu Martial University, you must give it your all. Strength is the ultimate rule. Dong Zhang's words reminded Xingfeng, igniting a surge of passion in his heart. With this thought, Xingfeng quickly checked the system and allocated all 2,000 attribute points to strength. Instantly, his strength soared to 7 tons, a full 14,000 pounds. Under the bronze 8-star level, he was undoubtedly invincible. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his resolve was set. If it's a fight, then let it be a life-or-death struggle. He leaped up, landing on the first aerial platform, overlooking the surrounding freshmen, and an unparalleled confidence surged in his heart. The surrounding freshmen were momentarily stunned, then quickly turned their gazes toward the principal, only to realize that the competition had already begun. The earlier chatter instantly vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of tension. They were all extraordinarily gifted individuals. How could they tolerate someone flaunting their prowess in front of them? Xingfeng's appearance was undoubtedly a resounding slap to their pride. In an instant, countless people launched an assault toward Xingfeng, vying to prove their strength on this platform. Other clever students quickly occupied other platforms, attempting to avoid a direct confrontation with Xingfeng. But Xingfeng would not back down because of this. Facing the wave-like surge of freshmen, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he casually threw a punch, effortlessly repelling one opponent after another. Under his fearless demeanor, those who once prided themselves as geniuses felt a profound shock in their hearts. It was their first time feeling insignificant in the face of true strength. Many people gave up the idea of fighting with Xingfeng and turned to attack other platforms. Xingfeng looked down and saw that half of his classmates had been scared off, feeling a wave of displeasure in his heart. "Don't leave. I just earned quite a few attribute points," he couldn't help but shout in his heart, eager to continue this intense battle. "No, I have to find a way to draw their aggression." Xingfeng's lips curled slightly, and a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. "Don't move. I'm about to show off," he thought to himself smugly. Clearing his throat, he used his special ability to amplify his voice and said, "You have truly disappointed me." As soon as he finished speaking, all the students froze, their gazes unanimously turning toward Xingfeng. "I came to this school to witness the geniuses of my generation. I never expected all of you to be nothing but self-proclaimed geniuses." His words were like a thunderclap, instantly shocking the entire audience. The anger of countless people erupted at this moment, their eyes filled with incredible flames. "I'm not wrong, I know you're angry, but does it help? No one dares to make me step down, right?" Yu Qingfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Some of you even choose to run away because you can't beat me. How ridiculous," he said disdainfully. "I've seen true prodigies, their strength is far greater. Xingfeng's voice was like a war drum, stirring wave after wave. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice emerged from the crowd. Just how powerful is the prodigy you speak of? Xingfeng smiled faintly and responded without hesitation. The prodigy I know is nothing like you. He is a senior from the Magic City Martial Arts University, named Gong Zhang. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere on site instantly grew tense. Many people were shocked and curious about this name. Who is Gong Zhang? Could he be that legendary genius? He is our senior in the third year and once made it to the top 4 in the national competition, someone began to explain, their voice filled with reverence. And he has already advanced to platinum level in just his junior year. The students present gasped in astonishment, completely convinced of Gong Zhang's strength. On the high platform, Yu Qingfeng continued, Gong Zhang told me that at Modu Martial Arts University, there are countless geniuses. Even those with low talent can rise through hard work. They never believe they are inferior to others, and they never fear challenges. He also mentioned an example, someone with D-level talent, who hadn't even awakened any abilities, yet their strength is on par with Gong Zhang's. Look at yourselves. You've entered the Magic City Martial University, yet are most of your talents below sea level. Choosing to retreat when you can't defeat me, are these your so-called prodigies? Do you even have the face to call yourselves geniuses? As the words fell, countless streams of water swirled around Yu Qingfeng, and a dazzling tang sword slowly formed in his hand. The light blue tang sword gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, as if a deity had descended, instilling awe and shock in the hearts of the freshmen. This soul-piercing question instantly stunned the majority of the freshmen present. Even many teachers couldn't help but narrow their eyes, carefully examining the tang sword, a certain vice principal's shadow surfacing in their minds. Is this little guy really only a bronze 4-star? His water-based ability is truly not just empty talk. Teacher Lu muttered to himself, a look of surprise on his face. Countless people were utterly shocked. When they looked at Yu Qingfeng again, he slowly raised both hands and extended a middle finger. The supreme middle finger. That middle finger shone with brilliance, as if it had activated a special ability effect, stirring an uncontrollable anger and frustration in the hearts of the freshmen. Go take him down, the crowd shouted in unison. Even the geniuses who had already secured their footing jumped off the platform one after another, launching an attack on Yu Qingfeng. Facing nearly 10,000 new students, Qingfeng's heart tightened, realizing he might have overdone it. Damn it, all for the attribute points, he cursed inwardly. The new students surged forward like a tide, and Qingfeng fought hard, punching them down one by one. As soon as one fell, another came, each stronger than the last, seemingly endless. While desperately attacking, he also picked up attribute light orbs to enhance his strength. The two sides fought like perpetual motion machines, with some new students unable to defeat Qingfeng and only managing to temporarily push him back. Fortunately, the platform was high in the air. If it were on the ground, Qingfeng might have lasted no more than 10 minutes. Time passed quietly. After an hour of fierce battle, some new students finally collapsed to the side, their faces bruised and battered. Witnessing Qingfeng standing tall like a war god, they were filled with a sense of inferiority. They looked at the remaining classmates and found that many were far stronger than themselves. This made them increasingly believe in Qingfeng's words, realizing their arrogance, conceit, and pride were as narrow as a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, Qingfeng was also somewhat exhausted. After fighting several rounds on the platform, he was already feeling fatigued. However, below the stage, a red-haired man, whose strength was nearly equal to his, had been repeatedly pushed off the platform by Qingfeng. Now, seizing the opportunity, the man hefted a large blade and leapt onto the platform. Immediately, 6 equally matched opponents seized the opportunity and leapt forward. They were all adversaries whom Qingfeng had defeated one by one in the past. Among them, one was familiar to Qingfeng. It was none other than the class monitor, Tan Shaohui. At this moment, admiration flickered in their eyes, but even more so, a surge of fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Qingfeng put away the Tang sword and instead conjured a long staff, instantly transforming into a king on the battlefield. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes at the sight, raising his broadsword to strike at Qingfeng. Qingfeng's figure flashed, leaping up like a pole vaulter. He delivered a kick to Tan Shaohui's abdomen, knocking her off the platform, and then swung the long staff formed from water in his hands. This staff was like the legendary Rui Jingu Bang of the Monkey King, capable of changing size at will and possessing immense power. The remaining 6, seeing this, quickly drew their weapons to defend. However, Qingfeng's water-formed staff disintegrated upon contact with their weapons, cleverly bypassing their defenses. Behind their weapons, the stick reassembled and struck heavily on their chests, knocking them all off the platform. This strike caused many light orbs to drop, and Qingfeng instantly rushed to seize them. Ding, collected 669 unassigned attribute points. Yu Qingfeng quickly allocated the points, adding all 669 newly acquired attributes to strength. This shocking strike left everyone petrified, even the principal was momentarily stunned. The principal stared intently at the resolute and unmoving Yu Qingfeng on the aerial platform, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the vice principal must have taught this kid his unique water controlling technique. To successfully master it, one must achieve an extremely high level of control over water, and condensing it into a weapon is even more challenging. This kid managed to master it in just one day, and his understanding of water is so profound. Either his talent is extraordinary, or he has a special affinity for water. Clearly, the latter is more plausible. This strike is simply reminiscent of Vice Principal Qin's brilliance back in the day. If the principal knew that Yu Qingfeng managed to successfully condense a water weapon on his first attempt at cultivation, his jaw would probably drop in shock. With this strike, Yu Qingfeng has become the absolute center of attention among all the freshmen, especially those who awaken water-based abilities, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. That single stunning strike made it clear to everyone that no one could knock him off the stage. This round is unsolvable. Tan Xiaoyi looked at Yu Qingfeng with radiant energy, her eyes sparkling with admiration, then turned to other platforms to start competing. At this moment, less than 20% of the freshmen on the field were still holding on, and Yu Qingfeng's performance made them secretly anxious. Qingfeng saw that no one was paying attention here anymore, let out a slow sigh of relief, and thought to himself, next time I absolutely won't show off like this again. Damn, that was almost a disaster. Fortunately, I had a cheat, otherwise, it would have been a total social disaster. Another half an hour passed, and all 10 floating platforms were already filled with people. Although the battles on the other platforms were quite exciting, they paled in comparison to Yu Qingfeng's stunning performance. The freshmen present instinctively turned their gaze toward Yu Qingfeng, silently thinking, this is what a true prodigy looks like. 2 hours later, the sudden competition finally came to an end. Qingfeng and the other 9 prodigies gathered beside the principal, waiting for the principal to present the awards. The principal smiled warmly as he handed out the tokens one by one, his tone full of admiration. Take this token, you can exchange it for a gold-level spiritual skill in the library. As for the 500 merit points, they have already been credited to your accounts. The principal's voice echoed across the field, leaving the new students below dumbfounded and full of envy. A golden-level spiritual skill, which would cost tens of millions outside. All the new students were thoroughly convinced and silently resolved to secure a place among the future prodigies. With this, the opening ceremony officially came to an end. Yu Qingfeng's name resounded like a dragon's roar among all the freshmen, becoming a target everyone aspired to chase, and some even started giving him nicknames. The most recognized one was the title of Demon King, though Yu Qingfeng was temporarily unaware of this. Just that stunning strike alone made everyone realize that no one could knock him off the stage. This round is unsolvable. Tan Xiaoyi looked at Yu Qingfeng with radiant energy, her eyes full of admiration, then quickly turned to other platforms to start competing. At this moment, there were only a few freshmen left on the stage, with less than 20% still striving. Qingfeng, seeing that no one was paying attention here anymore, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought, next time, I definitely won't show off like this again. Damn, I almost messed it all up. Fortunately, I had a cheat, or I would have died of embarrassment on the spot. Another half an hour passed, and the 10 floating platforms were already filled with people. Although the battles on the other platforms were also quite exciting, they paled in comparison to Qingfeng's stunning performance. Many freshmen couldn't help but cast their gaze toward Qingfeng, secretly sighing in their hearts, this is what a true powerhouse looks like. After 2 hours of intense competition, this sudden contest finally came to an end. Qingfeng and the other 9 prodigies stood beside the principal, quietly waiting for the award ceremony. The principal, with a beaming smile, handed out tokens to them one by one, explaining, this token can be exchanged at the library for a gold-level spiritual skill. As for the 500 merit points, they have already been credited to your accounts. The new students below the stage listened with envy in their hearts. A gold-level spiritual skill would cost tens of millions outside. They were completely convinced by the results this time and had no objections to the top 10 prodigies among the new students. At this moment, everyone secretly resolved to work hard to become stronger and strive to secure a place among the future prodigies. The opening ceremony concluded successfully. Yu Qingfeng's name spread among the freshmen like a carp transforming into a dragon, and many even started giving him nicknames. The most recognized one was the title of Demon King, though Yu Qingfeng was unaware of this. Returning to the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng lay down and fell asleep. This was the price of showing off. By the time he woke up, it was already 12 noon. Fortunately, there were no classes today, nor was there evening self-study. Qingfeng opened the campus network and ordered a burger delivery. Afterward, he opened the system panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 2.5 stars. Strength, 12 tons, bronze level invincible. Speed, 79 km/h. Mental power, 3 square meters. Free attribute points, 0. Qingfeng looked at his panel, feeling delighted. The exhaustion from before had left him miserable, but now he had finally recovered a bit. Thinking about doing it again, I can still take down the remaining 9 prodigies with 1 punch each. Since it was a martial arts school, the delivery guy was incredibly fast, arriving at Qingfeng's dormitory door in just a few minutes. After finishing his burger, he started browsing the campus network. Just opened the exclusive campus network of Modawu University and saw a big headline, Freshman Dark Horse Yu Qingfeng full video recording. Qingfeng clicked on the video with some interest. You wouldn't know until you saw it. Once you did, it was shocking. The view count had reached 1 million in less than a day. Colorful comments scrolled across the video. Qingfeng is awesome. Welcome back. From this moment, the freshmen have awakened. Various comments are flying across the screen. After a few minutes, Qingfeng finally found a way to turn off the bullet comments. The 2-hour video ended quickly, and Qingfeng actually felt a bit unsatisfied, thinking to himself, it turns out I wasn't as pathetic as I thought when I was about to give up. In fact, I looked pretty cool. He looked toward the comments section, and a familiar name caught his eye. It was his senior in black, Gong Zhang. At this moment, Gong Zhang's comment was pinned at the very top of the video. Gong Zhang, I never thought a few casual words back then would stay in his heart. Shenhu, oh my, I never thought Gong Zhang would think of me so much. Under these 2 comments, many freshmen were praising the big shots, but Qingfeng didn't pay much attention. After all, most of the comments were repetitive. Shenhu? Could this be the big brother Gong Zhang mentioned, the one without talent or special abilities? Incredible. I still remember on the plane, Gong Zhang told him that this senior's physical strength was extremely formidable, completely unshakable by ordinary people. Qingfeng suddenly wanted to visit this big shot. Surely the dropped attributes wouldn't be bad. But forget it, they're all big shots. How would they have so much time to mess around with me? If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely pay a proper visit. By the way, since I have nothing to do right now, I'll go to the library to exchange for a gold-level spiritual skill. Before heading out, Qingfeng took a shower and changed into clean clothes. He opened the phone map to check the location of the library. On the road, Qingfeng looked around and noticed that there were very few people out at night, but this did not affect his mood. After walking for about half an hour, Qingfeng finally arrived at the library. This library is open 24 hours a day, and Qingfeng walked in without hesitation. After handing the token to the supervising teacher, the teacher gave Qingfeng a sharp glance and then led him into the gold-level area. The teacher stepped aside after introducing these gold-level spiritual techniques. Even the supervising teacher cannot enter this area at will. Qingfeng looked at the tens of thousands of gold-level spiritual techniques around him and couldn't help but marvel. This truly is a deeply rooted academy. He briefly glanced through the sections and thought to himself that his strength had now reached a truly astonishing level. What is currently lacking is only defense and speed. However, defense is not an urgent need for the time being. A thought crossed his mind. Creating armor with water elements was no challenge for him. So what is most needed now is speed. Having figured this out, Qingfeng headed straight to the speed area and began carefully searching for a speed spirit technique suitable for himself. After countless selections, Qingfeng finally chose a movement spiritual technique called Dragon Serpent Steps. The characteristics of this technique are truly mysterious, allowing one to swiftly traverse various terrains like a dragon or serpent, and like a ghostly venomous snake, it can strike lethally without being noticed. At the same time, it can significantly evade damage, making it the treasure Qingfeng had always dreamed of. It can both attack and enhance speed, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But such a powerful spiritual technique naturally has its drawbacks, namely a slower cultivation speed and extremely demanding talent requirements for practitioners. However, in the face of Qingfeng's SSS level talent, these issues are simply insignificant. Without hesitation, Qingfeng chose this spiritual technique, took out the spiritual technique light sphere, and left the library after a simple registration. He walked toward the direction of the training field and found that even at 3 or 4 in the morning, there were still quite a few senior students diligently cultivating. Qingfeng found a quiet corner and began to fully immerse himself in cultivation, absorbing the knowledge within the spiritual skill light sphere in his hand. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, Xingfeng slowly awakened, smacking his lips with lingering satisfaction, his heart filled with anticipation and determination. Xingfeng stood up, stretched his body, and thought to himself, "Today, I'll try out this dragon serpent dance." That's right. He had already gained a preliminary mastery of the dragon serpent dance, and his heart was brimming with excitement. He stepped onto the track and began running with all his might. Energy surged through his body, instantly rushing to his heart. The sensation of the breeze felt like a nimble snake, and his muscles were ready to be mobilized at any moment, both powerful and incredibly supple, as if he were dancing gracefully in the air. That marvelous feeling intoxicated him. Xingfeng started running tentatively, following this sensation. In an instant, he was like a cheetah, effortlessly channeling the power from his feet in the most comfortable state. The breeze brushing against him felt like a part of his body, easily swept aside. After completing a lap, Xingfeng finally felt a hint of fatigue. It wasn't because he lacked strength, but because the track was simply too large. Just as he was about to stop and rest, he suddenly noticed a senior student speeding past him, dropping an attribute orb. Xingfeng quickly picked up the orb, overjoyed. Attribute speed plus 15. This was a gift from the sophomore senior. Xingfeng immediately felt reinvigorated and, using the dragon serpent footwork, swiftly caught up with the senior and continued running. From time to time, he absorbed the attribute orbs dropped by the senior. Coincidentally, whenever Xingfeng was about to collapse from exhaustion, the senior would conveniently drop another orb, allowing him to recover his strength and keep sprinting. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 6 in the morning. Xingfeng had been running with this senior for a full 2 hours, and the track was gradually becoming lively. Many freshmen and upperclassmen were out for their morning runs, and for a moment, Xingfeng became the center of attention. Some freshmen were even inspired by his performance, striving to become stronger. However, a few sleazy sophomores nearby began whispering to each other, and their conversation was overheard by the surrounding freshmen. "Did you see that guy in the white shirt? He's been following for a long time, and his gaze looks suspicious. I really suspect he's some kind of pervert," one senior sneered. "Me too. I saw him running for 2 hours during our break. There's definitely something off about him," another chimed in. A freshman heard this and immediately burned with anger, pointing at those seniors and shouting, "You're just jealous. You see someone better than you and start slandering them." "That's our freshman role model," he retorted angrily. A few sophomores were drawn over by his words and burst into laughter. This is your role model? Looks like freshmen are getting more and more degenerate, actually idolizing this pervert." The surrounding freshmen were furious and began to fight back. At that moment, a sweet and adorable girl stepped forward, her voice crisp, "He is our freshman role model." At the opening ceremony, he awakened everyone with just a few words and challenged the entire freshman class with his unbeatable strength. "Can you do that? When you mock him, have you forgotten that he is just a freshman?" Her voice was firm and powerful, invigorating everyone present. "I heard he has been running for 2 hours already. Can you, as freshmen, keep up with a senior for 2 hours? You should know the answer in your hearts. I hope you will apologize to you, Xingfeng." Her voice was thunderous, instantly drawing cheers from the crowd. "Well said." The sleazy sophomore seniors nearby were instantly rendered speechless, their faces turning pale. They also knew they had no right to mock Xingfeng. Although they had watched Xingfeng's videos before, at this moment, they could only shut their mouths guiltily. Among the freshmen, someone curiously asked, "Who was that girl just now? She speaks so well and looks beautiful too." "Yeah, really impressive," others chimed in agreement. "Oh, I know her. She's by seeing, ranked 4th on the freshman campus beauty list. I never expected her to admire Xingfeng," a male student remarked with emotion. "That's it, my goddess is gone. Compared to Xingfeng, I'm not even worth mentioning," he sighed helplessly. Just as the sleazy senior was about to apologize, he, unwilling to accept defeat, stepped forward with jealousy in his eyes. "If he can take on the entire freshman class alone, then I should be able to beat him too, right? I'm not convinced. Maybe he's deliberately faking his reputation. I don't believe someone in their freshman year, with a strength not exceeding bronze 6 stars, could be so powerful. I want to challenge you role models one-on-one. Life and death duel." Jealousy flickered in the senior's eyes, and his tone was laced with anger. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding seniors all showed expressions of shock. The freshmen had no concept of this at all and were completely unaware of what it meant. Other sophomore onlookers also chimed in. A life and death duel, as the name implies, means fighting to the death without any ambiguity. However, if one side surrenders, it also counts as the end. It all depends on who can hold out. Shameless. A senior bullying a junior, how utterly brazen of you. Ignoring these taunts, the sleazy senior chose to disregard them and headed straight toward Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, Qingfeng was happily collecting attribute points. Seeing the sky gradually brighten, he planned to head to the martial arts arena to gather another wave of attribute points. Suddenly, a man with a lewd and furious expression charged over. Qingfeng took one look, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He immediately turned around and ran. The dragon and snake dance step was instantly activated, his figure moving like lightning. The senior chasing behind saw this and immediately shouted, "Qingfeng, I want a life and death duel with you." Qingfeng was puzzled in his heart. Just how deep is this grudge? Stopping in his tracks, Qingfeng curiously asked, "Why? I find you annoying." At this moment, Qingfeng's strength had already reached the silver level. With a slight perception, he immediately knew that this senior was merely a one-star silver. Instantly, Qingfeng revealed an expression as if looking at trash. It's not that he looks down on this senior, but if second-year seniors haven't reached the silver level, they are bound to repeat a year or even transfer schools. And this senior has barely reached silver 1-star, which is truly speechless. In order to find a sense of presence, he actually wants to challenge a freshman to a life and death duel. Anyone would find him ridiculous. Alright, I accept. But I don't have time recently. How about scheduling the life and death duel for Friday afternoon? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qingfeng's mouth as he thought to himself, this life and death duel is the perfect opportunity to showcase my strength. The senior was stunned when he saw how decisively Qingfeng agreed. Qingfeng's resolute attitude made him start to feel apprehensive, with a vague worry that Qingfeng might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. However, it was too late to back out now, and he found himself in a difficult position. Still, thinking about the fact that he was a silver 1-star, why should he fear a bronze? His confidence surged back, and he ultimately agreed. Thus, after a week of build-up, a life and death battle spanning freshmen and sophomores was about to unfold, instantly attracting countless onlookers. Even the campus forum was abuzz with heated discussions about the challenge. After learning the backstory, many sophomore seniors felt ashamed. However, what intrigued them even more was why Qingfeng was so confident. What trump card did he have? By conventional logic, the gap in strength between bronze and silver was like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. You two, just arrived at school and already caused such trouble. I don't even know what to say to you, Teacher Lu said earnestly. Do you have the confidence to deal with silver? Qingfeng listened to Teacher Lu's warm voice, feeling an immense sense of comfort in his heart. He nodded firmly, I have confidence in my strength. I just need you to lend me some spirit stones. These words were not out of arrogance. With his strength of 12 tons, he had already stepped into the realm of a half-silver. As long as he had enough spirit stones to elevate his level, dealing with a 1 or 2-star silver would be no problem at all. Without hesitation, Qingfeng immediately rushed to the homeroom teacher's office, hoping to borrow some spirit stones. Seeing Qingfeng's confident expression, Teacher Lu smiled faintly. Then, pulling out a small box from his pocket, he tossed it to Qingfeng and said, Take it. There are 50 bronze-level spirit stones inside. They're of no use to me anyway. If you come back alive, remember to return it to me. Teacher Lu's voice carried a tone of concern. Qingfeng took the box, opened it, and sure enough, it was filled with spirit stones. He felt immense gratitude in his heart. Thank you, Teacher Lu. With that, he hurriedly left the office. Back in the dormitory, Qingfeng couldn't wait to take out the spirit stones and began absorbing them with all his might. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Qingfeng had absorbed all 50 spirit stones, and his strength successfully broke through to bronze 4-star. Awakening from his cultivation, Qingfeng immediately opened the system panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 4-star and a half, plus, unbeatable below silver 1-star. Power, 15 tons, plus. Speed, 140 kilometers per hour. Plus. Mental power, 5 cubic meters plus. Free attribute points, 235? Qingfeng nodded. He still wanted to continue cultivating until he broke through to the 9-star bronze bottleneck, but the spirit stones were clearly insufficient. 50 bronze-level spirit stones had only allowed him to advance by 2 minor realms. The consumption required to reach silver was imaginable. Sigh, forget it. I'll just head to the martial arts arena to pick up some attribute points, and think about other matters later. Just as he was about to leave the dormitory, Qingfeng suddenly thought of the dungeon. Since attributes are generated from people, the monsters in the dungeon must also provide opportunities for him to improve. Not only could he enhance his strength, but he could also obtain spirit stones. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xingfeng's eyes. He opened his phone and searched on Baidu for nearby permanent dungeons. Soon, he discovered a dungeon on the southern side of Modu. The first level there was damp, a byproduct of the largest dungeon in Modu, the Spatial Rift. The monsters inside ranged in strength from bronze to gold level. According to Baidu, this dungeon was full of swamps, hence its name, Treacherous Mire. After pondering for a moment, Xingfeng decided to head there, as it perfectly aligned with his water-based abilities. After leaving the dormitory, Xingfeng was recognized by his classmates and surrounded like a celebrity. He paid no attention to this and continued walking toward the dungeon. This scene quickly went viral on the campus forum. I heard that freshman Yu Xingfeng left the school. Could he be heading to the dungeon? Our Xingfeng is truly hard-working, not panicking in the slightest even with a life-and-death duel ahead. Isn't he panicking though? Why else would he go to the dungeon to improve his strength? I don't care, Yu Xingfeng is the pride of the freshmen. I think he's just a fool, putting on a show. If he really had the strength, why wait until Friday? Exactly, I think it's just a desperate struggle. Soon, Xingfeng arrived at the treacherous swamp, handed his credentials to the guarding officer, and then walked in with his bag. As soon as he entered, he felt the moisture in the air, as if the dark clouds in the sky might pour down at any moment. If other ability users or martial artists were here, they would surely be troubled by the damp air and muddy ground, but Xingfeng was completely unfazed. His body seemed to merge with the swamp, and he pondered silently that today's gains would surely ensure his invincibility in the upcoming challenge. He felt a wave of delightful comfort. This was the charm of water affinity and water-based abilities. If he were to fight in this watery terrain, Xingfeng's strength would undoubtedly break through its limits and reach full potential. He looked around and discovered that among the street stall goods, there were quite a few python skins and venomous fangs. After a careful inspection, Xingfeng already had a clear collection target in mind. Without lingering further, he quickly took out his phone and searched for the exact location of the swamp. This time, he chose a remote swamp where the highest level of monsters was at the silver tier. Stepping into the swamp, Xingfeng's first impression was chaotic dead branches, pools of water everywhere, intertwined aquatic plants and reeds, and murky mud forming a mysterious yet dangerous world. Amid the silence, there was an invisible sense of threat. In such a complex terrain, Xingfeng treaded carefully through the water, moving swiftly as he searched for hidden monsters. Just as he was crossing a shallow water area, suddenly, a massive mouth opened wide, almost swallowing him whole. Xingfeng quickly turned back, only to see that beneath the previously calm pool, a giant crocodile had been lurking. Its body was a full 2 meters long, sending a jolt through his heart. After a moment of sensing, Xingfeng confirmed that this was a silver-tier monster. This vast swamp was indeed no ordinary place. It seemed that the monsters were all lying in wait within the mud pools. However, encountering a silver-tier monster right at the start was certainly a promising beginning. He immediately conjured a giant blade, precisely controlling it to launch an attack. Xingfeng kept his distance, relying on the giant blade for ranged strikes. Whenever the giant crocodile tried to get close, he used the dragon serpent footwork combined with his water-based abilities to easily evade its attacks. Under this brilliant combat strategy, the giant crocodile's stamina gradually waned, and it eventually collapsed. This battle took Xingfeng over half an hour to finally kill the giant crocodile. Gained 532 unassigned attribute points. To be extra cautious, he even thoroughly whipped the corpse, conjuring 4 giant blades, demonstrating the utmost vigilance. While handling the giant crocodile, Xingfeng discovered a spirit stone emitting a pure white glow inside its body and immediately realized it was a silver-grade spirit stone. He carefully extracted the spirit stone, then stripped off its claws, bones, and skin. Finally, after meticulously inspecting it and confirming there were no more usable materials, he left the area satisfied. This time, Xingfeng finally discovered the hiding spots of these monsters. As he moved, he used his water-based abilities to condense spikes, ruthlessly stabbing into the swamps, effortlessly eliminating many monsters. Just as Xingfeng was about to absorb the spirit stones in his hand, a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears, like the gathering of thousands of insects. Curious, he walked over and was shocked to find a mass of black matter writhing in the air not far away, resembling a dark cloud. Upon closer inspection, Xingfeng was instantly horrified. What lay before him was a swarm of mosquitoes, each the size of a palm. These were terrifying creatures capable of even bringing down platinum-level experts. Fortunately, the mosquitoes didn't seem to notice him. Xingfeng let out a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Damn it, who wrote that Baidu entry? Didn't it say the highest danger level here was only gold? Xingfeng couldn't help but grumble. In truth, he didn't know that. The highest power level in this area used to be silver. However, ever since these mosquitoes appeared, the danger level had skyrocketed, leaving the place deserted. Unfortunately, Xingfeng had chosen this swampy area. Just as he marked the location and prepared to leave to continue his hunt, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Xingfeng's heart tightened as he sensed the source of the tremor coming from behind him, surging with great momentum. He quickly used his water-based ability to envelop himself, hiding like a giant crocodile beneath the tree branches and the bottom of the swamp. The tangled tree roots, combined with the weeds ahead, provided the perfect cover for him to observe the situation outside. Before long, the source of the sound finally appeared before Xingfeng. A swamp frog, about 2 meters long, slowly surfaced, followed by a second. Then a third, until thousands upon thousands of giant frogs had gathered. Xingfeng was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, this is really a headache. These giant frogs were at least at the silver level in strength, and their target was clearly the swarm of mosquitoes. Xingfeng understood that there was no need to get involved in this chaotic battle. He decided to wait until the giant frogs left before moving on, thinking that next time he came here, he would need to be at least at the silver level to continue his adventure. When all the giant frogs had finally left, Xingfeng was just about to stand up when his eyes widened in shock. Not far away, he saw a massive snake head slowly emerging from the swamp. Just the visible part was 5 or 6 meters long. It was a titan python, a creature that only appeared in the second layer of the treacherous swamp, with a strength of at least silver 7-star and the ability to sense temperature. A myriad of information flashed through Xingfeng's mind, and his heart tightened. It's over. If it senses me, I'm doomed. He prayed silently in his heart, unsure whether to await his fate or seek another solution. At this moment, Xingfeng was exceptionally calm, his thoughts racing. Finally, he came up with a possible solution. With so many giant frogs appearing earlier, the titan python's attention would surely be drawn to them. Even if it discovered him, it wouldn't dare act rashly, fearing it might alarm the frogs and mosquitoes, which would result in losing the greater prize for a smaller gain. Frozen in tension, Xingfeng silently prayed that the titan python wouldn't notice him. Just as he had hoped, the titan python did not detect him but instead kept its eyes fixed on the giant frogs, waiting for the right moment to strike. The buzzing sound suddenly amplified, as if an alarm had gone off. Xingfeng's heart clenched, knowing that the giant frogs had begun to hunt, and the titan python would act accordingly. Sure enough, in the next second, the previously motionless titan python began to move forward slowly until it completely disappeared from Xingfeng's sight. At this moment, Xingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously stepped out of the quagmire, fearing even the slightest sound. Fortunately, with the protection of his water-based ability, he successfully emerged from the water and looked toward the direction of the mosquito swarm. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. Countless mosquitoes were engaged in a fierce battle with the giant frogs. The mosquitoes swarmed all over the frogs' bodies, yet the frogs seemed completely unbothered, focusing intently on flicking their tongues to hunt for food. Xingfeng sighed inwardly, thinking, this is the cruelty of the food chain, isn't it? If I could kill all these monsters, how many silver spirit stones would that be? I could easily advance to 9-star bronze. Unfortunately, such a good opportunity wasn't meant for him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the attribute points dropped by the giant frogs during the battle were falling like they were free. Xingfeng's eyes lit up, and his heart burned. With excitement, should I wait and see the final outcome? If there's no chance, I'll leave early, but if there is, I'll wait for the titan python to leave and then go collect the attribute points. The originally departing Xingfeng decided to turn toward a water tree with shallower water levels, closest to the exit. Even if the titan python discovered and attacked him, Xingfeng was confident he could leave safely. Thus, he quietly observed this biological battle from the tree. First, amidst the dense swarm of mosquitoes, a tongue over 10 meters long would occasionally dart out. That tongue resembled a massive predator, it secreted saliva capturing countless mosquitoes and instantly turning them into prey. The mosquitoes, however, were not to be outdone. They seized the opportunity to launch an attack, swarming madly toward the giant frog, attempting to tear through its thick skin. Yet, their sharp proboscises seemed unable to penetrate the frog's defenses, appearing incredibly fragile under the frog's powerful presence. After more than 10 minutes, the number of mosquitoes drastically dwindled. The once overwhelming swarm that darkened the sky was now reduced to just a few hundred, appearing rather feeble. At this moment, the titan python lurking in the muddy waters finally made its move. Like a deadly torrent, its gaping maw surged toward a giant frog, instantly biting down on it. The frog had no time to react and was swallowed whole by the Titan python, casting a shadow of death over the entire battlefield. The sudden turn of events left the remaining giant frogs in a panic. They lashed out with their whip-like tongues, frantically attacking the Titan python in an attempt to fight back. However, the Titan python, feeling the pain, quickly retreated into the mud and then launched an attack on another giant frog. Just as the frog was about to be bitten, it leaped with all its might, jumping over 10 meters high. But how could the Titan python let such a perfect opportunity slip away? It immediately leaped as well, its body over 10 meters long striking like lightning, precisely biting the frog and swallowing it whole. The remaining giant frogs did not choose to flee but instead united to launch a frenzied counterattack against the Titan python, seemingly determined to fight to the bitter end. As the Titan python continued to devour the giant frogs, the brutal battle scenes were shocking. The python's body was covered in scars, yet it remained imposing and unyielding. Qingfeng initially thought the Titan python would retreat due to its injuries, but to his surprise, it fought even more fiercely, launching relentless attacks on the other giant frogs. Attribute points rained down on the Titan python like a waterfall, indicating that its strength was continuously increasing. After about 4 hours, Qingfeng was dumbfounded. The Titan python had devoured over 200 giant frogs and showed no signs of stopping. Its scars were gruesome and terrifying, but its abundant vitality remained vigorous, as if declaring to everyone that it did not care about the pain and would continue its assault on the thousands of giant frogs. Qingfeng couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, is this the top-tier creature of the second level, the Titan python? Such terrifying power was truly intimidating. It was hard to imagine what kind of catastrophic disaster would befall the giant frogs in this area if this continued. After devouring 400 giant frogs, the Titan python's vitality began to wane, and it was clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Qingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. If this continued, the Titan python might very well die here. Once the giant frogs left, the abundant attribute points on the ground would be his for the taking, allowing him to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. 5 hours later, Qingfeng had almost merged with the trees, while the Titan python was exceptionally fierce, devouring 800 giant frogs. It seemed that its earlier decline in vitality was merely a ruse to deceive the giant frogs. Qingfeng now had a new guess about the Titan python's strength. It was likely at the peak of silver rank, desperately needing a large amount of spirit stones and flesh to advance to gold. This was why it fought with all its might, determined to rise against the odds. Another 3 hours passed, and the original 1,000-plus giant frogs were reduced to just over a dozen. The Titan python was also on the brink of death, yet it fought with increasing ferocity. The remaining giant frogs began to panic, and after losing another 7 or 8, they finally lost all reason and turned to flee. The Titan python pursued them without hesitation. Seeing the giant frogs disappear from view, Qingfeng's mood instantly brightened. He trembled slightly as he descended from the tree, hurried to the battlefield, and began frantically collecting attribute points. Ding, picked up non-attribute plus 1231. Ding, picked up mental power attribute plus 1223. Ding, picked up strength attribute plus 3231. Ding, picked up non-attribute plus 1131. Ding, picked up non-attribute plus 7131. Breeze quickly opened the system panel to check the attribute points. Free attribute points, 9728. Awesome. Absolutely freaking awesome. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. The dullness of being a prone camper instantly vanished, and instead, he found himself somewhat addicted to it. Breeze wandered around the area again and picked up quite a few attribute points. Now his attribute points had exceeded 11,000, which was truly astonishing. To avoid wasting any, Breeze scoured the area repeatedly to ensure nothing was missed. Just as he was about to leave, a loud screech suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a gust of wind. Breeze turned around abruptly and discovered that the Titan python had actually returned. Startled, he thought to himself, damn it, wasn't it supposed to be chasing the giant frog? Why is it back? He turned around and ran, using the dragon serpent dance steps, his figure darting like a phantom toward the entrance. Judging by its injuries, it shouldn't be able to chase for long. Half an hour later. You're still chasing me, damn it. Qingfeng was stunned to find that the Titan python, which he thought would give up after a brief pursuit, had been relentlessly chasing him for half an hour. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed intent on killing anything in its path. Damn it, you're still chasing me even in this condition? Do you really think I'm some Hello Kitty if I don't fight back? Qingfeng, burning with rage, quickly opened the system panel and allocated all 10,000 points to strength. Instantly, his strength surged to 28 tons. He swiftly turned around, a horse-slaying saber materializing in his hand, and charged at the Titan Python using the Dragon Serpent dance steps. This strike plunged fiercely into the Titan Python's abdomen. The sudden turn of events left the python momentarily stunned, its screech echoing across the swamp. The massive body, over 10 meters long, collapsed heavily to the ground, but it soon struggled to its feet and began retreating. Qingfeng sneered, "You've been chasing me for so long, and now you think you can just run away?" The roles reversed in an instant. Originally, the Titan Python was chasing Qingfeng, but now it was Qingfeng chasing the Titan Python. At this moment, the Titan Python was filled with confusion. How could a human with only bronze 4-star strength possess the power of a silver 5-star? What it thought was an easy prey turned out to be a deep-water predator. How could humans be so good at pretending? Qingfeng felt secretly pleased, controlling the water flow as countless tiny ropes appeared in an instant, tightly binding the Titan Python. With a strong pull, the threads pierced into its flesh. If not for the Titan Python's formidable body, it would have been torn to pieces by now. Seeing the python entangled, Qingfeng quickly absorbed the moisture, closing in like a claw. He swiftly located the python's vital spot. With a single strike of his horse-cutting blade, the Titan Python let out another furious hiss, its mouth wide open in rage. Useful. Just as he was about to go again, the massive tail of the Titan Python suddenly lashed out, striking Qingfeng squarely and sending him flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Qingfeng struggled to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Just as he steadied himself, the Titan Python's enormous tail was about to whip toward him again. Yet Qingfeng remained completely unflustered, slowly opening his eyes, ready to face this thrilling battle. In an instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill. The falling leaves from the swamp trees froze in midair, and a strange space appeared before Qingfeng's eyes. In this space, colors rapidly faded until everything turned colorless. The leaves before his eyes began to slowly disintegrate, turning to ash. The Titan Python's body seemed to be sucked into a black hole, starting to decompose. Within just 2 seconds, even its spine was exposed. Qingfeng's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his eyes, swiftly maneuvering the threads to wrap around the exposed spine. With a forceful pull, instantly, the snake's head was severed. The undigested giant frogs also spilled out along with the flow from the neck. At this moment, Qingfeng did not let his guard down. The water in his hands condensed into sharp darts, launching an attack on the Titan Python's head. Even with its head severed, the python still retained strong reflexes. This was a survival lesson taught by Bear Grylls in his previous life. What's left can be eaten after removing the head. Cough, wrong channel. Qingfeng thought to himself, controlling the threads to place the snake's head far away, and began to carefully dissect the corpse. First were the undigested giant frogs, their flesh and blood a gruesome mess that made one feel nauseous at the sight. Each time he dissected a giant frog, Qingfeng would use water to cleanse it. In this way, over 1,000 giant frogs were processed. Apart from the dozens that had been digested, he obtained a total of 812 silver-grade spirit stones, more than 300 of which were of high purity. Next came the giant python. Due to its massive size, Qingfeng spent half a day before finally finding its spirit stone near its head. The spirit stone displayed a gradient of pearl white and golden hues, resembling a dazzling pearl. If he hadn't come looking for me, his strength would probably have reached the gold level by now, Qingfeng thought to himself with a sigh. He could hardly believe the gains from this venture. Originally, he had only intended to acquire some attribute points, but in the end, he turned out to be the biggest winner. It was like a pie falling from the sky, a sudden windfall overnight. Using the remaining snakeskin of the Titan Python, he crafted a simple bag and filled it with all the silver-level spirit stones. A whole bag full of spirit stones, enough to make even a gold-level expert's heart race with desire. As for the materials from the giant frog, Qingfeng no longer had the time to bother with them. At this moment, he only wanted to leave with his enormous haul. Grabbing some of the Titan Python's snakeskin and venomous fangs, he quickly departed from the area. Qingfeng found a quiet place and, after ensuring there were no monsters around, began to fully absorb the spirit stones. After 3 days of intense cultivation, he finally absorbed all 500 bronze-level spirit stones, successfully advancing his strength to bronze 9-star. However, the appearance of a bottleneck left him feeling a bit helpless. He took out the spirit stone of the Titan Python and thought to himself, this spirit stone will definitely help me break through to silver in one go. An hour later, Qingfeng woke up from his meditation and found that he was still at bronze 9 star. Though disappointed, he was not discouraged and thought, perhaps it's due to a lack of combat experience. Once I return to the dungeon to temper my mindset, a breakthrough will be just around the corner. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 9 star peak. Power, 38 tons plus invincible below silver 7 star. Speed, 240 kilometers per hour. Plus. Mental power, 15 cubic meters plus. Free attribute points, 328. Qingfeng's strength when defeating the Titan Python was 28 tons. Now, with his power level increased, his strength has reached 38 tons. Invincible below silver 7 stars, this means he has reached the pinnacle of the bronze stage. It's easy to imagine that further progress will be exceptionally difficult. Thinking back to the life and death struggle with the python, cold sweat unconsciously trickled down. If I had been just a bit weaker, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even one blow. Better leave this cursed place quickly. He packed the remaining 300 plus silver-grade spirit stones into a snakeskin bag and swiftly left the dungeon. Discussions about this life and death battle were growing increasingly intense on campus. Initially, it was just the freshmen spectating, but now they were being dragged into the fray. The sophomores mocked the freshmen for being too weak, claiming that each generation was worse than the last. The freshmen, naturally unwilling to back down, retorted, "You're all just sleazy old men who can't walk straight when you see a woman, and you even spread malicious rumors behind their backs." The two sides clashed head-on, creating a tense atmosphere on campus that was on the verge of erupting into a fight. The juniors in their third year paid no attention to this, only occasionally glancing at a few comments on the forum. Today, the campus forum was once again buzzing with activity. A post boldly declared, "Freshman role model Yu Qingfeng returns to campus. Is it a triumphant comeback or a fearful retreat to avoid defeat?" The post even included a photo of Qingfeng carrying a snakeskin bag. Qingfeng had not shown up in the past few days, leaving many of his detractors idle with nothing to criticize for 3 whole days. Now that Qingfeng had returned, the freshmen were so excited they almost cheered. However, Qingfeng remained calm, thinking to himself, even if I let that senior hit me 3 times, it wouldn't matter. Back in the dormitory, he took off his clothes, showered, and changed into a pure white outfit he had bought on Pinduoduo, instantly giving off an extraordinary and refined aura. He opened his phone to find the forum in chaos, which annoyed him, so he simply turned it off. After careful consideration, Qingfeng realized he seemed to have nothing to do. The absorption of spiritual stones had reached a bottleneck. The light spheres in the martial arts arena no longer interested him, the forum was too chaotic, and there were no good TV dramas or anime to watch. Sigh, nothing to do, so might as well attend class. Remember, this week is the basic theory knowledge class. The teacher's lecture is definitely more accurate than Baidu. At the thought of those Baidu materials, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Leaving the dormitory, he walked into the classroom. As soon as he entered, countless gazes immediately turned toward him. Teacher Lu on the podium saw him return and gave a slight smile, and Qingfeng quickly took his seat. However, Qingfeng's arrival instantly made the classroom atmosphere tense. The boys and girls occasionally glanced in his direction, and even the usually quiet class monitor, Tan Xiaoyi, couldn't resist sneaking a peek. At this moment, Teacher Lu was explaining speculations about the dungeon. Scientists believe that the dungeon is very likely another world, a completely different world. Moreover, some speculate that this other world is merging with our world. The entrances are those cracks that frequently appear, which are very likely space-time rifts, the product of the intersection between our world and the other world. These cracks could appear around us at any time. They exist in various forms, perhaps at the subway entrance, or maybe right after you open a door, or even in your wardrobe at home. We call these cracks temporary dungeons. Unlike the long-term dungeons we are familiar with, they only appear briefly. The locations these temporary dungeons connect to are completely random. Your backyard might suddenly sprout a temporary dungeon, with the entrance surprisingly located in the doghouse. However, in such situations, you must never go inside. The wisest course of action is to immediately notify the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities or the Security Bureau. If you recklessly enter, the dungeon might extend down to more than a dozen underground levels, and the monsters inside are at least of gold rank. Entering would be a path to certain death. If you insist on exploring, then by the time you think of returning, the dungeon's entrance might already be closed. At that point, if you want to get out, you'll have to find the very top level, which is the first level, and then search for the entrance to a permanent dungeon. So, dungeons are not independent spaces. The theory of independent spaces was overturned a few years ago, with evidence being that many people entered a temporary dungeon and ended up coming out of a long-term dungeon. Therefore, the entrance to each dungeon is essentially a random gateway to another world. Of course, these are merely speculations, but the fact that dungeons are interconnected is undeniable. If you get lost inside, you can try looking for another long-term dungeon or the entrance to a temporary dungeon. Alright, time's up. Class is over. Xingfeng, come to my office. At this moment, Xingfeng was completely engrossed, suddenly realizing that class had ended. He quickly stood up and followed Teacher Lu to her office. Teacher Lu took out her notebook and began flipping through it, while asking Xingfeng beside her, the gains from this dungeon should be pretty good, right? Do you feel confident dealing with the silver now? Xingfeng glanced at Teacher Lu's notebook and nodded firmly, don't worry, dealing with that stagnant silver, I can handle it with one hand. Teacher Lu frowned slightly, looked at Xingfeng, and said seriously, you shouldn't speak so definitively. You must understand that even the so-called mediocre silver was once a genius, only defeated by others. Moreover, even the weakest and most fragile silver is still silver and must not be underestimated. A trace of coldness flashed in Xingfeng's eyes. Can't compete? Seeing a girl he likes, instead of working hard to improve himself and win her over, he vents his frustration by bullying those weaker than him, even harboring murderous intent. Is this what you call can't compete? I think he's far too good at competing. Xingfeng took out a silver one-star giant frog spirit stone from his pocket, placed it casually, and said with a firm and resonant voice, this is what I hunted in the dungeon. Consider it repayment for the bronze-level spirit stone I borrowed from you earlier. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she glanced at the spirit stone on the table in a daze, her heart filled with emotion. Not bad, it seems my worries were unnecessary. However, when facing any enemy, one must still take them seriously and never become arrogant or complacent just because of some level of strength. Xingfeng was almost tired of hearing these words, secretly grumbling in his heart that teacher's advice always sounded the same. Having heard it countless times in his previous life, these words were nothing more than a cliché to him. After chatting with Teacher Lu for a bit, he went to the martial arts arena to help a senior deliver water. This action was naturally noticed by everyone. Nowadays, Xingfeng was like a rising star in the spotlight. Whatever he did would be posted on forums for discussion. He didn't care about this, knowing full well that after the life and death duel ended, in a few days, no one would pay attention to him anymore. After all, everyone had their own cultivation to focus on, who had that much time. However, Xingfeng's actions deeply moved the senior students, who all wanted to cripple that despicable senior before the life and death duel, but Xingfeng stopped them one by one. He had other plans in mind. For someone like this, Xingfeng naturally wouldn't go as far as to kill him. It wasn't because he was indecisive, but because he had no real connection with the other party. It was just a moment of anger that sparked a killing intent. However, Xingfeng planned to cripple him as a way to avenge that moment of murderous intent. After all, they were adults and had to bear the consequences of their decisions. Cultivation emphasizes a clear and untroubled mind. Simply defeating him wouldn't even sit well with Xingfeng himself. Thus, Xingfeng spent the entire day at the martial arts arena. After returning to his dormitory, he took out his textbooks and began catching up on the lessons he had missed over the past few days. Ever since attending that lecture on dungeons, he had gained a profound understanding of the subject and was eager to make up for lost time. The next day at noon, Xingfeng groggily woke up, glanced at the time, and cursed under his breath, damn. He had planned to study hard the previous night, but ended up falling asleep after just 2 hours. The knowledge in the books was all hardcore dungeon theory, which was incomprehensible to someone like Xingfeng, a young master who had spent his time idling around. The knowledge from his past life was completely useless here. As a result, he ended up sleeping straight into the afternoon. Xingfeng used his ability to casually wash his face and then went out to the cafeteria to buy breakfast, or rather, lunch. After eating his fill, he took out his textbook and went to Teacher Lu to seek knowledge. The rest of the time was spent in a serious discussion of academic topics. It wasn't until Teacher Lu reminded him that Xingfeng remembered the important matter of the duel. Teacher Lu shook his head helplessly and said, how could you forget something this important? Come on, let's go together. Alright, Xingfeng agreed, following Teacher Lu to the entrance of the martial arts arena and pushing the door open. Immediately, countless noises filled his ears. The martial arts arena, which usually had a normal flow of people, was now packed to the brim. At the highest point, there were cameras, and there were quite a few people live streaming in the audience. Banners, signs, everything was there, and there was even a small snack shop. Seeing all this, Qingfeng was speechless, thinking to himself that this was nowhere near the prestigious Magic City Martial Arts University. It was more like a technical school, and even worse at that. He walked to the small shop, bought a bottle of cola, and after finishing it, stood in the center of the martial arts arena. The senior on the opposite side also stepped forward. Teacher Lu took out a red seal and a life and death dual waiver agreement, and both parties signed the life and death contract. Qingfeng glanced at it briefly and then unhesitatingly signed his name. Soon, Teacher Lu also retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena, standing together with the other teachers. As the duel began, Qingfeng remained completely calm, casually glancing at the senior before indifferently fixing his gaze on him. The opponent did not launch an attack immediately either but instead stared back at Qingfeng. Qingfeng thought to himself that after all this time, he still didn't know the other person's name. Out of respect, he politely asked, "After all this time, I still don't know your name." The other party was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then sneered confidently, "My name is Zhang Lai, and I am the one here to kill you today." As he spoke, Zhang Lai raised the sword in his hand and swung it toward Qingfeng. Qingfeng easily dodged the strike, feeling slightly surprised. The opponent's strength had broken through to Silver 2-star, yet in his eyes, this level of power was still insignificant. Qingfeng raised his middle finger and lightly touched the opponent's sword, instantly causing sparks to fly like fireworks. With an expressionless face, Qingfeng applied a bit of force and astonishingly kicked the opponent to the ground, shocking everyone present. The audience erupted in excitement. Damn, what did I just see? The Demon King Yu Qingfeng actually blocked the attack with just one middle finger? That's right, no mistake about it. It's like he's cheating. As expected of someone hailed as the Demon King by the freshmen, he truly lives up to his name. Not far away, a few role models among the freshmen silently broke into a cold sweat, utterly shocked in their hearts. The red-haired man turned to Tan Shui, who looked dazed, and asked urgently, "Could it be that Yu Qingfeng has been hiding his strength since the opening ceremony?" Tan Shui? Tan Shui. I'm here. What did you just say? Tan Shui seemed captivated by the shocking scene and appeared a bit flustered when she came to her senses. The red-haired man shook his head helplessly. I said, did Yu Qingfeng hide his true strength during the opening ceremony? Tan Shui nodded, her eyes gleaming. Probably, the likelihood is very high. At this moment, Qingfeng no longer hesitated. He summoned his Tang sword, ready to completely crush his opponent and put an end to this farce. Like a flash of lightning, he charged toward the fallen senior. Just as he was about to reach him, the senior suddenly lifted his head, and, from his sleeve, a dozen poisonous needles shot out. Qingfeng's heart tightened as he quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. He stopped in his tracks, carefully sensing the composition of these poisonous needles. Poisonous needles? Through his perception, Qingfeng discovered that if an ordinary person were struck by these, they would undoubtedly be facing a silver 5-star level poison, nearly impossible to neutralize even with an antidote, and it could be fatal. This despicable tactic ignited a raging fury within Qingfeng, and a murderous intent instantly spread, so intense that even the audience could feel the overwhelming killing intent. He stared coldly at the senior who had yet to stand up, his tone as icy as frost. I originally just wanted to cripple you, but I didn't expect you to play dirty. Seems like you won't stop until you've put me to death. With that, countless tiny, invisible threads suddenly appeared in Qingfeng's hand, instantly binding the senior tightly. This scene filled the senior's heart with fear. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but to his horror, he found himself completely unable to move. The gentle breeze snapped its fingers lightly, and the senior who had been lying on the ground instantly turned into chunks of flesh, creating an extremely gruesome scene. The freshmen in the audience were stunned, then horrified to realize that the once proud senior had been reduced to pieces of meat. Brain matter mixed with blood slowly oozed out, making the scene unbearable to witness. Screams erupted one after another, accompanied by the incessant sounds of retching. The gentle breeze glanced around and noticed that the ones screaming were mostly the freshmen. The seniors sitting in the front row of the audience had pale faces, with even a few drops of blood splattered on them. Trembling, they said to the people beside them, "He killed someone? He really killed someone?" The people beside them nodded, then started screaming like the others. Most of the freshmen were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Even though they had been forewarned, they assumed the teacher would intervene to stop it. No one expected things to escalate to this extent. Especially some boys and girls, they enjoyed the best resources in high school and had almost no exposure to real dungeon battles. They were like vases with cultivation levels but no combat experience. Seeing their senior being sliced into pieces instantly shattered their worldview. After vomiting, some freshmen wanted to see Qingfeng's expression, thinking he must be feeling uncomfortable too, right? However, when they looked at Qingfeng, they found that he remained calm and unchanged, as if he had long been accustomed to all this. Such a scene left many people shocked. Qingfeng glanced at the pile of flesh, feeling no extra emotions. After greeting Teacher Lu, he left the martial arts arena. The principal, closing the live broadcast in the principal's office, sighed, "The younger generation is truly formidable." That day, the news of the freshman Demon King instantly killing a second-year Silver 2-star spread rapidly throughout Modu Martial University, and the live video of Qingfeng's instant kill of his senior went viral on the forums. The Demon King is really too high profile. Indeed, if that's the case, it will definitely attract a lot of challengers. I think he's just a mere clown. A clown? Do you have the strength to say that? Returning to the dormitory, Qingfeng opened the forum, glanced at the comments, and sneered disdainfully, retorting inwardly, "High profile? That's exactly right. I'm looking forward to more prodigies challenging me. If I weren't high profile, should I pretend to be weak to catch the strong? That would only hinder my own development. Remaining invincible in school is the true path. Once I stand at the top, more and more exceptional talents will come to challenge me. This will only make me grow stronger with each battle, and my combat skills will improve by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, pretending to be weak to catch the strong would only attract a bunch of useless people seeking a sense of superiority, leading to more trouble, fewer resources, and even fewer opportunities to fight real powerhouses. Since that's the case, why hide my strength? If there's an enemy, just defeat them with one punch." At Modu Martial University, Senior Gongzhang has long said, "Competition is everything. As long as there's value, the resources for cultivation will only increase, and the speed of cultivation will only accelerate." After all, the competition at Modu Martial University has been ongoing since the opening ceremony. If I had chosen to use the system to pretend to be weak during the opening ceremony, how long would my strength have been delayed? And when would I have been able to comprehend the dragon serpent steps? In the end, it's all about competition. Martial artists must compete. Ability users must compete. Strength must be contested. Resources must be fought for. This is the survival law of Modu Martial University. Turning off his phone, Qingfeng lay on the bed, his mindset having grown significantly. He understood that when facing an enemy with killing intent, he must not show even a shred of mercy, or the consequences could be fatal. Sigh, this world is ultimately not the one I came from. Strength determines everything. Qingfeng got up, stretched his body a bit, and sat at the desk to start reading. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The buzz surrounding Qingfeng quickly got replaced by new events. During this time, Qingfeng kept a low profile, spending his days either attending remedial lessons with Teacher Lu or improving his attributes at the martial arts arena. Life was going quite well. At this moment, Qingfeng sat quietly in his seat, waiting for Teacher Lu to arrive. Soon, Teacher Lu stepped through the classroom door, quickly walked to the podium, and said, "There's not much to talk about today. The course has already ended, and what remains is the practical training. Once the practical training is over, you'll have gained combat knowledge, cultivation knowledge, and battle experience. After that, it's up to you to develop your own cultivation. If you encounter any issues in cultivation, just come to the teachers for help. If you want to learn spiritual techniques, you can also come to me for an exchange," Teacher Lu continued. "Additionally, prepare yourselves when you go back. The practical training will take place in the dungeon. This is a special form of practice, so I hope you all get ready early." With that, the teacher briefly reminded them of a few precautions and then hurriedly left the classroom. The students in the classroom immediately became lively, with discussions about the dungeon rising one after another. Although everyone had been to the dungeon before, without exception, it had always been a quick visit, and they had never had the chance to explore it deeply. This opportunity excited them immensely, especially those who stole glances at Qingfeng, their eyes filled with envy. After all, the photo of Qingfeng on the forum, disheveled and holding a snakeskin bag, had already become a popular topic of conversation during their leisure time. Everyone understood in their hearts that Qingfeng was the legendary figure who had fought life and death battles in the dungeon. Wanted to step forward and ask about Qingfeng's true feelings about the dungeon, but no one dared to take that step. After all, in their eyes, Qingfeng was a ruthless figure who had killed before, who would dare to approach him so easily. After leaving the classroom, Qingfeng had a simple meal in the cafeteria and then returned to his dormitory. He took out those few hundred silver-grade spirit stones, thinking to himself, "Let's see if I can break through to the silver grade today." As he absorbed the 28 spirit stones one by one, Xingfeng slowly opened his eyes, a wave of disappointment surging in his heart. He had been stuck at the peak of bronze for a long time, unable to break through no matter what. Xingfeng had once sought advice from teacher Lu, who suggested that he not rush and continue to cultivate steadily. Forget it. He sighed, deciding to adjust his mindset and prepare for tomorrow's trip to the dungeon with teacher Lu. He couldn't help but feel curious about what the combat training class would be like. Surely it would be easy, right? The next day, Xingfeng and his classmates waited early at the school gate, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bus. When the bus finally arrived, Xingfeng got on and looked out the window. The scenery outside sped past in reverse, and he had a faint feeling that this direction seemed to lead to the largest underground city in the Magic City, the Spatial Rift. He glanced at teacher Lu, who was sitting in the front, and noticed that the teacher was also watching him. Unable to hold back, Xingfeng asked, "Teacher Lu, are we going to the largest underground city in the Magic City, the Spatial Rift?" "That's right," teacher Lu nodded. The classmates in the classroom were startled upon hearing this. They understood that Xingfeng hadn't been playing on his phone, he had merely glanced out the window and guessed the destination. His familiarity with the place was astonishing. The girls in the class admired Xingfeng even more fervently, their eyes brimming with boundless adoration. The boys secretly clicked their tongues. Although they felt a bit dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say much. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The area around the dungeon entrance was extremely spacious. There were no houses nearby, but vendors selling goods could be seen everywhere. Many students looked around curiously, occasionally buying materials they didn't even know the purpose of, appearing both excited and intrigued. Teacher Lu reorganized the group, gathered the classmates in the center, and led them into the spatial rift. As Xingfeng stepped through the dungeon entrance, the dazzling sunlight fell on his face, and he couldn't help but marvel at how the dungeon could have such a bright and sunny sky. Recalling the dungeons he had encountered before, which were either shrouded in dark clouds or ominously tinged with dark purple, this scene left Xingfeng deeply astonished. Finally, he had come across a normal dungeon. Looking ahead, he was surprised to see stone bricks standing tall all around. Behind him was the entrance, and he found himself in the midst of a vast city. In front of them were countless modern buildings, with cars and stalls on the streets, completely different from the rudimentary trading places seen before. On the city walls, many soldiers were patrolling, seemingly checking for the presence of monsters or creatures nearby. Shocking. This was completely a human stronghold within the dungeon. Teacher Lu counted the number of people and said, "Since everyone is here, let's go. I also need to head to the territory of Magic City Martial University and wait until the basic accommodations are arranged. You can start your free activities today." The students' eyes lit up after hearing this. A boy from the same class asked, "Teacher, does our Magic City Martial University have territory here too?" Teacher Lu smiled slightly and nodded confidently, "That's right, there is territory exclusively belonging to Magic City Martial University, and that's where you'll be taking your practical combat classes. As for why there is territory, actually, most of this city's construction was contributed by the students and teachers of Magic City Martial University, so having an area here is quite normal. Let's go, the sooner we arrive, the sooner you can enjoy free activities." Soon, Xingfeng and his group arrived at the Void Rift version of Moduwuda. Xingfeng observed the entrance and found it to be almost identical to the one in the real-world Moduwuda. However, he faintly felt that this place seemed to be much more expansive than its real-world counterpart. At the same time, he noticed that many students were coming and going through the school gates, exuding an intense aura of killing intent, as if they had slain numerous people and monsters. Instantly, Xingfeng thought of Senior Gong Zhang. The last time he saw Gong Zhang, he mentioned going to the dungeon. Could it be this side he was referring to? It seems these people must be third-year students, those elusive seniors. After passing through the school gates, Teacher Lu led them to the back of the academy. Xingfeng immediately noticed that the rear of the school turned out to be an extremely vast playground, equipped with far more facilities and equipment than before. Especially the sun, it seemed exceptionally scorching. There is only one house here, and Xingfeng doesn't know its specific purpose. Perhaps it's for storing equipment. After arriving here, Teacher Lu looked at Xingfeng and the others and said, "This will be the place where you will live in the future. Set up a tent and sleep wherever you like." The other students, upon hearing this, were speechless. "Teacher Lu, can't we live in those houses?" "No way," Teacher Lu said firmly. Although the martial arts school in the underground city is built as a one-to-one replica of the outside, there are actually very few dormitories, and only your senior third-year students can live in them. All the other places are for storing weapons, tools, and important items. You can't just go in. However, there's still one place you can go, and that's the house behind me. This is where you can take a bath. The rest of the students, upon hearing this, were speechless. Before they could continue complaining, Teacher Lu's voice came again, but you don't need to worry. This is just for this year. By next year, the dormitory for sophomores should be ready. By then, after finishing the second semester next year, you'll have a place to stay when you become sophomores, right? What about the freshmen's dormitory, teacher? Yu Qingfeng asked curiously. Freshmen? There's no plan to build your dormitory. Look at this vast area here, just set up a tent temporarily, and that should be enough. Qingfeng. All the students. Amazing, truly amazing. Tan Xiaoyi, Yu Qingfeng, you two come with me to get the tents. The rest of the students can move around here for now, Teacher Lu said. Qingfeng walked up to Teacher Lu, and Tan Xiaoyi followed. Tan Xiaoyi sneaked a glance at Yu Qingfeng, while Yu Qingfeng was listening. To the teacher explained the location of the tents. Upon learning they were in the equipment room, he began planning his next steps. Qingfeng nodded slightly, secretly pondering that this practical class indeed had a deeper purpose. He walked into the equipment room with Tan Xiaoyi, casually rummaged around, and keenly spotted a tent. Excitedly, he said to Tan Xiaoyi, "It's right here." He handed the bag containing the tent to Tan Xiaoyi, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Here, take this. I'll see if there are any other tents." Tan Xiaoyi felt a bit nervous, absent-mindedly taking the tent as her heart raced. Qingfeng continued searching through the equipment room, inwardly lamenting how dirty and messy the place was, completely unlike a school's equipment room. Just as he found another dust-covered tent, the moment he turned around, he almost bumped lips with Tan Xiaoyi. Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, the corner of his mouth twitching, thinking to himself, the class monitor is really such a hassle. "Squad leader, didn't I tell you to go first?" he asked speechlessly. Tan Xiaoyi's face flushed red, and she quickly corrected herself. "I wanted to wait for you and talk to you about something." A tremor ran through Qingfeng's heart. Could it be that this girl has feelings for me? I almost lost my first kiss just now. It seems boys need to be more cautious outside. Ahem, squad leader, what is it you wanted to talk about? He tried hard to stay calm. My brother is also a student at Motowuda, and he knows some inside information. After this practical class, there will actually be team formation activities, Tan Xiaoyi said earnestly. This is to ensure safety and also to enhance team awareness. Having more people will make the next trip to the dungeon much easier. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of Rong Hong. Remembering his clean and efficient way of collecting spirit stone materials, he nodded in agreement. "Oh, I see. So, I want to invite you to join my team," Tan Xiaoyi said with a determined look. Qingfeng was slightly taken aback but secretly delighted. This was truly an opportunity. He thought to himself, joining your team isn't out of the question. But he only muttered this softly to himself, and Tan Xiaoyi did not hear it. "How many people make up a squad?" he asked curiously. 4 people. Tan Xiaoyi replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qingfeng's thoughts were instantly ignited. A 4-person squad could perfectly leverage everyone's strengths. He secretly made up his mind that no matter what, in future battles, he would fight side by side with Tan Xiaoyi. 4 people? Indeed, an archer, a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer, a perfect team composition, practically flawless. You're absolutely right, this combination is truly brilliant. It seems your team is quite strong, which will definitely make exploring the dungeon much easier. Tan Xiaoyi felt a surge of joy in her heart, but before she could speak, Yu Qingfeng interrupted her. "Daga, Kotowaru. But I refuse." Tan Xiaoyi was instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning in utter shock. "This matter can wait until the time comes. If I must make a choice, I will consider it carefully," Yu Qingfeng said calmly. "If it's not mandatory, I still prefer being alone." His words instantly plunged Tan Xiaoyi's mood into the depths. "Alright, let's hurry up. Teacher Lu and the others must be getting anxious," Yu Qingfeng urged. Tan Xiaoyi nodded helplessly, a wave of disappointment washing over her. When she looked at Yu Qingfeng again, she found he had already walked out of the equipment room. She quickly followed, her heart growing heavier. She occasionally glanced at Yu Qingfeng, a surge of indescribable disappointment welling up inside her. She had never experienced such complex emotions before and secretly pondered, could it be that I'm not attractive enough? Or does he like boys? Was what that senior said true? No, that's impossible, she comforted herself in her heart. It's fine, at least I managed to strike up a conversation this time. Inviting him next time shouldn't be too difficult, right? Back on the playground, The classmates saw Yu Qingfeng and Tan Xiaoyi walking side by side and cast envious glances, marveling at how the two seemed like a match made in heaven. Tan Xiaoyi? What right does she have to be by my male god's side? Yu Qingfeng? What right does he have to be by my goddess's side? The two of them set up the tent together, and after confirming there were no issues, Qingfeng left the school and headed straight for the market at the dungeon entrance, holding the venomous fang he had pulled from the Titan python. Thinking that the fang was of no use to him, Qingfeng decided to sell it off somewhere casually. He looked around and eventually found a random corner to sit down, adopting the posture of a street vendor. If someone recognized its value, they would naturally come to inquire. After half an hour, Qingfeng was feeling a bit bored. At this moment, an elderly man approached him, smiled, and said, "Young man, this should be a venomous fang from a Titan python, right? Judging by its size, it seems to be the smallest one. From the appearance quality, it doesn't seem to have reached the gold level yet. Young man, are you interested in selling it to me? I happen to need a Titan python's venomous fang." Hearing this, Qingfeng's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Sell. May I ask how much the elder plans to offer? I must tell you, this Titan python was about to advance to the gold level. I was lucky to take it down." The old man looked proud. "I won't sell it without a suitable price," Qingfeng responded calmly, remaining vigilant in his heart. The old man was slightly taken aback, then laughed. "Young man, don't joke around. With your bronze-level skills, you actually want to kill a half-step gold Titan python. However, judging by the quality and style, it does seem a bit like a half-step gold Titan python." Qingfeng frowned, sensing that this old man was not simple, and decided to respond cautiously. "Are you buying or not? If not, I'll leave." Buy. Judging by the intact quality, it should be good material. 50 silver-grade spirit stones, will you sell it? Deal. Qingfeng agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, the old man's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, I overbid." He felt regretful, not expecting to be tricked by a young man. For a moment, the old man was a bit dumbfounded, thinking, does this person even know how to do business? Doesn't he know how to haggle? What he didn't know was that Qingfeng wasn't very clear about the value of this item and didn't care much either. He just wanted to exchange it for some spirit stones, and to his surprise, he managed to get 50 silver-grade spirit stones. Naturally, Qingfeng didn't hesitate to make the deal. The old man carefully examined the Titan python's venomous fang in his hand and, after confirming there were no issues, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, although I didn't make a profit, at least I didn't suffer a total loss. At the same time, the old man understood that Qingfeng was not familiar with market prices and felt secretly pleased. Therefore, he gave Qingfeng 70 silver-grade spirit stones at the standard price and handed him a business card, hoping that next time Qingfeng would sell good items directly to him. Qingfeng had not expected the old man's generosity. Taking the business card, he saw the words "Treasure Pavilion, Owner Wan Yongfeng" written on it. When he looked up, he found that the old man had already left, so he carefully put the card away, secretly looking forward to their next transaction. In response, Qingfeng nodded slightly, feeling a newfound respect for the old man. Considering that he might encounter difficulties with material processing in the future, he decided that he could come here for help. With nothing else to do, he began wandering around the streets. Passing by several shops, Qingfeng noticed many unique materials from the spatial secret realm, such as antlion mandibles, sandworm shells, and other rare items. There were also some weapons displayed in the shop windows. Sandworm shells could be used to craft sturdy bronze-grade armor, while antlion mandibles were suitable for forging weapons. Unfortunately, these items were of little use to Qingfeng. If there were silver-grade materials or higher-grade weapons available, he might have considered making a purchase. Qingfeng thought to himself that the hardness of his water-controlling weapon was actually determined by his own strength. For example, now that he was at the peak of the bronze stage, the weapon he condensed would naturally only be at the peak of bronze as well. Therefore, external materials were not entirely useless to him, it was just that the grade of these materials was similar to his own and not convenient to carry. With no other choice, Qingfeng decided to return to school. As he turned around, he noticed a path leading up to the city wall. His heart stirred, and he walked up without hesitation. When Qingfeng stood beside a soldier, the scenery before him took his breath away. Outside the city wall was a lush, verdant forest, and next to it stretched a vast desert. In the distance, beyond the forest and desert, he could faintly see shimmering planets. This was the first time Qingfeng had seen such a sight, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of awe as he quietly admired the stunning view before him. The soldier beside him merely glanced at him before resuming his focus on his post. In fact, there were quite a few people like Qingfeng who climbed the city wall to enjoy the scenery. After all, the city wall was open to everyone, and such behavior was nothing out of the ordinary. Unknowingly, night fell. Qingfeng returned to the school and was about to head back to his tent to rest when Teacher Lu suddenly gathered them together. The students, lined up in formation, exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes. At this moment, Teacher Lu stepped out, his demeanor completely different from before. His expression was stern, devoid of the previous kind and gentle warmth, replaced by an invisible sense of pressure. In such an atmosphere, the other students also ceased their quiet chatter. Teacher Lu scanned the surroundings, and after confirming everyone was present, he spoke directly. I believe everyone has gained some understanding of this city. Number 16 foot and had your share of fun. Now it's time to get serious. Starting now, we will begin physical training in preparation for the practical combat lessons. That's right, it starts right now. His voice was like a trumpet, inspiring the hearts of everyone. Teacher Lu revealed a humane smile, causing many students to involuntarily shiver. This smile seemed to foreshadow the challenges ahead. These are the equipment for the physical training class. Teacher Lu casually took out a box and placed it in front of everyone. There are 2 boxes in total. Each group takes 1 box. Her voice was clear and firm. Forget it, class monitor, why don't you come up and distribute them to everyone? Teacher Lu gestured to Tan Xiaoyi. Tan Xiaoyi stepped forward, took out something resembling a wristband from a box, and then retrieved what looked like weighted ankle straps from another box. Unusually, the exterior of these straps was made of black metal, emitting a faint glow and exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. The students curiously examined these 2 novel pieces of equipment, and Qingfeng was also filled with doubt. After distributing all the items from the boxes, Teacher Lu spoke. Put the thicker ring on your foot like the weighted straps, and place the wristband on your arm. Has everyone put them on? If so, you can activate them. The activation button is nearby, find it yourselves. After Qingfeng equipped himself with these items, he felt a heavy weight but quickly adapted. He carefully searched for the button and indeed found a conspicuous activation key on the side of the wristband. The ankle straps also had a similar design. At the press of a button, Qingfeng immediately felt a wave of weakness surge through him. The power within his body was almost suppressed. In an instant, his gaze locked onto the wristband, and he thought to himself, this thing is restricting my energy. If the wristband serves this purpose, then what about the ankle weights? Qingfeng slightly lifted his leg and suddenly felt a surge of gravity pressing down on his feet, as if a 1,000-pound weight was crushing him. However, Qingfeng's strength and physique were exceptionally powerful. Previously, he could unleash 38 tons of force with his spiritual energy. Even though he was now restricted, he still retained 10 tons of strength. To him, the weighted sandbags on his feet weren't too heavy. He roughly estimated that the weight of these sandbags was about 4 tons. Looking at the other students, he noticed their strained expressions, and Qingfeng secretly felt fortunate. Teacher Lu looked at everyone and, seeing that they understood the intricacies, said, with these on, you can start running laps. There's no limit to the number of laps run until you're completely exhausted. Your weight and movement trajectory will be displayed on my laptop. If you can't take it, you can let me know. I'll reduce your weight. However, benefiting from this means you won't be on par with others from the start, let alone in the future. The future is yours, so naturally, it's up to you to decide. I won't force you. Her words were full of guidance. Everyone remained silent, exchanging glances, but no one requested to adjust their weights. Seeing this, Teacher Lu smiled slightly. Since there are no objections, then start running. By the way, since no one wants to adjust the weight, I'll add a reward. Whoever manages to hold out until the very end will receive an extra reward. As for whether you can get this reward, that will depend on your own efforts. Some people in the class were eager to show their skills, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to shine, and they all started running. Only one person remained in place, and that person was Yu Qingfeng. He slowly walked toward Teacher Lu and said firmly, I want to increase the weight. Teacher Lu gave him a surprised look. The current weight is 4 tons. If you want to increase it, I'm afraid you won't be able to run very far. There was even a hint of concern in her tone. Are you sure you want to add it? She confirmed again. Qingfeng did not hesitate, just nodded. Teacher Lu shook her head and helplessly opened the laptop in her hands. How much do you want to add? 7 tons. Qingfeng answered without hesitation. Teacher Lu looked at Qingfeng, saw his determined expression, and finally nodded, all right, I'll help you make the adjustments. Xingfeng quickly started running, the gravity under his feet making him feel the real challenge. Behind him, Teacher Lu watched as he jogged effortlessly with a blank expression, like an ordinary person, and sighed inwardly, "What a monster." Xingfeng soon caught up with his classmates and then gradually slowed down. As time went on, some people began to faint one after another. Xingfeng stepped over a fallen classmate, looked back, and noticed a man in black had appeared at some point, lifting the person and running in the direction of Teacher Lu. Xingfeng paid no attention and continued to accelerate, a burning determination for victory igniting in his heart. As time passed, the number of people on the playground dwindled until only a few figures remained. Xingfeng's body was on the verge of collapse from exhaustion, yet he persisted. At this moment, he could feel the restless surge of spiritual energy within him, seemingly ready to erupt at any time to repair his physical functions. However, the suppression of the wristband left him helpless, as the spiritual energy was firmly restrained and could not be mobilized. "I'm not at my limit yet," Xingfeng silently encouraged himself. Despite the unbearable thirst, he remained clear-headed and kept running. Another 6 hours passed, and only he and the class monitor, Tan Shaoi, were left on the playground. Xingfeng noticed that Tan Shaoi's consciousness was beginning to blur, her face was full of exhaustion, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing her state, Xingfeng couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart and swallowed hard. "I can't fall," he vowed silently, slowing his pace and reciting a calming mantra from his past life in his mind. "If the heart is as clear as ice, even the collapse of the heavens won't cause fear." As time went on, Tan Shaoi finally collapsed from exhaustion, but Xingfeng continued to endure. Although he had not yet reached his limit, the world before him had begun to blur, and his consciousness was becoming hazy. Another 3 hours passed, and the horizon began to glow faintly with the first light of dawn. Xingfeng's body had reached its limit, yet he still relied on sheer willpower to keep running. The road ahead was no longer visible. To him, he could only rely on instinct to push forward desperately. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and the contours of his abdominal muscles faintly emerged under the sunlight, exuding a subtle beauty of strength. At this moment, Teacher Lu was silently observing him from behind. Seeing Xingfeng still persisting, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Modo Martial University has truly found a treasure. No wonder the vice principal values him so much and wants to take him as a disciple. She couldn't help but think that if she had met Xingfeng earlier, he would undoubtedly have been her prized student. Xingfeng endured for another 3 hours of running but eventually could no longer hold on and collapsed. At the very moment he lost consciousness, Xingfeng felt warm arms catching him, and the sensation on his head was as soft as cotton candy. He instinctively leaned into it. In the intertwining of illusion and reality, Xingfeng fell into a deep sleep. When Xingfeng woke up again, he found himself in a bathroom. The soreness in his body felt incredibly satisfying, and he couldn't help but stretch lazily. Looking around, he noticed that most of his classmates were also there. It was only then that he realized he was soaking in a massive bath barrel. The water in the barrel had a captivating green hue. His heart stirred, and he tried to control the water flow, only to discover that the spiritual energy suppression bracelet was still on his wrist. Looking down, he saw that the weighted ankle straps were still on his feet as well. "Forget it, the school won't harm me," he muttered to himself and paid it no further attention. Out of boredom, Xingfeng opened the system interface. Ding, strength attribute absorbed +1. Ding, strength attribute absorbed +1. Ding, strength attribute +1. Ha! Xingfeng frowned, glancing at the bathtub and the green water. Could it be this? Is this some kind of body refining potion? A potion to improve the body, he speculated in his heart. Judging by the absorption speed, the effect of this potion was clearly extraordinary. Immersed in his perception, he discovered that his body was like a hungry beast, greedily absorbing the energy molecules from the water. He gradually understood Teacher Lu's intention. After soaking for about 4 hours, Xingfeng felt his body had reached a certain state of saturation. Naturally, he didn't plan to continue soaking, so he quickly got up, dressed, and walked out of the bathroom. Sunlight poured down as Xingfeng stretched his body. Walking to his tent, he was about to drink some water when he caught sight of Teacher Lu sitting in the distance in front of a computer. Without hesitation, he walked over and looked up at her. When Teacher Lu saw him, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head, speaking firmly, "Awake? Then keep running. This is how it will be for the next half-month. Rain or shine, keep running until you can't anymore." Her voice was like a trumpet, inspiring Xingfeng. If you want to be worse than others, you can also choose not to run. Xingfeng immediately felt like spitting blood. This was truly devilish training. He quickly finished drinking water and started running again. Just like that, Qingfeng's days passed in constant repetition, running, fainting, waking up, absorbing, running again. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. On the last day, Qingfeng slowly woke up and saw the familiar bathtub once again. A trace of disappointment rose in his heart, but thinking that it was the final day, a rare smile appeared on his face. The past half-month has been truly agonizing, dull and numbing. Out of boredom, he wanted to check how many power attribute points he had absorbed this time. However, no matter how he called, the system remained unresponsive. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up, and he looked at it carefully. Ding, would you like to invite a new system member? Yes, no. Has it been a month already? Time flies so fast. He felt a surge of joy in his heart and decisively chose yes. At the same time, in the chat group, the superpower lottery system began to show its might. Superpower lottery system, LV3. Ha, I am an LV3 system, second only to the group owner. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? AFK system, LV2. I'm being reckless, so what? Can you hit me? Chef system, LV1. When the new system arrives, there will definitely be one with a higher level than you. Devouring system, LV2. Xiaoyi is really getting cocky. I get annoyed just seeing him in the group. Ability lottery system, LV3. Xiaoyi, only I can call you that. Only the group owner can address you this way. A mere LV2 is being way too presumptuous. The new system's level is higher than mine? Impossible, the highest is only level 3. If a level 4 shows up, I'll immediately call him daddy. Ding, God level choice system, LV4, has joined the group chat. Dong, assassination system, LV1, has joined the group chat. Dong, auto cultivation system, LV3, has joined the group chat. Ability lottery system, LV3. Chef system, LV1. Little e, come out and lick daddy. Chef system, LV1. Sai, group status -1. Yu Qingfeng, group owner. Everyone, please take a look at the group announcement, then share your functions. Alright. God level selection system, LV4. I never expected to enter a system that upgrades the system's level. Truly, there are all kinds of systems across the multiverse. My role is to give you choices, and each choice will come with different rewards. Automatic cultivation system, LV3. Me? I automatically cultivate. Both techniques and realms can be cultivated automatically. Assassination system. LV1. Just an ordinary city, assassination system. Chef system, LV1. At assassination system, I understand your pain. The God level choice system has been bound by the group owner. Superpower lottery system, LV3. Aha, now I'm the greatest. A few other level 3 systems have arrived? Not bad, you're qualified to stand on equal footing with me. All systems. Qingfeng carefully thought it over and ultimately decided to choose the God level choice system. The reason was simple and clear: high level. Plus, it's easy to operate. All you need to do is make a choice, without having to run around like with the attribute collection system. Although the latter boosts strength quickly, the awkwardness of being seen picking up attribute light orbs is truly exasperating. The other systems were fine, but the word God level made this system stand out as extraordinary and absolutely not simple. Ding, group members are full. If you wish to invite new systems again, please promptly increase the member limit. Host. The sudden news made Qingfeng pause for a moment. Does this thing even have a limit? How do I increase the limit? Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Ding, the number of group members can be increased once all group members collectively reach level 2. So that's how it is. Alright, got it, Qingfeng nodded. After soaking in the medicinal bath in the bathroom for over an hour, Qingfeng slowly stood up, got dressed, and walked out. He saw the group of people not far away lying together in a state of exhaustion and numbness, seemingly unsure of what to do. From their eyes, Qingfeng saw confusion. This is truly troublesome. However, as a result, they lost much of their interest in phones and gaming entertainment facilities. Even though they no longer had to run, they didn't take them out to pass the time, instead just sitting there blankly, as if contemplating life. Teacher Lu gave them enough time to recover. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the once-numb trainees suddenly became full of energy again, excitedly discovering that their endurance, resistance, strength, and physical fitness had all greatly improved. In the evening, Teacher Lu gathered them together again. What does Teacher Lu want this time? Could it be another round of devilish training? A male student whispered to the classmate next to him. Another student was equally puzzled. I just heard from the class monitor that it's supposed to be some kind of surprise. Surprise? I think it's more like a fright. Forget it, let's hurry up and get in line. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone was anticipating the upcoming surprise, yet there was a faint sense of unease in their hearts. 45 people stood neatly in line, waiting for Teacher Lu to arrive. The atmosphere was both tense and expectant, while the students nearby whispered softly, their hearts filled with longing for the surprise to come. Teacher Lu finally appeared. Her presence was gentle yet commanding, instantly silencing all the murmurs. The moments they had spent with her seemed to resurface one by one at that instant. Many couldn't help but feel moved, their hearts crying out, "This is the gentle Teacher Lu we know. Your efforts are the result of everyone supervising each other. This surprise is actually the fruit of your own hard work," Teacher Lu said with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with gratification. After speaking, she opened her notebook and pressed a key. Instantly, the handcuffs and weighted sandbags fell to the ground like shattered shackles with a resounding crash. With a thunderous roar, the long-suppressed spiritual energy surged like a flood. The auras of 45 individuals expanded in an instant, and the bottlenecks that had held them back were completely shattered at that moment. "They've broken through! All of them have broken through," the students exclaimed, their eyes darting around to take in the extraordinary scene before them. Some students advanced 3 minor levels in one go, and there were even those who directly leaped to the peak of bronze. As for Qingfeng, who had long been troubled by the shackles of silver, he astonishingly broke through to silver 2-star under the impact of this spiritual energy. His state of mind felt as free as a fish in water, achieving an unprecedented sense of liberation. A massive silver radiance enveloped Qingfeng, as if a deity had descended, causing the other students to hold their breath and stare in awe at this phenomenon. "This is the phenomenon that only occurs upon breaking through to silver," someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Who has broken through to silver?" Everyone looked around, and finally, they saw the light of the phenomenon gradually converge, all falling onto Qingfeng. "It's the Demon King who broke through. The first silver of the freshman year has been born." This news exploded across the campus like a bomb, even attracting students from the neighboring class. Shock and a sense of powerlessness surged through their hearts, but what followed was an even stronger determination to climb higher. Qingfeng's breakthrough was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at those once complacent and arrogant students, forcing them to soberly realize the gap between themselves and others. Teacher Lu stared intently at Qingfeng, secretly astonished. Previously, when he had asked her how to break through to silver, her answer was accumulation. The silver stage is a massive threshold for both ability users and martial artists, extremely difficult to cross. Yet now, this little guy had broken through in one fell swoop, completely beyond her expectations. It seemed his ability talent was definitely not just B-level, it might even be A-level. Alright, now that Qingfeng has advanced to silver, everyone should celebrate properly. You all must also strive for opportunities to grow stronger. Teacher Lu's voice rang out like a sharp sword, snapping everyone out of their shock. Don't slack off, there will be plenty of time to play in the future. Every word she spoke was like a rallying horn, awakening the hidden fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. The students cast envious glances at Qingfeng, especially the girls, whose gazes seemed almost devouring. Class monitor Tan Xiaowei stared unblinkingly, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just Qingfeng. The next day, the news of Qingfeng advancing to silver spread across the campus like wildfire. The previously forgotten campus forum became lively once again, with its popularity skyrocketing. Campus forum comments: Whoa, is this for real? Could it be cheating? Is Yu Qingfeng's talent really only B-level? This year's freshmen are way too impressive. I can't take it anymore, I need to work harder. TCH, what's there to talk about? Breaking through to silver is pretty normal, isn't it? He's only got a B-level talent. When he reaches the peak of silver and hits the gold bottleneck, he might get stuck for a year or two. Whether he can even reach platinum in this lifetime is uncertain. Who's being so sour on the forum? It's unbearable. Seriously, it's unbearable. The Demon King truly lives up to the name, handsome, talented, and so hardworking. Absolutely YYDS. The entire campus was completely ignited by Qingfeng Yu's breakthrough, and a wave of enthusiasm for cultivation swept through like a flood. Especially for the freshmen, the pressure doubled. Only through hard work could they contend with this Demon King and strive to surpass him. At noon, while Qingfeng Yu was eating, he was looking down at his phone. Teacher Lu had sent a message in the class group, asking everyone to form teams. This time, there were no class restrictions. Anyone could team up with whomever they wanted. Once the teams were formed, the practical combat class would begin. The horn of battle had sounded, and a new journey was about to commence. Qingfeng scratched his head, thinking to himself, in this school, he had almost no friends. Whenever he tried to approach others, they would always show a hint of unfamiliarity and awe, as if he were some exalted prodigy. This sense of loneliness was truly frustrating. Forget it, I'll think about it later, Qingfeng muttered to himself, deciding to continue watching anime to distract himself. As time passed, he became engrossed in an hour of exciting plotlines until he decided to get up and move around to stretch his stiff body. At this moment, the class monitor, Tan Xiaoyi, slowly approached, accompanied by a pure and adorable girl. As soon as the two reached Qingfeng, the class monitor smiled and said, "Qingfeng, may I invite you to join our team?" Before the words had even faded, a panel appeared in front of Qingfeng, gradually revealing 3 options, like a fateful choice. Option 1, ha, woman, you're just lusting after my body. I would rather die than join your team. Reward, plus 10 cultivation speed. Option 2, become the class monitor Tan Xiaoyi's lapdog, give her the best resources, provide her with the best protection, only to eventually see her grow disgusted with you and walk down the aisle with someone else. Reward, strength breakthrough to silver 2-star. Option 3, I raise my proud head in the gentle breeze, set aside the burden of being a prodigy, and reluctantly joined. Breakthrough silver 3-star, reward, silver level technique cold jade hand. Qingfeng was startled, damn, do I even have a choice? It seems like I can't refuse at all. I choose 3, to join, he said resolutely, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he tried to mask his inner tension. Hearing Qingfeng's agreement, class monitor Tan Xiaoyi's face immediately lit up with a smile. She pulled over the girl beside her and excitedly introduced, this is Bai Xiying, ranked 4th on our freshman campus beauty list. Bai Xiying smiled faintly, extended her small hand, and shook hands with Qingfeng. Qingfeng glanced at the delicate, fair little palm, feeling a slight stir in his heart, but he only gave it a casual shake. After briefly introducing himself, he intended to leave. Bai Xiying wanted to ask him to stay but didn't know what to say. The words reached her lips but were swallowed back. Class monitor Tan Xiaoyi was already used to such situations and wasn't surprised. However, she was puzzled by Qingfeng's actions. Every encounter with him always left her feeling unexpected. Forget it, Xiying, let's go find the last member, the class monitor said, turning to leave. A boy walking toward them greeted her, but Bai Xiying and the class monitor didn't even glance at him and walked straight past. Suddenly, Tan Xiaoyi remembered something, quickly turned back, apologized to the students, and greeted them again. At this moment, Qingfeng's choice set him on an entirely new path, and the gears of fate quietly began to turn. Those classmates were also surprised and quickly said it was nothing. At this moment, Tan Xiaoyi seemed to understand something. She had once been extremely proud, maintaining a cold attitude toward ordinary people or those less capable than her. Even if someone greeted her proactively, she paid no attention. Since childhood, she had been called a genius, and apart from her parents, there was no one she looked up to. However, now there appeared someone more dazzling and stronger than her. That person, just like she used to be, didn't even bother to acknowledge her existence. At this moment, Tan Xiaoyi finally realized how ridiculous her former arrogance had been. Geniuses have their pride, but when someone with even greater talent emerges, even that pride becomes insignificant. But was Yu Qingfeng really such an arrogant person? Perhaps his speech at the opening ceremony and his duel with the sophomore senior gave people that impression, but through Tan Xiaoyi's observations, she found she was wrong. During his speech, Qingfeng awakened everyone's fighting spirit, and during the duel, he made them face reality. Even though rumors about him were rampant on the forums, he never once defended himself. Instead, he chose to quietly train in the dungeon. When he returned, his strength had advanced to silver, yet he still showed no arrogance. He was even willing to serve those seniors in the martial arts arena, focusing on discussing cultivation matters. During running training, he always stayed behind the group, remaining low-key and unnoticed. Even as the first freshman to break through to silver, he never showed off in the slightest. He does not covet vanity, does not care about fame and fortune, nor is he interested in beauty. He only cares about his own cultivation, steadfastly holding onto his path. Tan Xiaoyi's heart gradually became clear. It turned out that Qingfeng had been reminding her all along that in both life and actions, one only needs to follow their true heart. By letting go of arrogance and walking alongside Qingfeng, one can go further. So, although he had clearly refused to join the team before, he now agreed precisely because of this understanding and sincerity, to cultivate together with him. Yes, that must be it. Tan Xiaoyi became even more convinced of her speculation. However, what she did not know was that Qingfeng had not been paying attention to her, truly had not noticed her. Every time he declined, it was because they were not familiar with each other, coupled with the fact that he was genuinely occupied most of the time. For instance, at this moment, Yu Qingfeng had just received a reward from the divine selection system, which had elevated his strength to silver 3-star and granted him a spiritual technique. Yu Qingfeng was busy cultivating the spiritual technique. When Qingfeng woke up from absorbing the spiritual technique, he understood the function of the cold jade hand. As long as one trains to the entry level, the hands will become like cold jade, not only more durable but also significantly enhancing grip, strength and combat power. Upon mastering it, the hands will become as solid as jade, resistant to poison, and imbued with ice. Attributes. Qingfeng felt that the most important aspect was that the hands would become slender and beautiful, highly ornamental. After a day of training, Qingfeng easily mastered it all. Looking at his exquisitely jade-like hands, Qingfeng nodded to himself, picked up a stone, and effortlessly crushed it into powder. Just as he was about to wash his hands, he noticed the water gradually freezing into ice. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Could this mean he could condense ice spikes for attacks? He attempted to summon ice spikes to rise from the ground in the distance but failed. After half an hour of experimentation, Qingfeng discovered that in order to condense ice, it had to be in contact with his hands. This seemed rather impractical. If he had to use his hands, he might as well use water manipulation to form darts, which would clearly be far more effective. However, perhaps it could come in handy in summer when drinking cola without ice. The next day, early in the morning, Qingfeng heard Teacher Lu calling him outside the tent. He quickly put on his clothes and groggily stuck his head out, saying, "What's wrong? Is there something you need, Teacher Lu?" At this moment, he noticed that besides Teacher Lu, there were also the class monitor Tan Shui, Bai Xiying, and a woman he didn't recognize. Teacher Lu saw that Qingfeng was still half asleep and said sternly, "It's already 5 o'clock. Time to get up. I remember that someone with silver-level strength doesn't even need to sleep, yet you're sleeping so soundly. With this time, why not focus on cultivating properly?" Qingfeng naturally didn't take this to heart, thinking to himself, "Cultivate? I have a cheat system. No matter how I cultivate, I'll always be faster than them." Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud and could only reply, "Teacher, sleep is essential. Being too eager to cultivate will only slow down progress. I need to take things step by step. The comfort of my bed brings peace to my soul." Teacher Lu didn't argue and went straight to the point. "I will be the teacher for your team. Gather at the school gate this afternoon." As she said this, her sharp gaze was fixed on Qingfeng. But Qingfeng didn't care at all. Instead, his focus was entirely different. "Ha?" Yu Qingfeng asked, "Teacher Lu, since you're specifically teaching the rest of us students, what about the others?" "Naturally, other teachers will handle their instruction," Teacher Lu replied. "One team, one teacher? Wow, so this is the foundation of Modu Martial Arts University? To have so many highly skilled teachers," Qingfeng thought to himself, but he didn't dwell on it. Since it exists, there must be a reason for it, and Qingfeng wasn't particularly concerned about it. He yawned, stuck his head back into the tent, pulled the blanket open again, and prepared to continue his deep sleep. "Teacher Lu?" Black lines appeared on Teacher Lu's forehead as he cursed inwardly, "This kid is so naive." Teacher Lu yanked open the zipper, pulled Yu Qingfeng, who had just crawled back into the blanket, out, and said sternly, "Are you really planning to wait until noon to come? Look, your whole team is here, and you're the only one missing. You still don't get the implication? I'm giving you a way out, so get up now. How can you have no ambition at all?" Subscription, trigger selection. Option 1, I, Yu Qingfeng, have never had any ambition. I just want to sleep, and I want to sleep for an entire day. Reward, cultivation speed plus 20. Option 2, get up immediately, pat Teacher Lu on the shoulder, and say righteously, "Teacher Lu, how can such things wait until noon? As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence. If we don't work hard now, then when?" Reward, cultivation speed plus 60, space ring plus 1. Choose 3, slap Teacher Lu a few times, and say arrogantly, "My strength, Qingfeng, has already reached silver 3 stars. I alone can be invincible in the world. Who needs team cooperation?" Reward, cultivation speed plus 100. I choose 2. Qingfeng immediately stood up, patted Teacher Lu on the shoulder, looked at her seriously, patted his own chest, and said righteously, "Teacher Lu, am I that kind of person? I was just going back to check on my bed. As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence. How could I possibly slack off like this? How could I let you all wait in vain? I am absolutely not that kind of person. If not now, when will you strive?" Ding, selection successful, reward, cultivation speed plus 60, space ring plus 1. Looking at Yu Qingfeng at this moment, Teacher Lu was speechless and gently said, "Next time you say something so motivational, please put down the sleeping pillow first." "You Qingfeng." "Ah, Teacher Lu, don't worry, I will bring glory to our team." Qingfeng flashed a sunny smile, feeling secretly proud. The reward was in hand. This was the true essence of a feel-good story life. Qingfeng tossed the cartoon pillow into his tent, rubbed his head to cover his embarrassment, and then quickly grabbed a towel from inside the tent. After wetting it with water, he casually wiped his face, trying his best to appear calm. "Let's go, follow me to the armory and pick a suitable weapon." Teacher Lu's voice was firm and powerful, as if encouraging them. On the way, Qingfeng learned the identity of the new member. Her name was Kei Yushi, a freshman and ranked 7th on the campus goddess list. Upon learning this, Qingfeng's gaze gradually became resolute, and he thought to himself, surrounded by a sea of flowers, one must remain untouched. The moment of trial has come. Holding one's ground is a test, and completing it will make the Tao heart even more steadfast. Following Teacher Lu, they quickly arrived at the weapons room. Teacher Lu took out a key and opened the door to the weapons room. The originally dark room instantly lit up. Though the door outside was small, the interior held hidden wonders. Rows upon rows of weapons gleamed with a cold light, neatly arranged and exuding a sharp aura that stirred one's emotions. "By the way, have you decided on a name for your team?" Teacher Lu asked, his gaze sweeping over them. Qingfeng and the others exchanged glances and replied in unison, "No." "How about the teacher comes up with one?" Qingfeng asked tentatively. Teacher Lu nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "All right, I'll think of one for you. Don't just stand around, go find some suitable weapons. I'll let you know once I've decided." Qingfeng and the others nodded and began carefully selecting their weapons. Although he could manipulate water to form tools, that didn't stop him from wanting a stylish weapon. Looking at the flashy and cool weapons, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He imagined how, once he became more proficient with his water-based abilities, he could create custom weapons, and his mood grew even better. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. The class monitor and the others had already found and prepared their weapons, but Qingfeng was still wandering around the armory. They patiently waited for him, but after another half hour, Teacher Lu couldn't stand it anymore. She casually grabbed a tang sword and tossed it to Qingfeng, pulling him out directly. "Teacher Lu, what are you doing? I'm still choosing my beloved weapon." Qingfeng protested indignantly. Hearing this, Teacher Lu said nothing more, directly took back the tang sword, threw it back into the weapons room, closed the door, and said, "I don't think there's any equipment in the weapons room that suits your taste. You'd better use your water controlling device as your weapon. You Qingfeng. Forget it. Next time, I'll take a good look at those famous games online. After all, who would dislike a cool weapon?" He had completely forgotten what he had said to his father earlier and ultimately still had a soft spot for flashy things. "By the way, have you thought of a name for the teacher's team?" Yu Qingfeng asked curiously. "Of course, I've thought of a reliable name for you. And it's very realistic," Teacher Lu said with a smile. The class monitor and the others also gathered around, looking at Teacher Lu expectantly. The 3 girls and 1 boy squad. Under the gaze of Qingfeng and the others, Teacher Lu firmly announced the name. "Everyone." Qingfeng thought to himself, "I'm so foolish, how could I let Teacher Lu choose the name?" He glanced at Teacher Lu, who quietly walked over to Tan Shoui's side and said softly, "Why don't we come up with one ourselves? This name doesn't suit us." Tan Shoui nodded, clearly in agreement. These words naturally reached Teacher Lu's ears. With a kind smile, he lightly tapped Qingfeng on the head and said, "I think this name is excellent." "It's happily decided then, Team 3 girls and 1 boy. All right, let's go. It's about time to head out of the city and teach you how to kill monsters." "Out of the city?" Qingfeng asked curiously. "Teacher Lu, is the practical class going to take place outside the city?" "Well, the practical combat course is about teaching you how to deal with monsters in the dungeon, and the rest is about ensuring your safety," Teacher Lu explained. "Although it's called a practical combat course, apart from the teacher's protection, the rest depends on your own efforts. So, what do you think? After graduation, would you consider becoming a teacher at Modu Martial Arts University? The benefits here are pretty good, and in the future, you'll have the strength for it," Teacher Lu joked. A teacher? How could he possibly do something so exhausting? Benefits? He didn't care at all. If he ever needed money, the godly tycoon system would summon it in abundance. Plus, with the idol system and the auto-cultivation system, he could practically live a carefree life. Qingfeng casually brushed it off and didn't continue the conversation. Passing through the massive city gate, Teacher Lu skillfully led them along a small path to the east, arriving at a desert. That desert was exactly the place Qingfeng had seen from the city wall, and a surge of anticipation rose in his heart. As soon as they stepped into this mysterious desert, monsters began to spawn not far away. Sandworms hidden in the dunes surged like a tide, rushing toward them rapidly. Tan Xiaoyan by seeing immediately entered combat mode, preparing to face the enemy without hesitation. A green glow flickered in by Xiying's hand, instantly enveloping Tan Xiaoyi, enhancing her strength. Feeling the sudden surge of energy, Tan Xiaoyi gripped her spear tightly and swung it fiercely, the tip striking heavily against the shell of a sandworm, forcing it back several meters. This one is called a sandworm. It's a bronze-level monster, not very dangerous, but you must aim for its weak spot when attacking. Every monster has a fatal weakness. Teacher Lu's voice came from afar, firm and clear. Tan Xiaoyi quickly turned around, her eyes gleaming with the light of battle. She carefully observed the sandworm and finally spotted a gap in its shell. Without hesitation, she executed a spinning spear strike, hitting the gap with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, a new sandworm charged at her with great momentum. Just as they were about to collide, Yushur appeared beside her like a flash of lightning. Suddenly, a blazing wall of fire rose up, blocking the sandworm's attack. Yushur swiftly drew her bow, the arrow igniting in blazing flames, and shot it out with a roar. The flames instantly engulfed the sandworm, and the arrow exploded upon impact, sending the sandworm flying over 10 meters away. Seeing the battle secure, Tan Xiaoyi quickly raised her gun, the tip rotating as she precisely pried open the shell of another sandworm, directly piercing its body and ending the fight. Clap, clap. Teacher Lu applauded from the side, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. She walked over to them and praised, "Your first teamwork was already perfect. Geniuses are indeed easier to guide, you understand what teamwork means." Yushur and the other girls, filled with joy, responded in unison, "Thank you, teacher. We will keep working hard." Before long, a few more sandworms appeared. The three girls launched another attack without hesitation, showcasing unparalleled coordination and teamwork. Meanwhile, Yu Qingfeng leisurely took out a pre-prepared cola, added some ice cubes, and enjoyed the adventure. At the same time, he used his water control technique to simply form a chair, lazily reclining on it as he watched the three beautiful warrior goddesses in action. A relaxed smile played on his lips, and the ice-cold cola in his hand made him feel even more at ease. He was completely unaware that Teacher Lu had quietly walked up behind him, observing his carefree demeanor. "Qingfeng, you're living quite the good life, aren't you?" "Very carefree," Teacher Lu teased. Qingfeng took a sip of his drink, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Of course. He looked up and happened to see Teacher Lu's kind and friendly face. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly jumped up in fright. "No, Teacher Lu, let me explain. My strength is too high, I can't even join in. Look, if a silver like me goes to bully bronzes, isn't that just too unfair?" Teacher Lu smiled faintly. "Opportunities like this should naturally be left to them. But if you don't join in, how can you improve your cooperation skills?" Qingfeng hurriedly argued. Teacher Lu nodded, seemingly in thought. Qingfeng's heart tightened, and he suddenly conjured a new water chair. "Teacher Lu, please sit." At the same time, he handed her the cola in his hand. Teacher Lu sat on the water chair, and Qingfeng's voice slowly came through. "How about this then? I'll just focus on defense and protecting them. Doesn't that already count as some level of teamwork?" Teacher Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, encouragingly. Qingfeng readily accepted, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. "This is my remote shield." As he spoke, he raised his hand and casually conjured a magnificent water shield, directing the shields to fly toward the three women. The water shields seemed to have eyes of their own. Whenever a sandworm attacked, they would swiftly appear by the women's sides, blocking all threats. Meanwhile, Qingfeng lay quietly beside Teacher Lu, controlling the shields, and suddenly felt a sense of joy as if he were playing a game. With Qingfeng's shield, the three women quickly finished the battle and excitedly came over to Qingfeng. By seeing, like a little fangirl, had eyes sparkling with admiration, while the other two women had varied expressions, each casting approving glances at him. "Qingfeng, go teach them how to dissect these worms," Teacher Lu commanded while sipping on a cola. Qingfeng was speechless. "Teacher, I haven't dissected this kind of bug before either." Teacher Lu smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "You've dissected other monsters before. Just try a few of these, and you'll get the hang of it. But I must say, this water chair you made is quite impressive. Comfortable." Qingfeng was exasperated, but in the end, he still took the three women to dissect the sandworms. Sandworms were indeed simple. He already knew what materials they contained from the market earlier. He easily dissected one sandworm and then taught them step by step how to do it. Time flew by, and the day quickly came to an end. The days passed fulfillingly and pleasantly. In the evening, as they returned to the city, they carried a large bag of materials, playing and laughing all the way. Qingfeng walked side by side with Teacher Lu, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Bai Xiying occasionally turned her head to glance at Qingfeng out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his lively expression while talking to Teacher Lu, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She ran up to them and asked, "Teacher Lu, what should we do with these materials?" Teacher Lu replied casually, "Just sell them off." "Ah, it's so late already, and we don't even know where we can sell them," Bai Xiying said, looking a bit distressed. At this moment, Qingfeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said to them, "I know a place, follow me." Following the route in his memory, he found the treasure pavilion. This was the address mentioned earlier by that old man, an unassuming Kyushu-style building from the outside. The sign for treasure pavilion hung high on the second floor, and the building had 3 stories in total. Qingfeng pushed the door open, and what met his eyes was a counter and an old man, the very same one he had encountered before. Qingfeng glanced around and noticed that the place seemed a bit deserted. However, the bright candlelight gave off a warm feeling. When the old man saw Qingfeng, his face lit up with a smile. "You're here, little one. Did you bring some good materials this time? Ah, you even brought guests along." The old man looked at Bai Xiying and the others, his eyes full of curiosity. Qingfeng smiled gently, "Yes, but there's nothing special, just ordinary sandworm materials. Do you take them?" "Yes, yes, yes. I take everything here," the old man said excitedly. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes observed everything, growing increasingly interested in Qingfeng's behavior. "Bai Xiying, bring the materials over," Qingfeng said to her. Bai Xiying, overjoyed, ran over quickly and handed the bag of materials to Qingfeng. Qingfeng took the bag and handed it to the old man. The old man glanced at it briefly and nodded. "These sandworm shells can be used to make basic weapon materials and also have some medicinal value. I estimate they're worth about 100 bronze-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Qingfeng looked around and nodded after hearing the answer, "No problem." After selling the materials to the old man, Qingfeng couldn't help but curiously ask, "By the way, I noticed there aren't many people in this pavilion. Is it just you here? The owner of the pavilion, Wan Yangfeng, mentioned on that business card should be you, right?" Qingfeng smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Yes, you must have noticed that business here isn't doing well. I don't have any employees, and the owner of this pavilion is also me," Wan Yangfeng said helplessly. "I see, so that's how it is. Alright, since everything has been sold, and it's getting late, we'll take our leave now." As he spoke, he waved to Wan Yangfeng and called the other women to leave the treasure pavilion. Just as they stepped out the door, Teacher Lu joked with a smile, "Not bad, you've only been here a few days, and you've already found a buyer for your materials. And it seems like a good one too." "That person is paying a much higher price than the market rate," another female apprentice chimed in. "Logically, those materials should sell for at most 90 spirit stones," Yu Yushu remarked as her gaze involuntarily shifted to Qingfeng, her face unable to hide the admiration in her eyes. Qingfeng waved his hand modestly and said, "It was just a coincidence that I ran into him. Teacher, you know that apart from the free time we were given on the first day, I haven't even gone out since then." Teacher Lu smiled, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "That's true." Time flew by, and more than a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, they continuously honed their combat skills in battles against sandworms, dissecting them during the day and selling the materials to Old Man Wan at night. This lifestyle brought Teacher Lu and the other 3 women closer to Old Man Wan, while the mutual understanding between Qingfeng and them also deepened. Finally, the day arrived. It was the last day of the week. As usual, Qingfeng conjured a water chair, sat together with Teacher Lu, and leisurely sipped on an ice-cold cola. However, suddenly, a deafening alarm blared from the distant city number 16, echoing across dozens of miles. Startled by the sound, Qingfeng dropped her cola to the ground, quickly stood up, scanned her surroundings, and then swiftly raised her hand, conjuring threads to instantly eliminate the sandworms still battling them. "Teacher, what happened?" Qingfeng turned to ask Teacher Lu, his eyes flickering with tension. Teacher Lu's expression was grave. She instinctively nodded, quickly picking up Qingfeng and the other 3 girls, and hurriedly dashed toward the city. Being held by Teacher Lu, Qingfeng could clearly see her delicate face and her serious, anxious expression. His heart tightened involuntarily. This was clearly a sign of something terribly wrong. Qingfeng, with a tense expression, couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Lu, what exactly happened?" Teacher Lu looked around, her expression grave, and said to Qingfeng and the others, "The alarm is sounding, which means a beast tide is approaching. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the alarm, the scale has likely reached the gold level. Beast tides of this scale are extremely rare. I never expected to encounter one today. Teacher Lu's voice carried unease as she realized it was almost impossible for them to return to the city in a short time, especially since she was also responsible for 4 others. Nevertheless, Teacher Lu kept running with all her might, refusing to give up. Xingfeng, knowing she was powerless to help, obediently ensured she wouldn't cause trouble and silently followed along. A few minutes later, Xingfeng suddenly noticed something moving rapidly in the sand ahead, heading straight for them. Before she had time to warn the others, swarms of sandworms burst out of the sand, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward them. Teacher Lu decisively set them down, ice forming in her hands. With a dashing move, she struck the ground, and countless icy spikes surged from the earth, pouring down like a rain of ice. Xingfeng's eyes lit up. He quickly formed a massive water sphere, which hovered in the air and precisely targeted the sandworms. As water droplets landed on the sandworms, they were instantly frozen by Teacher Lu's ice, wiping out thousands of sandworms in an instant. However, within seconds, even more sandworms surged in like a tide, endless and relentless. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the surrounding air instantly cooled. Centered around her, a blue ice protective shield slowly formed. Seeing this protective shield, Xingfeng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Teacher Lu stepped in front of them, her tone firm. Xingfeng, this protective shield can hold for several hours. As long as it's not a gold-level creature, it won't be able to break my barrier. Stay here and don't move. Before the words had even faded, Teacher Lu broke through the barrier and rushed out, leaving Xingfeng and the others exchanging uneasy glances, their hearts filled with apprehension. As Teacher Lu departed, Xingfeng and the others peered through the cracks in the barrier to see the endless swarm of sandworms slowly closing in, sending a chill through their hearts. Fortunately, the protective shield was in place, otherwise, they might have already fallen prey to the sandworms. Most of the sandworms seemed to be heading toward City 16. After 10 minutes of waiting, Teacher Lu finally returned to the barrier with other teachers and students, only to turn and leave again without hesitation. At this moment, more classmates began arriving one after another. Xingfeng noticed that many were from the same class. The number of people within the barrier grew, and the barrier's size expanded accordingly, while the monster's attacks became increasingly fierce. Some teachers stayed within the barrier, striving to maintain its stability. A few hours quickly passed, and the barrier that originally held only Xingfeng and a few others now contained thousands of people. Meanwhile, Teacher Lu was outside charging forward relentlessly, without any rest. Xingfeng shook his head helplessly, fully aware that his current strength was completely insufficient to help others. With his silver-level abilities, he might be able to hold out for a dozen minutes outside, but he would soon exhaust himself and perish. He glanced at Bai Xiying and noticed that they, too, looked worried, but there was not a trace of fear on their faces. Looking at the other classmates, many appeared panicked, their bodies trembling, and some were even lying on friends, crying bitterly. Xingfeng shook his head again and was about to take out a spirit stone to cultivate when the barrier suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. The sandworms crawling all over the barrier retreated one after another, and the scene outside gradually became clear. A massive yellow ant was ferociously attacking the barrier with its sharp claws and teeth. Xingfeng instinctively sensed the ant, his heart tightening as he realized he couldn't perceive its level at all. He couldn't help but speculate this must undoubtedly be a golden-level existence. Thousands of students immediately fell into chaos, with terrified screams echoing one after another. However, Bai Xiying and her group remained calm, quickly grabbing their weapons and nervously staring at the monster above. The teachers who stayed within the barrier quickly stepped forward to stabilize the students' emotions. Seeing their composure, Xingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. After all, everyone fears death. But for a school of such caliber to appear so disorganized in the face of a crisis was truly baffling. Even Bai Xiying, who had no family background to rely on, showed no trace of fear at this moment. At that moment, a teacher decisively rushed out of the barrier, instantly killing the giant ant, and then calmly walked back. This scene restored a sense of safety to everyone. However, as time ticked by, the rescuers were still nowhere to be seen. Many teachers noticed that something was amiss. One teacher, who was relatively close to Xingfeng, turned to another middle-aged teacher and said with a furrowed brow, "I feel like something's wrong. I have a bad feeling about this. It's been a whole day, so why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Moreover, it seems that Teacher Lu and the others haven't returned either," another teacher added anxiously. Logically speaking, a mere gold-level beast tide shouldn't be like this. The middle-aged teacher also began to feel uneasy. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Gold-level beast tides occur once or twice every year, but they are usually resolved within half a day. What's more, City 16 has 2 diamond-level experts stationed there. Before he could finish his sentence, the expression of another teacher grew even more grave. To explain the current situation, the only possibility is that this beast tide is not just gold level. The middle-aged teacher's words were like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. How could that be? If it's not gold level, why would the gold level alarm be triggered? The teacher asked in astonishment, though. Deep down he understood that this was far from a gold-level beast tide. He was merely seeking a shred of psychological comfort. The middle-aged teacher's expression grew increasingly serious, as if pondering something, yet hesitating. Finally, the teacher's pupils slowly contracted, revealing fear. You don't mean to say that this time it might be a diamond-level beast tide? By the time the city lord reacts, it will already be too late? The city, could it have already been breached? This terrifying speculation sent a shiver through his heart, making him unable to believe he could have such an absurd thought. The middle-aged teacher merely nodded solemnly, seemingly confirming this dreadful conjecture. Not far away, Yu Qingfeng, who was pretending to cultivate while eavesdropping, couldn't help but shiver. Diamond level? That was something he couldn't even dare to dream of, a legendary existence only seen on television. And now, they might actually be facing a diamond level beast tide. This can't be a joke, can it? Although it couldn't be confirmed, everything seemed possible, especially since it came from the mouths of experienced teachers. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several hours have passed. The students took out the spirit stones distributed by the teachers to replenish their energy. Starving was absolutely out of the question, with so many monsters outside. Who would dare to give up so easily? The teachers casually went out to fetch some low-grade spirit stones to replenish the students' physical energy with ease. If it weren't for the fact that there were still quite a few teachers inside the barrier, the students might have already succumbed to chaos. The tense atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone knew the real test was yet to come. The third day. The situation inside the barrier was still relatively stable, with no major issues arising. They exchanged insights on combat and discussed some practical cases during this time. Occasionally, they would crack a few jokes. There was even a game of flying chess. They naturally enjoyed themselves. Initially, they were quite worried, but Qingfeng told them that worrying wouldn't help. As long as they didn't cause trouble, whether they lived or died was still uncertain. Even if rescue doesn't arrive and we die here, there's no need to be overly anxious. Leaving some final moments of beauty and joy isn't too bad. When they heard this, it seemed to make sense. Then they started playing gamoku with the breeze. Many teachers who saw the scene couldn't help but marvel at how carefree these kids were. In this way, Qingfeng and the girls played an intense and exciting game of gamoku all morning. Then in the evening, they told ghost stories, occasionally sneaking a few bottles of cola from the spatial ring for them to drink. If one ignored the situation outside the barrier, life could be said to be quite comfortable. Qingfeng was handsome, and Tan Xiaoyi and the others were all campus belles. Their actions were naturally noticed by others, and the originally sad and fearful emotions were somewhat stirred. They began to become a bit more cheerful. The fourth day. Rescue was still delayed, and the teachers gradually began to understand the current situation. At the same time, they also confirmed that this attack was most likely a diamond-level beast tide and had already breached the city. Presumably, City 16 isn't having a very pleasant time either. Yu Qingfeng was busy cultivating, occasionally chatting in the system group and playing flying chess. Time shifted to the evening. The gentle breeze and they had just finished a game of aeroplane chess when a massive tremor was heard again outside the barrier. This time, the tremor did not come from an attack but from the ground. It quickly awakened the already sleeping students. Dazed and confused, they couldn't understand what was happening, and then they saw countless golden-level ants retreating outside. After retreating a certain distance, a massive yellow-armored flying ant appeared behind the sand ants, with wings and sharp side-like arms resembling those of a mantis, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its enormous size and ferocious appearance instantly jolted the trainees awake. 1, 2, 3. They saw a total of over 10. A teacher exclaimed upon seeing it, "This is a platinum-level mantis ant." Immediately, countless students were in an uproar, with some even fainting from fright. Faced with such a monster, the teachers were helpless. Even if only one appeared, they couldn't defeat it instantly. Rushing out to confront it might result in being affected by those gold-level sand ants and dying outside. Let alone the fact that now there are more than a dozen of them. The only reliable and safe way now is to confront it within the barrier. However, with so many mantis ants, they probably won't last very long. Just as everyone was in utter despair, a dozen mantis ants didn't even glance at them and hurriedly flew toward City 16, leaving only one or two behind. Suddenly, they saw hope again. In this situation, one of the teachers skilled in analysis immediately had a flash of insight and exclaimed, "Those mantis ants must have gone to attack City 16. The sudden reinforcement of the beast tide is very likely because City 16 has held out and started a counterattack. Rescue should be arriving soon. We must trust the nation and trust Modu Marshall University." This statement was clearly intended for the students to hear, and the thousands of students seemed to see hope. Yu Qingfeng also revealed a happy smile. Because he knew this analysis wasn't just empty talk. It was specifically for the students to hear. Why did Qingfeng know? The reason is simple, because the teachers were smiling too. They were genuinely smiling. The giant and sharp side-like forelimbs of the mantis ant fiercely struck the top of the barrier, causing the entire barrier to tremble. A small section of the originally maintained barrier instantly shattered. The teachers, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to patch it up. Thus, they began to quickly channel spiritual energy to reinforce and hold the defensive barrier. Countless golden-level sand ants also quickly advanced to attack. The teachers persisted like this for several hours, and the spiritual energy in their bodies was rapidly depleting. At the same time, an option appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. Option 1, wake everyone up and deliver a passionate speech. Use your eloquence to reinvigorate them. Reward, a 3-woman, 1-man team collectively achieves a breakthrough to 2 stars. Option 2, hide timidly behind the teachers, causing trouble, spouting nonsense, and spreading negativity. Reward, 1 golden grade weapon. Option 3, don't move. I, Qingfeng, am about to start showing off again. Fully activate my water element abilities to create special effects, then deliver a passionate speech, followed by a stunning strike using water element powers to awe everyone. Reward, the 3 women 1-man team collectively gains insight and breaks through to 3 stars. 1 golden grade weapon. He looked at the third option, and Qingfeng fell silent. At this moment, a blazing determination ignited in his heart. Showing off wasn't just for himself, it was to inspire those around him. In this perilous moment, he decided to unleash his full potential. Showing off? I've never been afraid. Qingfeng's lips curled into a confident smile as he thought to himself, the teachers are working so hard to protect us, how can I shrink back at this critical moment? I absolutely cannot let them down. Alright, I am the king of pretenders. Qingfeng silently recited in his heart and decisively chose option 3. His choice instantly changed the atmosphere around him. A golden grade tang sword emerged from his spatial ring, its blade shimmering with dazzling light, adorned with dragon patterns coiling around it and a phoenix-shaped hilt exuding elegance, as if cheering him on. Bai Xiying had been quietly observing his actions. Seeing Qingfeng suddenly appear different, she quickly stepped forward to ask, Qingfeng, what are you thinking about? Her voice carried a tone of concern, as if she had sensed something unusual. Just recovering from the shock of the magnificent tang sword, Qingfeng smiled faintly and took the opportunity to reveal a sorrowful expression. Sigh, teachers nowadays sacrifice so much for us. His voice gradually grew louder, reaching the ears of everyone around. The surrounding students turned their heads one after another, their eyes filled with worry and anticipation. Qingfeng's steps were light, and the water elements around him slowly converged, forming a dazzling water curtain that enveloped him, as if he were the master of this world. Nowadays, the teachers have almost exerted all their strength for us. Qingfeng's voice was as loud as a bell, shaking everyone's soul. And yet we fear weakness. We keep hiding behind them, being protected. His words were as sharp as a blade, piercing deep into the heart. With such behavior, we cannot grow. With such behavior, we cannot mature. Are we only willing to be protected? Many people lowered their heads upon hearing this, feeling a wave of shame. This time, we are facing a life and death enemy. If we survive by chance under the teacher's protection, what about next time? Will there be teachers to protect you again? Qingfeng's voice gradually rose, stirring everyone's fighting spirit. Now the teachers are also a bit exhausted, it's time for us to show our prowess. Even if it's just a faint energy, we must contribute it. His voice was like a war drum, resonating in everyone's hearts. Protect this final line of defense. Yu Qingfeng's voice was impassioned, and the water element special effects of his abilities burst forth with full force. The brilliance silver white. Spiritual energy under his control appeared sacred and immensely powerful. At this moment, he was not only the battle's clarion call but also the unextinguishable flame in everyone's hearts. At that very moment, the first ray of morning sunlight shone upon him. Dazzling and radiant. The eyes of countless students instantly became resolute, and they loudly echoed, "That's right, Clear Wind Demon King is absolutely right." We've been timid for far too long, it's time to shed this label. Yu Qingfeng nodded slightly, feeling secretly encouraged. At that moment, a massive hole broke open in the protective shield, and countless monsters seized the opportunity to swarm in. The students who had just been shouting moments ago were instantly terrified by the scene, their faces turning ashen as they scrambled to hide behind their classmates. The scene before them instantly plunged them into an abyss. Just as the other classmates thought Qingfeng would panic and dodge like them, they noticed he was still standing upright in place, exuding an aura of fearlessness. In the next moment, Qingfeng moved. A golden tang sword with dragon patterns and a phoenix handle suddenly appeared in his hand. With a resolute expression, he decisively slashed at the monsters. The golden blade suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and the terrifying blade energy swept out like a torrential storm, slicing those sandworm creatures in half one by one. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was a scene they had never anticipated. Those creatures were of golden-level strength, yet Qingfeng had effortlessly dealt with them. Over 1,000 trainees seemed to see a glimmer of hope, but as they watched Qingfeng's majestic display of power and recalled their own previous cowardice, they were instantly overwhelmed with shame. However, Qingfeng's next words brought them to tears. I know everyone is scared, everyone has fears, but what good does fear do? The barrier is gone, and so are we. If this continues, we might never dare to resist, even until death. At this moment, we should rise up. We are Moto Wuda, we are the pride of Jiuzhou. Even if we die, we must die with honor, die heroically. Hold on until the end, tear off their skin, and leave behind a courageous legacy. Countless people's gazes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, their blood boiled, their spirits soared, as if nothing could hinder their courage. Many had already rushed to the teacher's side, actively providing energy to reinforce the barrier. The teachers were moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body, directly helping him break through to Silver 6 star. He opened the system panel, his heart surging. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, Silver 6 star. Power, 55 tons. Speed, 320 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 30 cubic meters. Confidently clenching his fist, Qingfeng began searching for weaknesses, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the monster. At this moment, Bai Xiying, who was standing beside him, watched in astonishment, her admiration surging uncontrollably. Remaining calm in such a critical situation, awakening other trainees, and even slaying a gold-level San Anti Qingfeng's character and strength are truly admirable. Suddenly, she felt the long-suppressed power begin to surge, and her body gradually emitted a silvery white glow. Apart from her, Tan Shaoi and Yushir also felt the power of a breakthrough. Have I broken through to silver? This feeling is definitely Silver 2 star. Tan Shaoi said incredulously. Could it be a breakthrough in mindset? Had no time to think, the barrier began to tremble, and they quickly moved to the edge to provide energy replenishment. The pressure on the barrier was simply too great, with cracks and holes gradually appearing. The monsters that took the opportunity to break in were instantly slain by Qingfeng with a single strike of his golden-grade weapon, creating a moment of intense drama. Just when they thought they couldn't hold out until rescue arrived, helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the heavens and the earth, raining down missiles that blasted countless sand ants away. On the open ground, the soldiers jumped down one after another, and among them was a figure familiar to Qingfeng, Teacher Lu. At this moment, Teacher Lu seemed like a deity descending to earth, charging straight at the mantis ants and freezing countless golden-level sand ants. At this instant, both the teacher and the students breathed a sigh of relief as the barrier completely collapsed. Watching countless soldiers battling against the sand ants, Qingfeng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he rushed out, drew his tang sword, and lent a helping hand to those soldiers. Some soldiers wanted to stop him, but upon witnessing Qingfeng's heroic display of slaying sand ants with a single strike, they were rendered speechless. At this moment, Qingfeng seemed unstoppable, rampaging through the swarm of sand ants and becoming an invincible war god on the battlefield. The tang sword in his hand gleamed with dazzling brilliance, as countless arcs of blade energy shot forth like rainbows. The sand ants touched by the blade energy were instantly split in half, without even a chance to react. With the assistance of an increasing number of soldiers, the monster-infested area was instantly cleared, leaving corpses everywhere and the ground stained with blood. Yu Qingfeng looked in the direction of Teacher Lu and found that she had already dealt with the mantis ants one by one. He quickly ran to her side and asked with concern, "Teacher Lu, are you all right?" Teacher Lu smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the tang sword in Qingfeng's hand, and praised, "I'm fine, but it seems your background is quite extraordinary to have such a top-tier golden-grade weapon." Qingfeng touched his head and revealed a shy smile, By the way, Teacher Lu, what happened outside? The other students should be fine, right? Yes, they're all fine. We'll talk on the way, Teacher Lu said as he stepped onto the plane. Yu Qingfeng stored the Tang sword into his spatial ring and followed closely to board the helicopter. On the plane, Teacher Lu's gaze was solemn, and his thoughts about this student grew increasingly complex. He even has a storage ring. No wonder he can easily take out a cola every time. Tan Xiaoyi and the others saw Qingfeng board the plane and quickly followed, taking their seats one after another. Teacher Lu, who was seated, nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad, breaking through to silver in just a few days." "You're too kind, teacher," Tan Xiaoyi and the others responded modestly. The plane quickly took off and flew for about half an hour before a breathtaking scene came into view. From below the plane, they saw countless massive corpses, even human bodies. Flames soared into the sky, blood seeped through the entire desert, and the crimson land seemed to tell the tale of the brutality here. Before Qingfeng and the others could react, Teacher Lu said solemnly, "Why did this beast tide trigger such a severe diamond-level attack? It's truly incomprehensible. It almost wiped out the entire City 16. One of the two diamond-level powerhouses guarding City 16 almost fell. As for myself, after realizing I couldn't save any of the students, I wanted to return, but there were simply too many monsters, and there was no way back. I had no choice but to speed up and head toward the city. When I finally made it back to the city with all my strength, I found that things had already stabilized here, which had nothing to do with my earlier efforts. I immediately contacted the military to dispatch personnel to rescue you." Who would have thought the beast tide hadn't completely ended? Instead, an even fiercer wave of attacks came. We had no choice but to face them in battle. This time the casualties were severe. I'm truly sorry for arriving late. Fortunately, the barrier I left behind was in a remote location, so it didn't encounter any powerful monsters and narrowly avoided disaster. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Qingfeng immediately spoke up after hearing this. "It's not the teacher's fault. The teacher also saved so many other students." "Yes, teacher, you don't need to blame yourself too much," Tan Xiaoyi also said. Teacher Lu looked at them with reddened eyes and asked, "Really?" "Yes, really," they said in unison. Upon hearing this answer, Teacher Lu instantly perked up and turned to Qingfeng, shouting, "Go get a bottle of cola, thank you." 1 hour later, Qingfeng and his companions finally saw the long-awaited City 16. The magnificent city was fully visible from the air, but it was no longer bustling. Chaos had taken over. From the air, they saw countless houses destroyed, soldiers clearing debris, and even corpses torn in half on the ground, with flesh scattered everywhere. Dust filled the air, and an endless sorrow and silence permeated the atmosphere. Qingfeng's eyes reddened, and his mood sank. The helicopter slowly landed at the military base of City 16. As soon as he got off the helicopter, Qingfeng saw a familiar figure. It was Vice Principal Qin. At this moment, Qin Leshing had clearly been waiting here for some time. He quickly stepped forward, carefully examining Qingfeng, his eyes filled with disbelief. He sensed Qingfeng's strength and immediately widened his eyes. In just a few short months, Qingfeng's strength had already reached Silver 6 star. What kind of prodigy is this? His speed far surpasses anyone alive today. Qin Leshing shook his head and sighed inwardly. As if something had come to mind, he asked, "Qingfeng, how is your practice with the water control technique I gave you? Do you like that spiritual skill?" Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Vice Principal Qin, I like it very much, and I've mastered the water control technique to perfection." "Ha, as long as you like it. By the way, Qingfeng, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Leshing mysteriously led Qingfeng away. "Teacher Lu, Qingfeng actually knows the vice principal, and their relationship seems pretty good." Bai Xiying looked incredulously at Qingfeng's departing figure and said to Teacher Lu, "Well, they might have a mentor-student relationship. All the teachers in the school know about it, but the details aren't very clear." "Mentor-student?" Tan Xiaoyi pondered. "Yes." Teacher Lu nodded. "It's not really a secret. The water control technique Qingfeng learned is one of Vice Principal Qin's signature skills." "I see." Teacher Lu looked in the direction where Qingfeng had left and said seriously, "All right, let's hurry up and leave the dungeon to return to school. The dungeon is too dangerous now." "Okay." At this moment, Qingfeng followed Qin Leshing to an office. "Qingfeng, I want to take you as my apprentice," Qin Leshing said bluntly. The gentle breeze did not respond immediately, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, options once again appeared in his mind. Option 1, say to Qin Leshing, "A mere vice principal, and you want to be my master? Dream on." Then slap him. Reward, strength breakthrough to Silver Peak. Option 2, agree to become his disciple, kowtow 3 times, and call him master. Reward, water element ability upgraded to level A. Xingfeng thought to himself, do I even have a choice? Just as he hesitated, Xin Lixing's voice came again, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I might not be able to teach you much about your other ability, but it's a different story with water-based abilities. I am now one of the top water ability users in the 9 provinces, and also one of the 4 Starshine powerhouses in the 9 provinces. Becoming my disciple means I can teach you a lot of water-based spiritual techniques. Besides, I won't restrict you, I just want to pass on my legacy. I'm getting older too, and the 9 provinces need new strong individuals, and your talent is just perfect. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng's heart was in turmoil. He never expected Vice Principal Qin to be a Starshine-level powerhouse. Currently, there are only 6 known supreme powerhouses in the 9 provinces, among whom 4 are Starshine level, and only 2 are Transcendent level. Xingfeng nodded, gradually understanding why Vice Principal Qin appeared here. It must be to quell this earth-shattering diamond beast tide. Yet, he still had a question in his heart. Why was Vice Principal Qin so eager to pass on his legacy? Xin Lixing seemed to notice Xingfeng's doubts and said, this world is far from as stable as you think. Diamond-level beast tides are not appearing for the first time. His voice was deep and steady. Various unstable factors keep emerging, causing heavy casualties. Take Jiangcheng, for example. There was an incident just a few months ago. Xingfeng frowned. Jiangcheng a few months ago? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his pupils shrinking sharply as he remembered the casual remark made by Vice Principal Qin when they first met. At that time, Vice Principal Qin had merely said, a diamond-level monster made its way to the upper levels. So that incident was also a diamond-level beast tide? Seeing Xingfeng's reaction, Xin Lixing nodded and continued, I suppose you figured it out, haven't you? That trip to Jiangcheng was also to deal with a diamond-level beast tide. His tone was resolute. The truth was never disclosed to the public, all information was suppressed to avoid panic and maintain social order. Moreover, no media outlets dared to report these matters. Xin Lixing's gaze was piercing. We use various means to suppress them, not because we lack courage, but because the social harm would be too great. A sudden shock surged in Xingfeng's heart, because these diamond-level beast tides are being manipulated by humans. What? Xingfeng's voice involuntarily rose as he looked at Vice Principal Qin in disbelief, the shocking truth echoing repeatedly in his mind. Such a brutal defense against the beast tide, and yet it was being controlled by someone behind the scenes? Xin Lixing continued, humans are not as united as you might think. Many cults have risen after gaining power. You'll learn about this in your sophomore year. His tone carried a sense of urgency. When you reach your sophomore year and can take on missions, you'll find that most of the tasks involve capturing cult members. Therefore, the 9 provinces are now facing both external threats and internal strife. Xin Lixing's voice was deep and powerful. Xingfeng, have you made up your mind? Do you want to become my apprentice? I choose to. Master. Xingfeng knelt before Xin Lixing and kowtowed 3 times. Xin Lixing was also delighted and quickly helped him up, saying, what era is this? There's no need for kowtowing, offering tea as a substitute will do. Xingfeng felt helpless in his heart. He had no choice but to choose option 2, which required kowtowing. Ding, reward issued. The moment Xingfeng stood up, he sensed that his body's affinity for water seemed to have increased. He could see faintly drifting water molecules in the air. Xin Lixing looked at Xingfeng with growing satisfaction. In fact, even if Xingfeng refused to become his apprentice, he would still pass on his teachings to him. He took out a spiritual skill orb and handed it to Xingfeng. The gentle breeze took it, crushed it, and began absorbing the knowledge within. Tsunami. Starshine-level spiritual skill. This spiritual skill, when cultivated to its peak, can create a domain where you can transform into the ruler of the ocean. Without consuming energy, you can freely conjure overwhelming tsunamis. Xingfeng never expected to obtain a starlight-level spiritual skill right from the start. 6 hours later, Xingfeng had fully absorbed all the knowledge within. Upon waking, he found that his master was not around and hurriedly went to the open space outside. Eager to try out the spiritual skill he had just learned, he wanted to see its power. He quickly found an open grassy field and unleashed tsunami on it. The spiritual energy of Xingfeng instantly dropped a level. Behind him, a massive wave slowly formed, approximately 4 meters high and over 10 meters wide. The tsunami surged forward at high speed, appearing unstoppable. The lawn in the path of the tsunami was completely torn apart by the explosive energy. It traveled over 20 meters before gradually coming to a halt. During this process, he felt its immense power. Xingfeng understood that no one below the golden rank could withstand it. The massive wave formed by the tsunami was full of destruction. The water molecules within were extremely violent, like an enraged thunder god, rushing forward to annihilate everything in its path. Whoever gets hit will definitely not feel good. After understanding the power of this spiritual technique, Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, he turned and saw his master Qin Lesheng watching him from afar. Xingfeng quickly ran over. Before he could speak, Qin Lesheng said, "Xingfeng, the power of the tsunami depends on how much spiritual energy you can muster. The more energy there is, the bigger the tsunami will naturally be. When you comprehend the highest essence of the tsunami, you'll be amazed to discover its mystery. It can summon a towering tsunami without relying on spiritual energy at all." In the following days, Qin Lesheng guided Xingfeng's water element talent, and Xingfeng's understanding of water reached a new height. A month rushed by, and during this time, Xingfeng advanced to Silver 7 stars. Qin Lesheng, due to his busy official duties, left on the last day of the previous month. Before leaving, he gave Xingfeng a new spiritual skill. A gold-level spiritual skill. This skill is called Water Explosive Arrow. It is used in conjunction with water control tools. It condenses into an arrow, which explodes upon hitting the enemy. Its power is immense. If one were to compare, it could be said to be equivalent to a grenade. The Clear Breeze left the dungeon, returned to school, and the first person they saw was Teacher Lu. At this moment, the Clear Breeze already had a plan in mind. The plan was to upgrade the levels of the lower-level systems to LV2. Therefore, the Clear Breeze needed to inform Teacher Lu that they were undertaking Vice Principal Qin's special training and would not return for several months. Teacher Lu naturally agreed after hearing this. Even if she disagreed, there was nothing she could do because the Vice Principal's order took precedence. After preparing their belongings in the dormitory, the Clear Breeze once again left the school. He booked a hotel suite outside. In the hotel, he opened the system chat group. At this moment, many systems were still casually chatting about their hosts. Xingfeng didn't choose to talk to them but instead checked the member list in the group. There were 4 systems in the group with only LV1 levels: Chef System, Assassination System, Cross-Dressing System, and Tycoon System. Xingfeng thought for a moment and first ruled out the cross-dressing system. Regarding this system, Xingfeng felt a strong resistance in his heart. If people found out, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? He imagined the forum's reaction. Shocking. Xingfeng, the freshman role model of Modu Martial University, actually has such a hobby. Why does Xingfeng cross-dress late at night? Is it beyond his control or a task from his master? Honestly, thinking about those clickbait titles on the forum, Xingfeng felt like he might not have the face to live in this world anymore. After some contemplation, Xingfeng chose the assassination system. In the system chat group, the assassination system was enthusiastically chatting with other members, the atmosphere lively, as if no one had anticipated what was about to happen. At that moment, the group owner Xingfeng suddenly bound himself to the assassination system, and the group instantly exploded with activity, everyone shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Group manager, confirmed, the assassination system has been bound by the group owner. Other systems speculated whether Xingfeng had encountered some trouble to actually choose the assassination system. The godly wealth system was even more frustrated, speaking with a hint of grievance. Why won't the group owner choose me? I was clearly one of the first to arrive. Want to kill someone? Can't money solve that too? The group began a heated discussion, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Xingfeng saw this message and couldn't help but smile helplessly, then sent a message. You Xingfeng, group owner, I will start selecting the lower-level systems one by one later. The long-silent chef system suddenly became eager and excitedly spoke up. Chef system, LV1 really? Can I join too? Yes, yes. Xingfeng's reply made the chef system overjoyed, and the group was instantly filled with laughter and cheer. However, Xingfeng pondered silently in his heart and ultimately closed the group chat. Ding, assassination system successfully bound. Ding, the host has received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Ding, the host has acquired mastery in stealth and mastery in sniper rifles. Oh. Xingfeng's interest was instantly piqued, and he eagerly asked, System, what specific functions do you have? The gloomy voice of the system coldly replied, Ding, as long as the host sets an assassination target, assassination points can be earned. Sufficient assassination points can be exchanged for various weapons and skills. Xingfeng's heart stirred, and he opened the shop. Before his eyes was a dazzling list of skills: mastery in combat, mastery in hacking, mastery in handguns, sniper rifles, anti-material sniper rifles, everything one could imagine. But when he sought his assassination points, the smile on his face instantly froze at zero. He actually had no assassination points. What a joke, not even a single assassination target. Xingfeng shook his head helplessly, took out a laptop from his backpack, quickly logged into the dark web, and began searching for assassination targets. The dark web is not a secret, even the official authorities of Kyushu post assassination missions on it. These so-called assassination missions are essentially no different from bounties. As soon as he logged in, Xingfeng was immediately drawn to the top-ranked assassination mission. Assassinate any one of Kyushu's Starshine-level powerhouses. Upon completion, assassination reward, 5 Starshine-level spirit stones. 1 Starshine-level weapon. This is my chance. Xingfeng's eyes sparkled with determination, his heartbeat quickened, and the thrill of assassination surged through him. Xingfeng sighed inwardly. This was truly an astonishing move. Looking at the grandeur of the issuer, it was evident they were from another country. To dare to kill a Starshine-level monster and even offer a Starshine-level weapon, it was likely only the Lighthouse Nation would be so audacious. As for the third-ranked Bear Nation, Xingfeng had no doubts at all. After all, it was a friendly nation. The breeze continued browsing information on the dark web. Names flashed across the page, either wealthy tycoons or gang leaders. He kept scrolling. The power rankings dropped from diamond to platinum, and then down to the gold tier. Suddenly, his finger stopped, and a name before his eyes left him utterly shocked. On the dark web list appeared, assassination target, Black Tiger Gang leader Yen Yong. Power level, gold tier 4 stars, employer's request, eradicate the Black Tiger Gang. Assassination reward, 300 million yuan, silver tier heavenly treasures. A gentle breeze stirred in his heart, and without hesitation, he chose to accept the task. This was an old acquaintance, someone who bore a grudge against him, and even more so against his father. He had been looking for a place to vent his anger, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Ding, does the host confirm the assassination target? Black Tiger Gang leader Yen Yong. Yes, no. Yes. After clicking confirm, Xingfeng quickly booked a flight to Jiangcheng. He then opened Taobao, picked out a stylish black outfit, spent a fortune, and bought a bronze-level evil ghost mask. In less than an afternoon, Xingfeng received the mask. Items below extraordinary quality can almost always be delivered on the same day. Looking at the demon mask he had just taken out of the delivery box, Xingfeng confirmed it was bronze grade and immediately felt reassured, then put it on. This mask was crafted later and, according to the description on Taobao, was made from minerals dropped by monsters in the mineshaft dungeon. It has certain defensive properties and can block bronze-grade perception. These features were of no use to Xingfeng. He bought it for one reason: style. If it wasn't stylish, Xingfeng wouldn't have chosen it at all. Now it can be said that everything is ready, just waiting to board the plane the next day. Sitting cross-legged, Xingfeng began absorbing the silver-grade spirit stone. The next day, he arrived at the airport early and boarded the plane to Jiangcheng. This time returning to Jiangcheng, Xingfeng did not plan to visit his parents. After getting off the plane, he headed straight to the entrance of the abandoned factory dungeon, bypassing the soldier's registration and entering directly. The familiar entrance appeared before his eyes once again. At this moment, Xingfeng was dressed in black and wearing a demon mask, instantly drawing the attention of those around him. This was exactly the effect Xingfeng wanted. He approached a vendor, and under the gaze of the crowd, casually took out a silver-grade spirit stone to buy some purple nether wolf pelts. Said to the vendor, "No need to give change." This sentence instantly made the onlookers realize that this person was clearly a rich second generation, a playboy coming here for fun. The Black Tiger Gang's covert sentries saw this scene and were secretly delighted, quickly packing up their stalls to prepare to leave. Xingfeng naturally saw everything clearly and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After buying the items, Xingfeng prepared to leave alone, giving the Black Tiger Gang's hidden sentries a chance. However, just as he was about to step out of the stall, the vendor hurriedly stopped him. "Young man, it's not safe here. If you go out alone, you might get robbed." The vendor's tone was very subtle, and the hidden sentries nearby cursed quietly. Xingfeng understood in his heart, if I don't go out alone, how can they rob me? How can I gather intelligence? So, he pretended to be proud and said, my father is Wang Ergu, the richest man in our village. Who dares to rob me? Who dares? I'd like to see who has the guts to meet my father and explain themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingfeng gracefully waved his sleeve and strode away from the gathering place. This scene left the Black Tiger Gang's scouts dumbfounded. At the same time, they began to feel suspicious and decided to investigate this Wang Ergu. Before the gentle breeze arrived at the canyon, standing at the top and looking down, he discovered there was still someone here. Upon closer inspection, that person turned out to be his good brother, Rong Hong. Compared to before, he was almost unrecognizable. His strength was now on par with the purple phantom wolf, and he had mastered his earth-based abilities. His formerly overweight figure had transformed into a lean and agile physique. Indeed, chubby people are full of potential. No wonder he hadn't sent me any messages recently. Turns out he was secretly working hard here, ready to amaze everyone. Seeing him work so hard, Xingfeng felt secretly delighted. After thinking for a moment, he left the place. He did not intend to meet Rong Hong. First, he was afraid of causing trouble for him, and second, he needed to attract the attention of the Black Tiger Gang. After leaving the canyon, Xingfeng was filled with curiosity and excitement. He began wandering around aimlessly, occasionally passing by other martial artists and deliberately revealing his location to increase the number of witnesses, as if saying, "I'm here, and you can't catch me." At that moment, Xingfeng discovered a gloomy cave. Out of curiosity, he walked in without hesitation. The cave was dark and damp, with the occasional sound of dripping water, creating a tense atmosphere. Xingfeng remained alert, thinking, places like this usually have creatures lurking. Although he knew that the first level of the dungeon shouldn't have monsters above the silver rank, he still heightened his vigilance. He followed the sound of water, traversing the winding cave passages, and finally discovered a mysterious glowing water source. The water's surface shimmered, faintly revealing conical stalactites. Xingfeng thought to himself, the sound of water here is indeed extraordinary. He crouched down and carefully observed the bottom of the water, trying to see what was emitting the glow. Under the clear water, there were only some aquatic plants and a few fish, nothing special. Could it be the water itself glowing? His mind stirred, and he used his abilities to manipulate the water source. The surface of the water surged instantly, and Xingfeng was shocked to discover that it wasn't the water glowing, but rather extremely tiny plankton. If they hadn't been glowing, he would never have noticed their presence. A whole pool of glowing plankton, could they be aggressive? Xingfeng's heart tightened. He looked at the fish in the pond, everything seemed normal, but he pondered silently. To test his hypothesis, Xingfeng took out a bag of chicken feet from his spatial ring and slowly dipped them into the water. In the next moment, countless glowing plankton swarmed like a tide, instantly devouring the chicken feet completely, even burrowing into the bones. Xingfeng was so frightened that he immediately threw the chicken feet away, thinking to himself, these plankton are indeed aggressive, truly terrifying. Just as he was still pondering the horror of these creatures, a deep voice came from outside the cave entrance. "Boss, where did that kid run off to? I heard from the others that he should be nearby." "Wait, boss, look, there's a cave here." Xingfeng's heart trembled, danger was approaching, and he had to make a quick decision. Looks like that kid should be inside. Damn it, that kid is brainless too. What's so arrogant about being the richest man in a village? Made us investigate for so long. When I catch that kid, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. As for his dad, I'll come for him sooner or later too. Look at how he's spoiled his son. Boss, you're right. Upon hearing this voice, Xingfeng quickly found a hidden spot to conceal himself. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the cave. Xingfeng's heartbeat accelerated, and a wave of tension surged over him. Soon, he saw clearly who had arrived. There were more than a dozen people, led by a fat man and a thin man. The thin man seemed to be extremely ingratiating toward the fat man, his eyes filled with a fawning expression. These people passed right by Xingfeng without noticing his presence at all. Xingfeng's black clothing blended perfectly with the dim environment of the cave, coupled with his extraordinary stealth skills. Finding him was like searching for a needle in a haystack. While they were desperately looking for Xingfeng, he quietly followed behind them, feeling secretly pleased. "Couldn't find him after searching for ages," the fat man said angrily, then ordered, "Split up and search." Half an hour later, the fat man and the skinny man finally found the glowing water source. Gazing at the beautiful, shimmering water surface, the skinny man exclaimed in shock, "Boss, could this be the luminous spiritual spring water? Just one sip of this and you'll feel like you're in heaven. Not only can it enhance one's foundation, but it also greatly aids cultivation." The fat man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Looks like we've struck gold. But in his heart, he secretly calculated, with so much spiritual spring water, if I drink it all, wouldn't it be effortless to raise my strength to the silver level? Hand it over? Impossible. Sell it? Even more impossible. Perhaps I can share some with Skinny Monkey. As for the others? The fat man sneered coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his heart. The Skinny Monkey said to the person next to him, "Call all the brothers over, no need to look for that spoiled brat. We're going to strike it rich. Besides, that spoiled brat is probably not here. If he were, he would have come out shouting by now." The skinny man thought of something, gave the chubby man a sly smile, and quickly went to call the brothers who were still searching elsewhere. When the brothers heard there was a spiritual spring, they quickly rushed over, their cheers echoing one after another. The skinny monkey and the chubby man exchanged glances, their faces showing a fierce glint, and suddenly pulled out knives to attack their former good brothers. Those brothers were nothing more than fair-weather friends, and their strength was no match for the duo. The chubby and skinny men were like demons from hell, slaughtering madly and laughing hysterically. Qingfeng watched the scene and almost wanted to take off his mask and hand it to them. In just a few minutes, over a dozen brothers were slaughtered cleanly by them. The skinny man seemed thirsty, glanced at the spiritual spring, quickly picked up a water bottle, scooped a ladleful, and laughed lewdly, "Boss, please drink first." The fat man looked at the skinny monkey, whose face was covered in blood, and grinned viciously. "All right." He took the water bottle and drank heartily. After a few gulps, the fat man handed the bottle to the skinny man. "Skinny monkey, you should drink some too. I'm exhausted from all the killing just now, you should replenish yourself as well." The skinny monkey's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the water bottle and started gulping it down. As soon as they finished drinking, they began chatting about some wicked deeds, murder and arson had become their jokes, their words full of pride and arrogance. If Qingfeng hadn't heard everything clearly, it would have sounded just like ordinary idle chatter among people. Qingfeng's chill grew stronger, but he had no intention of taking action. If they were to die so easily now, it would be far too merciful for them. The water they drank was not glowing spiritual spring water at all, but the netherworld water that sends people to hell. Before long, the chubby man felt something unusual and said to the skinny monkey, "You know, this spiritual spring water is really different. I can already feel something strange in my stomach. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through to the silver stage," the chubby man said excitedly. "Quick, while the spiritual spring water is taking effect, absorb the spiritual stones." The skinny monkey immediately complied, sitting cross-legged and taking out spiritual stones to begin absorption. Half an hour later, the chubby man's face grew increasingly pale. Finally realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly opened his eyes, intending to question the skinny monkey. When he looked at Skinny Monkey, he was dumbfounded. Skinny Monkey had already become unrecognizable, with his entire skull exposed, his eyeballs and brain completely devoured, even his jaw dislocated and lying on the ground. His stomach had a large gaping hole, blood dripping everywhere. The fat man tried to get up but found himself completely powerless. A desperate fear instantly engulfed his heart, and he finally understood that his self-inflicted doom had arrived. He could only clutch his stomach in place as waves of pain surged through him. His jaw and esophagus also began to feel sharp stabs of pain. Panic filled his heart, and just as he was about to take out his phone to call for help, Qingfeng suddenly appeared in front of him and coldly kicked the phone away. The fat man raised his head, and what met his eyes was a terrifyingly grotesque red-faced demon. He was startled at first, but when he realized that the person before him was the savior he had been searching for, he instantly clung to the last shred of hope, throwing himself at Qingfeng's feet and pleading desperately, "Big brother, please save me. I don't want to die. As long as I can get out, I will give you loads of cash and countless beautiful young models. If you save me, I can introduce you to the Black Tiger Gang. Once you're there, you'll absolutely be able to walk around like a king." Qingfeng looked at him with disdain, kicked him, and coldly asked, "So where is your Black Tiger Gang headquarters? I'll go call someone to rescue you." The fat man, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly said, "Our headquarters is at the second mountain northwest of the dungeon entrance." He secretly felt smug, thinking, "Kid, once I'm rescued, I'll definitely kick you flying and take my revenge." After learning the headquarters location, Qingfeng was in no rush. He set up a campfire not far away, took out a roast goose, a case of cola, and a laptop from his spatial backpack, and even unfolded a comfortable folding chair, leisurely starting to roast the goose. The fat man saw this scene, and fury burned in his heart. He thought to himself, "This person has no intention of helping me. He's actually enjoying my death." He angrily cursed, "Liar, you deserve to die. Watching me die without helping, you'll go to hell for this." Spittle flew as the fat man cursed more and more viciously, but Qingfeng merely looked at him coldly, thinking to himself, "Me, go to hell? The one who should go to hell is you." Qingfeng calmly opened his notebook and quickly found the map of the first level of the underground city in Jiangqing's abandoned factory. His eyes sharpened as he swiftly pinpointed the location of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if foreshadowing an imminent and brilliant counterattack. The fat man, who had been cursing Qingfeng non-stop, suddenly fell silent. A chilling swarm of microscopic floating organisms devoured his vocal cords, along with his precariously dangling jaw, resembling a horrifying scene straight out of a zombie movie from a past life. The cool breeze calmly stood up, stored the roasted goose into the space ring, and then threw the still alive but immobile fat man into the pool. The skinny man also couldn't escape this fate. In less than 10 minutes, the pool had completely devoured the two skeletons along with their traces. Gazing at the pool, the cool breeze pondered. Silently, keeping this glowing pool water was indeed a hidden danger. Since its damage was so high, it might as well be utilized as a powerful weapon. Thus, the cool breeze decided to buy a bronze-grade water storage bag. Half an hour later, the cool breeze returned, opened the storage bag, and carefully poured the glowing pool water into it. After half an hour of effort, he finally confirmed that the water wouldn't leak out, letting out a sigh of relief. However, there was simply too much pool water, and the storage bag could no longer hold it. No choice, Xingfeng decided to deal with Yin Yong first and then figure out how to handle these pools of water. Meanwhile, he set up warning signs next to the pools, hoping that passers-by would see them and avoid drinking the water by mistake. 2 hours later, Xingfeng followed the map's markings and found the place the chubby man had mentioned. It was a low mountain peak with a village on it, and at the foot of the mountain, a group of people were guarding the area, with stones being transported out from time to time. Looking at all this, Xingfeng couldn't help but sigh. It's already the 21st century, and there are still people claiming mountains as their territory? He used the dragon snake step technique combined with his mastery of stealth, approaching the enemy's perimeter like a phantom. Thanks to the enhancement of his stealth mastery, the people around him were completely unaware of his presence. Xingfeng observed their patrol routes and discovered several blind spots and dead angles. He conjured a water dagger in his hand and, taking advantage of a patroller turning his back, swiftly struck, effortlessly severing the man's head and silently dragging the body into the bushes. You asked him why he didn't put the corpse into his spatial ring. Xingfeng's answer was simple: he didn't want to dirty his belongings. Just like that, Xingfeng moved as if in an uninhabited realm, easily killing all the guards outside without raising any alarm. Then, he walked slowly into the village and found that the people here were just ordinary thugs, seemingly the ones living in the patrol area. However, Xingfeng quickly discovered a secret passage leading into the mountain at their well. Jumping in, he discovered that there were quite a few people inside, with strength comparable to those outside, all at the level of bronze 7 or 8 stars. Everyone was hard at work, digging through mountains and expanding the land, their arms covered in tattoos exuding a strong murderous aura, clearly having killed many people. After confirming that the people here were only at the bronze level, Xingfeng decided to abandon the assassination tricks. He took out the Tang sword from his ring and fully unleashed the dragon snake footwork, instantly slaughtering everyone. They didn't even have a chance to react, only seeing a black shadow flash by before their vision went dark, turning into vengeful spirits. The mission objectives were clear: first, kill Yin Yong; second, annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. Ever since he saw the fat and thin duo, Xingfeng had made up his mind. Such a gang, guilty of countless atrocities, must not be spared. They had to be completely eradicated. Relying on his expertise in stealth as an assassin and his ability to conjure endless weapons, Xingfeng, with his silver-level strength, launched an attack on the mission targets. As long as he killed everyone, he could retreat quietly. This was his idea of a perfect assassination. In the midst of slaying his way through, Xingfeng quickly arrived at an open area, where a blood pool stood prominently in the center, surrounded by various bizarre statues. Kneeling before the blood pool was a bald man, his body covered in dense black dragon tattoos that extended down to his neck. His burly physique and the scar on his hand unmistakably revealed his battle-hardened identity. Xingfeng immediately recognized him as Yin Yong, whose photo on the dark web had etched itself into his memory. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Yin Yong suddenly stood up. Xingfeng instinctively hid, his heart tightening, thinking he had been discovered. However, it seemed he hadn't. A dozen minutes later, the thugs at the entrance dragged a group of teenage boys and girls onto the stage and brought them before the blood pool. The thugs tactfully stepped aside, leaving Xingfeng filled with curiosity, wondering what Yin Yong intended to do. In the next moment, Yin Yong drew his knife and pointed it directly at the neck of the boy at the front, mercilessly slashing down without hesitation. Accompanied by a snap, the boy's head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The boys and girls behind him screamed in terror at the sight, and the scene descended into chaos. Yin Yong ignored the screams, grabbed the boy abruptly, and poured the blood into the blood pool as if emptying a water dispenser. Cult. This word instantly flashed through Xingfeng's mind, stirring a sense of unease in his heart. At that moment, Yen Yang's voice thundered through the underground space. Great Lord of the Blood Mist, I offer the blood of my youthful years as a sacrifice to you. Please mercifully watch over your follower. As soon as the words fell, the statue seemed to sense something, releasing a surge of blood-colored mist that slowly approached the blood pool. Subsequently, a visible blood-colored energy entered Yen Yang's body. Yen Yang's expression was one of immense enjoyment, as if intoxicated by the nourishment of this power. In the next moment, Qingfeng clearly felt Yen Yang's aura rapidly surging. Sacrifice? No, it must be stopped immediately. If he completes the entire sacrifice, I won't be able to defeat him. Qingfeng's confidence came from that golden grade Tang sword and his own terrifying physique comparable to the golden grade, but now he discovered that Yen Yang was actually connected to a cult. Without hesitation, Qingfeng suddenly leapt down, employing the dragon snake dance technique, instantly arriving beside Yen Yang, and thrusting the Tang sword straight at his heart. Meanwhile, he swiftly killed the thug nearby, showing no mercy. Yen Yang felt his bodily functions rapidly deteriorating. His eyes revealed disbelief as he stared at the black-clad demon in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" "The one who will kill you." Qingfeng coldly replied, showing no mercy as he raised the Tang sword again and launched a fierce attack on Yen Yang. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yen Yang hurriedly retreated. However, his heart had already been shattered by Qingfeng's blade, and the only thing keeping him alive was his golden-level strength. With his heart's energy supply halted, he couldn't focus on counterattacking and couldn't even escape quickly. Thus, Qingfeng easily swung his blade, beheading Yen Yang. Just as Qingfeng thought everything was over, he was shocked to discover that his assassination system did not indicate the target's death. His heart tightened. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Yen Yang wasn't dead? Qingfeng instantly became alert, quickly retreating more than 10 meters, his gaze fixed on Yen Yang, who had already been beheaded and lay on the ground. To his astonishment, Yen Yang's body slowly stood up, eerily picked up his own head, and said with a sinister laugh, "That was really close. If I had been a moment later, I would have truly died at your hands." He placed his head back onto his neck, and strange strands of flesh surged out from the severed area between his body and head, writhing as if yearning for connection, eventually merging completely. Yen Yang's head is back. An eerie blood-colored mist appeared, spreading throughout the space. Qingfeng quickly activated his spiritual power to protect himself. Yen Yang felt the energy emanating from his body and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, who would have thought? I, Yen Yang, who have dominated for years, almost died to silver. Thankfully, the great blood mist sovereign has protected me." Regarding Yen Yang's resurrection, Qingfeng only felt extremely troublesome. Without listening to his nonsense any further, he raised the Tang Dao and charged straight ahead. Seeing this, Yen Yang immediately raised his fist to counterattack. His fist moved at lightning speed, almost with a single crouch and burst of force, instantly arriving in front of Qingfeng. Just as the fist was about to land, Qingfeng performed the dragon snake footwork, dodging effortlessly like a phantom. Yen Yang's punch missed, but its power remained immense, with the force of the punch completely shattering a stone pillar. Qingfeng raised the Tang Dao again, delivering an upward slash and aiming straight for Yen Yang's head. However, the system still did not send a message indicating the task's success. He swiftly drew his Tang sword, attacking Yen Yang like a venomous snake. Under the fierce onslaught of one strike after another, Yen Yang's body became utterly battered. Qingfeng even used the supreme middle finger against Yen Yang, flicking his head forcefully, and miraculously caused a bone fracture, shattering his skull. Despite so many attacks, Yen Yang still hadn't died. Watching Yen Yang gradually recover, Qingfeng cursed under his breath, "Monster!" Yen Yang's head quickly regenerated. Feeling his own strength, he said to Qingfeng, "Pain, pain, pain, it really hurts. But I didn't expect you, a silver, to be on par with gold. Unfortunately, you're still too weak, completely unaware of the power of the blood mist. Are you curious why I can always repair myself?" Qingfeng frowned, puzzled. Yen Yang's voice continued, "If it weren't for you killing everyone, I wouldn't have had so many sacrifices to recover. That's right, this entire mountain is an altar. I originally only intended to absorb the few minions you killed, but I didn't expect you to ruthlessly slaughter thousands of people across the entire mountain. But well done, well done. Ha ha ha. These worthless beings have provided such immense value at this critical moment, it's truly their honor." Yen Yang's words made Qingfeng realize that his thorough cleanup had inadvertently left behind a disaster. But he hadn't known at the time, the dark web hadn't mentioned it either. If he had known earlier, he would have infiltrated and killed Yen Yang directly. Qingfeng felt secretly annoyed and instantly unleashed the tsunami skill. Behind him appeared a massive tsunami, 5 to 6 meters high and over 10 meters wide. Yen Yang was startled at the sight, but recalling his own strength, he let down his guard, completely unafraid. His current power had reached the peak of the gold level, and facing what seemed to be an advanced skill from a silver-level opponent, he felt no fear at all. "Ha, you'll never know my current strength. Let me show you the power of the blood mist. Bow before this force." He extended his palm, seemingly waiting to embrace the tsunami. The next moment, Yen Yang was swept away, his body even torn apart by the violent undercurrents of the tsunami. Yen Yang? Before Yen Yang could react, Qingfeng conjured a bow in his hand, slowly forming water-explosive arrows, and began firing wildly at Yen Yang. Explosions rang out one after another, and Yen Yang's body was instantly destroyed, with rows of shredded flesh falling to the ground. "I want you dead." Yen Yang's furious roar echoed once again. The next moment, he instantly appeared beside Qingfeng, who hadn't even had time to react before being seized. Shock. His speed had suddenly increased significantly. The moment he was grabbed, Qingfeng looked at Yen Yang and found that he no longer resembled a human. His body had become extraordinarily massive, with knotted muscles and a ferocious, terrifying face that sent chills down one's spine. Before the gentle breeze could continue thinking, he was mercilessly thrown out by Yen Yang. The breeze flew several meters under the force of inertia, stopping only when he collided with a hard stone wall. His head shook, and his mask slipped off, revealing his handsome face. Yen Yang was stunned upon seeing this scene, deeply shocked, and his attacking steps came to a halt. He hadn't expected the breeze to be so young and so strikingly handsome. He thought to himself, if he could be persuaded to join their blood mist sect and offered to that esteemed figure, she would surely be greatly pleased. Having realized this, Yen Yang immediately walked up to the breeze, his face full of smiles, and said, "Would you like to join our blood mist sect? If you join, you can gain immense power just like me. With your talent, becoming a star-level powerhouse would be absolutely within reach." The breeze had no time for idle chatter with him and quickly activated the dragon snake dance step, striving to put as much distance as possible between himself and Yen Yang. However, Yen Yang seemed to have anticipated his moves, closely following behind and maintaining a distance of just over 10 meters, as if deliberately toying with him. The spiritual energy of Qingfeng was being consumed at an astonishing rate, and he grew anxious. "You can no longer kill me now. Join the blood mist sect. Everything you desire is here. If you want to kill, you can kill freely, do whatever you please, and you might even have the chance to catch the attention of that esteemed figure and become her boy toy." Yen Yang's voice echoed again, and Qingfeng cursed inwardly, "Damn it, join you? I have no interest in living a life of hiding and running." Seeing no way out, Qingfeng quickly opened his spatial ring and took out a water storage bag. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, raised the tang blade in his hand high, and slashed fiercely. Countless glowing water sources scattered. Instantly, Qingfeng immediately controlled these water sources, condensing them into explosive water arrows, which he shot fiercely at Yen Yang. Yen Yang saw this and sneered disdainfully, "Out of spiritual energy, are you? Resorting to attacking with stored water. Wait, why is this water glowing? Could it be rare spiritual spring water?" He thought to himself, such a waste, truly such a waste. Facing this strike, Yen Yang chose to take it head-on, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the sharp arrow to pierce his flesh and explode. Immediately, the air was filled with piercing roars and dazzling light, and in an instant, dust flew everywhere, creating an incredibly shocking scene. "Ha ha, you truly are foolish. Using such rare treasures as your final weapon, don't you realize this will only enhance my power? In that case, I'll gladly accept it." Yen Yang wasted not a single moment, swiftly absorbing the energy. However, it wasn't long before he felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if countless sharp claws were tearing at his flesh. The sensation grew increasingly intense, causing a trace of panic to arise in his heart. What you just shot out is definitely not some glowing spiritual spring water. He instantly realized the gravity of the situation and angrily questioned Yu Qingfeng. "What exactly is it? I've decided to cancel my plan to recruit you into the sect. You must die." Yen Yang roared furiously, lunging at Yu Qingfeng with all his might. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng immediately employed the dragon snake dance technique to swiftly create distance. But he soon noticed that Yen Yang's speed seemed to have slowed significantly. It really is those glowing plankton causing trouble. Yu Qingfeng was startled, understanding the reason behind Yen Yang's torment. The attacks from those plankton were drastically reducing Yen Yang's speed and coordination. At this moment, Yen Yang's recovery ability was extremely powerful. Almost every time those plankton bit him, his physical body would recover a little, forming a bizarre cycle. He was currently in immense pain. Realizing this, Yu Qingfeng quickly utilized his water-controlling technique to condense a water arrow, preparing to strike. One slide, a quick turn, and a water blast. The water arrow easily hit Yen Yong. "You despicable scoundrel, don't let me catch you, or I'll obliterate you completely." Yen Yong's furious voice rang out once again. Several water-explosive arrows hit Yen Yong in succession, making him curse furiously. "Kid, come over here. How about a one-on-one duel like real men?" Yu Qingfeng responded with a cold laugh. "A duel? Aren't we already dueling right now? Then stop running, kid." Yen Yong roared again. "This is my advantage, why wouldn't I use it? If you have the guts, cripple your own cultivation and duel me." Yu Qingfeng's retort left Yen Yong speechless, forcing him to angrily quicken his pace. But soon, Yen Yong despairingly discovered that his spiritual energy seemed almost impossible to mobilize, his mobility greatly reduced, and he couldn't even touch Yu Qingfeng, while Yu Qingfeng continued to attack him relentlessly. This made him furious. "Damn glowing water, what on earth is this stuff?" With a ruthless determination, Yen Yong grabbed his aching arm and tore at it fiercely, ripping off a piece of flesh. Taking advantage of the moment before his arm healed, he examined it closely and was shocked to find that his blood contained a large amount of glowing substance. "What is this?" Yen Yong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, roaring angrily, "You despicable scoundrel, how dare you use such underhanded tricks?" Realizing that his body was being devoured by these tiny creatures, Yen Yong began desperately destroying his own flesh. However, within minutes, the wounds quickly healed again, the speed of recovery astonishing Yu Qingfeng. "Here's my chance." Yu Qingfeng's heart stirred, and he swiftly adjusted his tactics, starting to target the altars. "If I destroy those altars, will Yen Yong's body stop regenerating?" He thought of the central blood pool, perhaps those statues were connected to it as well. "Destroy them all." Yu Qingfeng aimed the water-explosive arrows at those eerie statues, shooting one arrow after another, effortlessly shattering them. Yen Yong felt his recovery speed suddenly slow down, and was instantly alarmed, quickly turning to look in the direction of the statues. "Stop!" At that moment, a water-explosive arrow precisely hit the blood pool. "You little beast!" Yen Yong stopped tearing at his own flesh and instead launched a full-force attack on Yu Qingfeng, instantly appearing right in front of him. But at this moment, Yu Qingfeng had already drawn his second arrow. With a slight smile, he gently released it. The water-exploding arrow shot out once again. Yen Yong tried to stop it but could only bend down to catch it. Yu Qingfeng had long anticipated all of this. His eyes slowly opened, and his SSS-level ability erupted instantly. An indescribable aura burst forth. Everything before Qingfeng's eyes seemed to freeze. Yen Yong's pupils contracted instantly as he looked at Qingfeng, realizing that his entire demeanor had completely transformed. Those dim, lifeless pupils, like the arrival of death itself, sent chills down the spine. Yen Yong's entire body stiffened, cold sweat pouring down his back, as if an invisible hand was pushing him into the abyss of death. An indescribable sense of fear surged in his heart. What kind of monster is this? Before him, Yu Qingfeng's figure gradually turned gray, as if he were about to vanish from this world. Everything around began to collapse, and Yen Yong's arms started to disintegrate like dust. Although all of this happened in just a fleeting second, Yen Yong, under the altar's enhancement, had an incredibly heightened perception and unusually clear thoughts, almost instinctive reactions. Could this be dual abilities? He wondered to himself. Could this person before him also be a product of the cult, transformed into a terrifying killing machine? No. I can't die yet. At this moment, Yen Yong felt an overwhelming fear, but he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly as his arms slowly disappeared. Just as Yen Yong thought he was doomed, Yu Qingfeng suddenly dropped to one knee, appearing extremely weak. Yen Yong's heart trembled, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. At the same time, he lamented the unpredictability of fate. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, a tang sword pierced through his chest. At that very moment, the water-exploding arrow also struck the blood pool, instantly detonating and sending blood splattering everywhere, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Yen Yong could hardly believe it, staring blankly at Yu Qingfeng and stammering, "Didn't you lose your spiritual power? How could you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yen Yong's eyes widened abruptly, and he fell straight to the ground. Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief, gazing at Yen Yong's lifeless face, and softly said, "Who told you that losing my spiritual power means I can't move? I've undergone long endurance training." Order: complete the assassination mission. Order: evaluating the difficulty of this mission. SSS level. Order: evaluating mission completion, full completion. Rating: SSS level. Reward obtained, assassination points, 99,999 points. Ding, the assassination system you are bound to has been upgraded to LV2. All of this seemed to tell Yin Yong that the turning point of fate happens in an instant, and the line between life and death is razor thin. Upon receiving this news, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Unexpectedly, the first mission had already upgraded the system. What a pleasant surprise. He leaned weakly against the wall, took out several silver-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, and began absorbing them to heal his injuries. Now, Yu Qingfeng's foundational cultivation method had reached its peak, and in just half an hour, his strength was restored to its peak state. Before leaving, Yu Qingfeng casually looted the area, obtaining 13,232 bronze-grade spirit stones and 2,312 silver-grade spirit stones. This harvest could be considered quite substantial. Of course, there were still many areas of the dungeon left unexplored, but Yu Qingfeng dared not linger. If those blood mist cult members suddenly appeared, it would be dangerous. He quickly put on his mask, hurried out to buy a few water flasks, and then returned to the cave. Looking at the half-barrel of water, Yu Qingfeng rubbed his hands together. Although this substance didn't enhance his physical abilities, its power was astonishing. With this trump card, even without using the golden grade Tang Dao, he could easily take down a golden grade expert. Nowadays, Yu Qingfeng can be said to be invincible below platinum level. Of course, this doesn't count when the luminous floaters are used up, but running out of them should be impossible. After all, he is a water element cultivator, and these things can be controlled and recycled. After collecting all the luminous floaters, he left the dungeon, his heart filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, not long after Qingfeng had left, a woman dressed in red with a blurred face arrived at Yin Yang's underground base. When she reached the central blood pool and saw that it had already turned into ruins, she was instantly consumed with rage. After some searching, she finally found Yin Yang's corpse. Looking at the lifeless body lying on the ground, she roared furiously, Who did this? Useless trash. Since you dared to kill my people, no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price." She struck the stone wall forcefully, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. Countless rocks began to shake and fell one after another, until the entire space was engulfed in dust. Yu Qingfeng found a comfortable hotel and, without hesitation, took out spiritual stones to begin cultivating. As he immersed himself in cultivation, he suddenly thought of something, immediately opened the system panel, and started browsing the system shop. Current assassination points, 99999. Combat mastery, assassination points, 999. Mastery in blade techniques, assassination points, 999. Mastery in dagger techniques, assassination points, 999. Mastery in sword techniques, assassination points, 999. Mastery in firearms, assassination points, 9,999. Yu Qingfeng glanced briefly and decisively exchanged all the skills. Ding, assassination points -13995. Current assassination points, 86004. With these skills, Qingfeng's strength improved significantly, especially now that he possessed mastery in combat, firearms, daggers, and stealth. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng had practically become an assassination expert. As long as the opponent's level wasn't far above his, he could essentially assassinate anyone without leaving a trace. Just as Qingfeng was about to shut down the assassination system, he unexpectedly discovered a new feature. One was the map function, and the other was hostile position display. The map function can show the target's location after confirming the assassination target, while the hostile position display marks targets with hostility towards him on the map. At the same time, Qingfeng also discovered that the weapon shop had added a new tier of firearms. These weapons were far from ordinary. Qingfeng saw the descriptions written on them. Barret Destruction, Platinum Level Power. Price, 999,999 assassination points. Desert Eagle, Silver Level Power. Price, 99.99. Barret Sniper Rifle, Silver Level Power. Price, 99.99. Gatling Rose Gold, Gold Level Power. Price, 999,999. Buy now and get 2,000 free rounds. These weapons made Qingfeng's eyes light up. Ultimately, he sighed over the insufficient assassination points and decisively chose to purchase a Desert Eagle. Without hesitation, he bought it first and dealt with the rest later. After taking the weapon out of the system backpack, Qingfeng's first impression was stunning. The icy silver body, the exquisitely designed lines, simply perfect. Wow, how could a boy not like guns? Qingfeng thought excitedly, then purchased several thousand rounds of ammunition before eagerly heading back to the underground city. This time, he didn't bother with much disguise and walked straight into the depths of the underground city. Before long, a vine suddenly shot up from the ground, hoisting Ching Fong into the air and suspending him. He carefully observed and quickly spotted an ugly flower-like mouth, which seemed to be the source of the vine. Ching Fong sensed his own strength and was pleasantly surprised. He was almost at the silver level. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as he immediately pulled out a desert eagle from his spatial ring, quickly loaded it, and fired decisively at the flower monster in front of him. Even while being shaken in midair by the vine, Ching Fong, a master of firearms, fired a shot with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the target directly. The flower monster's aura instantly withered, and the vine, holding Ching Fong, quickly retracted. Ching Fong stylishly spun in midair and fired another shot. The flower monster instantly lost all vitality, collapsed to the ground, and withered away, a truly stunning scene. Refreshing. With this weapon, I don't even need to personally deal with the small monsters. Just striking a cool pose is enough to take them out with one shot. And so, Ching Fong, holding the desert eagle, began a frenzied slaughter in the dungeon. In just one day, he had collected thousands of bronze-grade spirit stones. Overjoyed, he returned to the hotel only to realize he had forgotten to submit the task on the dark web. After completing the submission, a message from the dark web quickly arrived. "Dear sir, we will verify the authenticity of the situation." Shortly after, another message followed. "Once verified, we will provide you with a secret address, or you can provide an address where we will place the reward." Ching Fong thought for a moment, replied with "okay," and then lay back on the bed, drifting into a sweet dream. The next day, the dark web's intelligence station efficiently completed the verification and sent Ching Fong an address. Looking at the address, Ching Fong decided to retrieve the reward at noon. Although, in the eyes of the dark web, this level of assassination was insignificant and no one would bother to target the assassin, Ching Fong still cautiously prepared his disguise. Finally, near a trash bin in a dim alley, he found the dark web's reward. Back at the hotel, Ching Fong eagerly opened the reward box. Inside was a password-free black card and a silver-white apple. Beneath them was a note that read, "Dear Sir, your reward of 300 million yuan and the silver-grade heavenly treasure have been delivered. Please keep this black card safe. In the future, all cash rewards for tasks completed on the assassination web will be deposited into this black card. Rest assured, the dark web will not expose anyone's information. If you're still worried, you can deposit the money into your own card." Ching Fong read this and felt a surge of excitement. The power and mystery of the dark web filled him with anticipation. The road ahead would be even more thrilling. Naturally, he was not at ease and secretly transferred the money. After taking care of these matters, he opened Baidu on his phone and began looking up the effects of this silver-white apple. He quickly found the information. Silver-grade apple, classified as a rare treasure in dungeons, can enhance strength, improve physical fitness, speed, and other attributes for warriors and ability users, while also increasing the upper limit of certain talents. Typically consumed during breakthroughs in cultivation. Note, each person can only consume up to 10, exceeding this limit will render it ineffective. Current market price, 60 million each. It's still called an apple? I thought it would have a more sophisticated name. Breakthrough? Ching Feng's talent has already reached SSS level, making breakthroughs as simple as eating or drinking, unless it's a major realm. Even a major realm isn't very difficult. Last time, Ching Feng advanced from bronze to silver in just 1 month. As long as the mindset is sufficient, there are basically no bottlenecks for breakthroughs. Thinking of this, he didn't think too much and found a comfortable spot to watch TV while munching on a silver-grade apple. Not to mention the taste was excellent, Ching Feng even felt like buying more to enjoy. Soon, Ching Feng finished eating, and feeling bored, he started cultivating. For the rest of the time, Ching Feng either cultivated or browsed the dark web for tasks he could take on. But he still couldn't find a suitable one. During this period, his strength increased to silver 9-star. Just one step away from gold. And so, this month passed by simply and effortlessly. Opening the chat group, Ching Feng chose the tycoon system without even looking. Ding, the godly tycoon system has been successfully bound. Ding, received the beginner's gift pack with a 100-fold return. Time limit, 3 hours, starting now. Oh, Ching Feng became interested. He opened the system panel to check out this 100-fold return feature. In just a few minutes, he understood the effect of this 100-fold return. As long as you spend $1, you can get $100. This. Looking at the 300 million in his account, Ching Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Truly worthy of being the tycoon system. Since spending money brings 100-fold returns, Xingfeng thought for a moment and opened Taobao. Xingfeng suddenly remembered the silver-grade apple from before and clicked on the treasures section. Without a second thought, without even looking, he directly clicked to purchase the silver-grade apple. He bought 2 whole boxes at once, and after completing the purchase, Xingfeng bought another pile of snacks and quite a few premium daily necessities. In addition to snacks, there were also plenty of ingredients. This is preparation for the next system. Just thinking about that cross-dressing system, Xingfeng couldn't help but feel speechless, even somewhat disheartened. After buying everything he needed on Taobao, Xingfeng couldn't think of anything else to spend money on. After some careful thought, he went to a real estate development. He bought several villas and then purchased more than a dozen luxury cars. Arriving at the mansion, he casually found a spot to lie down and suddenly felt that everything in the world no longer mattered. Now, the money in his card has already reached 81.2 billion. More than 2 billion yuan more than the company before his father's bankruptcy. At this moment, the 100-fold cashback event had already ended, but Xingfeng still felt a bit unsatisfied. The feeling of spending money without needing to think was truly exhilarating. Without much thought, Xingfeng opened the Douxia live streaming platform. Let's see if there are any good live streams. The fighting sharks in this world are quite different from those in the previous life, with separate zones for martial artists and ability users. Most of them focus on dungeon exploration as their live streaming theme. However, quite a few streamers have died inside. Xingfeng clicked on the female streamer section and found that most of the female streamers were the type who flaunted their charm. Xingfeng found it very boring. Before he transmigrated, the original host had already played around a lot, and now that he had transmigrated, he felt even more disdain for these things. Soon, he saw a pure and cute-looking female streamer. Clicking in, he happened to hear her singing. The voice is sweet and clear, as if the throat had been kissed by a pure angel. After the song ended, Xingfeng still felt a bit unsatisfied. Looking at the streamer's name, which was Xiaoruan, Xingfeng nodded slightly. He then glanced at the popularity and found it was somewhat low. Probably only a few thousand people. Such a high-quality streamer, not showing off or being flirtatious, yet no one is watching. Xingfeng immediately opened the recharge page without hesitation. Logged into his Douxia account. Named himself Lord of the Heavenly Court. Directly recharge 100 million into the account, then start crazily gifting in Softa's live stream room. However, before gifting, Xingfeng discovered that the number of spaceship sends could actually be customized. Presumably, many incidents similar to Xingfeng's must have occurred. He directly customized 100 sends, worth a total of 10 million yuan. Just like that, Xingfeng sent them out without even blinking. One spaceship after another floated above the live stream room, dazzling like stars in the sky. Xiaoruan was instantly dumbfounded, her mind went completely blank. Thank the Lord of Heaven for the spaceship. She quickly reacted, her voice trembling with excitement. Seeing more and more spaceships, she couldn't help but feel shocked and then said, Lord of Heaven, such extravagance is truly excessive. A single spaceship is worth 10,000 yuan. However, Xingfeng paid no attention to this, merely focusing intently on the change in numbers. At the same time, a large number of clueless onlookers flooded into the livestream room, and the comments section instantly exploded. Whoa, which tycoon is splurging here again? The first time I saw a spaceship was in this livestream room, and now there are over 50 of them. This is the ultimate tycoon among tycoons. Holy moly, who exactly is this Lord of the Heavenly Court? Yeah, I've been playing Shark Duel for so long, it's the first time I've seen him. Could it be a secret alt account of some big shot? This speculation was quickly refuted. How is that possible? Today is the day the streamer popularity ranking is finalized. If it really were an alt account, how could they be gifting such a small streamer? The live stream's chat exploded instantly, with a flurry of opinions. Before long, the live stream's popularity had surpassed 200,000, and the host's followers and fans were skyrocketing. Xiaoruan watched as the chat flooded in like a tide and the number of viewers in the livestream kept climbing, feeling both surprised and delighted. Especially the spaceships constantly refreshing and floating above the livestream, leaving her somewhat at a loss. The gentle breeze seemed to sense her emotions and typed, "Don't worry, these gifts are well deserved. If you really feel bad about it, you can sing a song." Suddenly, a golden barrage with dazzling effects streaked across the screen, spanning the entire comments section. The audience instantly erupted, expressing their thoughts in the barrage. Whoa, is this what a big shot looks like? Spending millions just to hear a song? Why is there such a big gap between people? Although this money isn't mine, I feel as if it is. Douxia hasn't been this lively in a long time, especially at such a critical moment, and with this small streamer. I feel like tonight is definitely going to be a sleepless night. At this moment, the atmosphere in the livestream room reached its peak, and everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Some longtime fans in Shirwan's livestream room started crying out in despair, their emotions running high. It's over. The pure goddess in our hearts has actually caught the eye of a greasy old man. What nonsense about being the Lord of the Heavenly Court? I absolutely won't allow you to set your sights on Shirwan. Brothers, we're facing a serious challenge. This so-called Lord of the Heavenly Court clearly has his eyes on our Princess Shirwan. We must defend her purity and dignity. Looking at these comments, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Shirwan also saw these comments, her face instantly turning pale as a sense of foreboding surged in her heart. It's over, it's over. Could it be that I've really caught the eye of some billionaire? This won't do. He owns so many spaceships, I wouldn't be able to pay him back even in 10 years. With tears in her eyes, Softa spoke despairingly, Lord of the Heavenly Court, how about I return these gifts to you? Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng paused for a moment, realizing that she had been influenced by the fan's words. He typed back, I just think your singing is very beautiful, so I tipped you. There's really no other meaning. I can let your fans take screenshots as proof. The live stream room instantly exploded. I took a screenshot. This is the world of the big shots. I never thought I could catch a glimpse of it. This lifetime was worth it. Wow, the person upstairs is really too immersed in the role. Whoa, guys, Shirwan made it to the list. What? Shirwan actually made it to the list, that's awesome. Meanwhile, on the site's PK leaderboard, Shirwan's figure rapidly climbed, surpassing one ranking after another, finally stopping at a position in the 20s. Yu Qingfeng went out to take a look and found it was indeed the case. Just as he was planning to ask Shirwan to sing one more song before going offline to train, the God-tier system suddenly reacted. Ding, task issued, help Shirwan claim the top spot on the leaderboard, reward, 53% shares of Dosha live streaming platform. Suddenly, Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. This is no small fortune. Dosha Live is the largest live streaming platform in the Jojo Nation, with annual revenues in the billions as if it were child's play. Although my main goal is cultivation, these shares can be handed over to my dad to manage. With these shares, my father's status will instantly rise. It won't just be as simple as being the richest man in Jiangcheng. Entering the national top 20 is absolutely within reach. Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng decisively invested another 200 million. For these shares, what does a mere 200 million matter? He sent out another 200 spaceships. At this moment, the screen showed that 100 spaceships had just finished, followed immediately by another 200. The viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. Shirwan? Livestream viewers? Before they could react, they saw a message from the Heavenly Courtsmaster in the chat. Everyone, I think there are too few pure streamers like her. I've decided to put her on the rankings so more people can see her. The popularity of the live stream skyrocketed, with the total number of viewers instantly surpassing 10 million. Many people wanted to snatch the shark fin, but when they saw the bullet comment from the Lord of the Heavenly Court, they were stunned and began to carefully observe this streamer. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Court sent another bullet comment, Shirwan, I want to hear a song. Show me your best performance. No matter what, I'll make sure you stay at the top of the rankings. Instantly, countless viewers were in an uproar, all exclaiming how domineering this statement was. What kind of confidence and wealth does the Lord of the Heavenly Court possess to say such domineering words? At Lord of the Heavenly Court, brother, please take me in. I also want to hear such domineering words from you. I'm truly impressed. Starting today, I have a new idol. The Lord of the Heavenly Court YYDS. Of course, alongside the praise, there were naturally quite a few people from other live stream rooms starting to mock. Ridiculous, calling this the Lord of the Heavenly Court? Looks more like a nouveau riche from the village, completely overestimating themselves. Exactly, isn't it just having some stinking money? Indeed, it's a bit overconfident. From a neutral perspective as a passerby, becoming the top rank is almost impossible. I heard the current top rank, Chi-Chi, has already sent over 500 cosmic spaceships. I think the Lord of the Heavenly Court is biting off more than they can chew. Upstairs, can you remove Chi-Chi's fan badge first? With your level 16 fan badge, it's hard to believe you're neutral. This is truly advanced sarcasm. But what they said does make some sense. Could the Lord of the Heavenly Court really be that rich? 500 spaceships, this amount of money could buy a silver-grade apple. Shirwan watched as the live stream room started to erupt in arguments, feeling a wave of panic in her heart. She had always been unknown, and now, faced with doubts, she didn't know how to respond. Just as she was about to shut down the livestream in fear, a private message suddenly popped up. She clicked it open and found that the person messaging her was none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Xiaoruan saw the message content. "Don't be afraid, just sing. I'll handle the rest." At this moment, Xiaoruan felt an inexplicable sense of security, and her curiosity about the Lord of the Heavenly Court grew day by day. She took a deep breath, slowly opened her music collection, and found her favorite and best-performed ancient-style song, Chilling. Her heart was surging with emotions. Xiaoruan came from an ordinary family, and in this world dominated by martial artists, wealthy tycoons, and omnipotent beings sweeping across the land, she seemed insignificant. Like many ordinary people, she had a simple and pure dream, to become a singer and spread her voice across the 9 provinces. However, her family's struggles made her dream feel like a bottomless pit, impossible to sustain. To pursue her dream, she could only cautiously open a livestream channel to sing for those who enjoyed her music. Now, she stood on a stage with millions of viewers, supported by a powerful figure behind her. Whether or not that figure had ulterior motives, the mere fact that they wanted to hear her sing was enough to move her deeply. Relaxing her mind once again, Xiaoruan slowly began to sing in the noisy livestream room. "I always blend joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into the stage. What does it matter if the old lyrics are sung through? White bones and green ashes are all mine. In this chaotic world, I endure watching the flames of war engulf the mountains and rivers. Though humble, I dare not forget my worries for the nation, even if no one knows me." At this moment, she seemed to become the protagonist of the story, tragic, helpless, yet filled with anticipation and hope. Her singing was as smooth as a flowing spring, just as soft as fans have long described, pure and sacred. The viewers in the live stream room, upon hearing the melodious tune, gradually slowed their typing speed, began whispering discussions, and even erupted into heated debates. The number of bullet comments is decreasing, but the atmosphere is becoming increasingly tense. Xiaoruan's voice comes through again, clear and captivating. The people below pass by, no longer seeing the old colors. The people on stage sing heartbroken farewell songs. Love is hard to put into words. She sings, but it must be harmonized with blood. When the curtain rises and falls, who is the guest? You finish your song, and I take the stage. Do not mock the wind and moon, do not laugh at others' absurdity. Once questioned the green and yellow. Once sang resolutely of rise and fall. Is the way emotionless or emotional? How to ponder. The way is emotionless, yet the way is emotional, a paradox that stirs deep thought. This segment of melody surges like a tide, striking directly at the heart. A breathtaking aura sweeps in, as if the entire world has come to a standstill. Within the pure and powerful singing, there is a hint of grandeur and sorrow. These lyrics seem to carry a magical power in her voice, stirring waves of emotion and melancholy in the heart. The song Red Ridge is undoubtedly well known, and the story behind it resonates deeply with people. At this moment, the live stream room fell into dead silence, not even a single comment appeared. Only the colorful spaceships on the screen conveyed the audience's support and recognition for her. After the song ended, the live stream room remained immersed in the moving melody. A few seconds later, scattered comments began to appear again. "Wow, I finally understand why the Lord of the Heavenly Court thinks so highly of her. This singing reminds me of my carefree childhood, the days of watching opera with my grandfather. I grew up in the countryside too, with no time to rest, only occasionally able to watch live streams. The host's singing is so touching, it makes me reflect on the future of opera. Where does this sense of melancholy come from? Is it the touching story behind the song, or is it our own helplessness? I completely agree with the opinion of the Heavenly Court's ruler. Xiaoruan absolutely deserves to be first. That's right, this time the first place must be hers. +1+1. Instant fan. Xiaoruan's followers skyrocketed instantly, surpassing several million and still climbing. Not only Qingfeng used spaceship, but countless gifts from supporters were continuously sent. These are not fake accounts but genuine fans who spontaneously support her. Xiaoruan's ranking also soared from 20th place all the way to 5th before stopping. After listening to Chilling, even Yu Qingfeng was deeply moved, immersed in the touching melody, feeling completely different from the first time he heard Xiaoruan sing. Back then, it only brought a sense of inner peace, but now he felt a strong resonance that was truly incredible. He checked the rankings and found that Xiaoruan had already risen to 5th place, causing the corners of his mouth to lift. Without hesitation, he sent out 600 spaceships. In an instant, the rankings were refreshed again, soaring to the skies and directly jumping to 1st place. Even her popularity and fan count surpassed the original number 1, Kiki. At the same time, an unexpected situation occurred in Kiki's live stream room. Wearing a cheongsam and revealing her black silk-clad thighs, Kiki, who occasionally teased her fans, froze upon seeing her ranking. She stared at the numbers on the screen in disbelief. This leaderboard was crucial evidence of being the top figure in dosha, especially for someone like her who was an insider. The position that should have been firmly at the top had now fallen to second place. Losing the first place was bad enough, but she had absolutely no recollection of this Shaoruan who had taken the top spot. Who is this Shaoruan? Her fans also exploded in the live chat, expressing their shock. Seeing everyone's discussion, Chi-Chi became increasingly dissatisfied and quickly said to her fans, "Guys, don't panic. This first place is definitely ours. I'll go check what's going on." Meanwhile, in a guild's chat group, the guild leader named Qinghua was fuming with rage. At everyone. What on earth is going on? Didn't we agree that our guild's top girl Chi-Chi would take the #1 spot? Are you going back on your word? And who is this little soft? Which guild does that Heavenly Court Master belong to? Soon, the other guild leaders also spoke up, looking innocent. President Qinghua, we don't know either. I want to know too, especially who exactly is the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Even our guild's second place was overtaken by him. After hearing the answers from the other presidents, President Qinghua's face instantly turned gloomy, like dark clouds pressing down. Everyone, could this Lord of the Heavenly Court be someone from the guild on Hui's side? A president in the group suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. I remember, there seems to be news about their platform planning to develop on dosha. If that's true, then today is definitely a critical moment, another guild leader echoed. Xinghua frowned and thought carefully, a trace of unease suddenly surfacing in her heart. Damn it! That cursed Hoya Guild. Even though their member Chi-Chi has reclaimed the top spot now, Hoya Guild still firmly holds second place and might even suppress us dosha guilds. As she pondered, Xinghua's cold smile became more pronounced. Since you Huya want to fight, then my Qinghua Guild will naturally accompany you to the end. She quickly opened her phone and sent a message to Chi-Chi, promising to help her resolve this issue. Immediately after, Xinghua spoke in the guild group chat, mobilize 100 million funds, no matter the loss. This time, we're taking first place for sure. We absolutely cannot let the Huya Guild look down on us. Understood, guild leader. The guild members responded one after another, their morale soaring. Meanwhile, Kiki's livestream also received the guild's message. Seeing that the issue would be resolved, she breathed a sigh of relief. The dazzling first-place softie on the leaderboard and the striking first-place badge made her feel a tinge of jealousy. Clearly just an unknown small streamer, why does she have so many wealthy fans showering her with gifts? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She turned to the viewers in the livestream and coaxed, "Guys, don't worry. Our top supporter is the richest man on dosha. Just wait, he'll help me reclaim the top spot. I hope all my fans won't hold back on their rewards." Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness, and her eyes revealed a pitiful expression that evoked sympathy. Countless imaginative fans instantly lost their rationality and began commenting in the livestream. "Don't worry, Sister Chi-Chi will always be our #1. Who is this little softie anyway? So disrespectful. Let's go. Brothers, let's teach her a lesson and let her know the rules of dosha." Little Soft's live room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the live room was electrifying, with the audience's enthusiasm surging like a tide. Especially when Little Soft claimed first place, the cheers completely ignited the entire live room. Oh, that's absolutely incredible. Who exactly is the ruler of the Heavenly Court? Who cares who it is? Let's now celebrate the birth of the Queen of Dosha. Welcome, Queen of Dosha. Welcome, Queen of Dosha. Welcome the Queen of Dosha. At this moment, the joyful atmosphere in the livestream room was spreading everywhere. However, the chat suddenly took a turn. Countless fans wearing Chi-Chi badges swarmed in, speaking with great momentum. "The Chi-Chi army is here for a room check, quickly show your respect. Chi-Chi army, here to inspect the room, quickly welcome us. Chi-Chi army, here to inspect the room, quickly welcome us." Yu Qingfeng frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this situation was not good. He typed a few words on the screen but hesitated and deleted them. He opened the private message interface and quickly typed to Xiaoruan, "Wait a moment, the livestream might get a bit chaotic. Turn off the comments now and don't look at them." Xiaoruan sensed something unusual and was about to foolishly welcome it, but then saw a private message from the Lord of Heaven. She quickly hid the barrage software and stopped checking it. After hiding the barrage, a trace of unease surfaced in Xiaoruan's heart. Thinking about the decision the Lord of Heaven made for her, she unexpectedly felt a sense of inexplicable reassurance. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng secretly wondered whether this tycoon system inherently came with trouble. Sigh, such a task was given. At first, he just wanted to get Xiaoruan on the rankings, but now he has to take first place. This is really a bit troublesome. Since they took first place, naturally there will be people who are jealous and try to slander them. These Qiqi fans are clearly not easy to deal with. Xiaoruan had barely taken first place when these fans came rushing over. Although it's troublesome, it's actually not too much of a hassle, since Qingfeng has an absolute financial advantage. The trouble is that those vulgar words on the internet might affect one's mood. The barrage of comments in the livestream chat hasn't stopped, making many people feel angry. Seeing that Xiaoruan showed no intention of welcoming them, Qiqi's fans began attacking recklessly. What is this? Sister Qiqi's fan army has arrived, and you don't even know how to give a welcome? Why can the green tea rank first? That's it? Why does the voice sound so pretentious? Is she being kept by the Lord of the Heavenly Court? Dressed so conservatively, is she not confident about her figure? And she still wants to be the top dosha streamer? Your number of fans must be fake too. Your sugar daddy is so rich, buying some bot followers is normal. Yeah, let's see how many people remain in this livestream after today. These words angered Xiaoruan's fans, who immediately fought back. What do you think you are? Your sister Qiqi is nothing but a useless person relying on the top supporter. A few words and showing a bit of shoulder is enough to lure you losers endlessly. Coming to someone else's livestream to insult them, and still expecting us to welcome you warmly, how arrogant. Where's your decency? These words hit them right where it hurts. Though the argument was heated, it seemed powerless. Just as soft as fans were at a loss for how to respond, the top of the livestream platform once again displayed the image of 300 spaceships. Suddenly, Qiqi's fans felt as if they had found a strong backing, brimming with confidence. Seriously, this is hilarious. No matter how much your Heavenly Court leader tries to turn the tide, it's impossible to launch another 400 spaceships, right? Really laughing out loud here. Just because you got a temporary top spot, you dare to ignore our sister Qiqi? You're first now, right? If you can stay first, I'll eat my computer screen on the spot. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this comment, quickly took a screenshot, and opened the commenter's profile to find their ID, then took another screenshot. He posted these screenshots on his dosha profile. After finishing this, Qingfeng opened the gift section and directly sent 1,000 cosmic spaceships. Instantly, the entire livestream room lagged, as the special effects of 1,000 cosmic spaceships floated through the room like missiles. A few minutes later, the livestream finally returned to smooth operation. Qiqi's fans stared at the spaceship at the top of the screen, all falling into a daze. Whoa, 100 million. The Lord of Heaven is the best. Ha, the slap in the face came way too fast. What about the guy who said he'd eat his computer screen? I want to see if he actually did it. Guys, I originally wanted to check out the Heavenly Court Master's homepage to see how much was spent, but I ended up discovering something super funny. What funny thing? Go see for yourselves. Many people were intrigued by this comment and quickly opened the profile of the Lord of Heaven, only to be instantly shocked. Ha, this is killing me with laughter. They even zoomed in on the ID. Now there's no way to escape by changing the name. Panda, did you see my bamboo shoots? What? They were taken by the Lord of Heaven? Oh, then it's fine. Fans in Softa's livestream room were also exhilarated and began mocking Qiqi's fans. At the same time, Qiqi saw herself drop from first place to second, and couldn't help but ponder. She picked up her phone again and opened her private messages. At this moment, Xinhua helplessly looked at the gap between her and Shirwan's livestream, realizing that at least 1,200 cosmic ships would need to be sent to reclaim the top spot, and her heart burned with anger. But even though she was furious, she could only grit her teeth in frustration. Sending 1,200 cosmic ships would undoubtedly reclaim the top spot. But Qiqi is not worth this price at all. She is no fool, she understands that the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. Even if she does it, what if the Heavenly Court's ruler comes again? The company and the Union will suffer heavy losses and be ridiculed for being stubborn. What's more, the Lord of the Heavenly Court sent 1,000 spaceships in one go, undoubtedly solidifying his position in Shark Fight. At this moment, if he honestly takes second place, he might even break even. Future Shark Fight events won't be missed either, just with a slightly less prominent title. Thinking this through, Xinhua suddenly felt that second place might not be so bad after all. Just as she was pondering these things, Qiqi sent her a private message. President, I fell down again. Can I keep going for the spaceship? Xinhua thought carefully and finally decided to type a response. Forget it, let's settle for second place this time. I still don't know the identity of that celestial court's ruler. Let me investigate thoroughly before saying more. You should change the subject too. By the way, call your fans back and don't let them cause trouble. If that Celestial Court's ruler makes things difficult for you, you might not even be able to keep second place. The opposing Celestial Court's ruler has quite a background. This time, I'll give him some face. Chi-Chi felt a bit disappointed upon seeing these messages. She dared not go against the union's decision, as she was essentially a money-making tool, promoted by the union. If she disobeyed, given the union's financial and material resources, it would be effortless for them to launch another Chi-Chi. Soon, apart from a few die-hard fans still clamoring, Sherwan's live stream room returned to its previous state. Qingfeng, seeing that the opponent's fans had been called back, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile and sent another 200 cosmic spaceships. At this moment, the unions secretly observing this live stream room were completely stunned. Heavenly Court's Master YYDS. This is a true boss, I'm genuinely impressed. Xiao Ruan's ranking was firmly secured in first place. The time reached 12 o'clock and the live stream rankings were finalized. Yu Qingfeng also received a system notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 53% of Dosha's shares. Ding, the Godly Tycoon system has been upgraded to LV2. It seems that lower-level systems are easier to upgrade. After closing the livestream, Qingfeng looked at the suddenly appeared contract and couldn't help but smile. Without saying a word, he went out to handle the transfer procedures. After resolving these matters, he began to check what new features the upgraded Tycoon system had. After 20 minutes of exploration, he discovered that the system now included a system panel and an exchange mall. The exchange mall required exchange points to redeem items, and these points could only be earned by completing tasks. Qingfeng felt speechless. Unfortunately, aside from exchanging for money, you could only exchange for money, nothing but money. As expected of the Tycoon system, he had nothing but money. The next day, Qingfeng got up, ate a silver-grade apple, and was just about to start cultivating when he received a call from his father. It seemed the share transfer had been received. He answered the call and heard the other party's urgent voice. Qingfeng, what on earth have you been doing in the Magic City these past few months? How do you own 53% of Dosha's shares? Also transferred him to me. Qingfeng took out another apple, took a bite, and said leisurely, Dad, you know, my focus is on cultivation now. I accidentally ended up with some shares. I don't have time to manage them. If not you, then who? Is this even human speech? After thinking for a moment, Yu Wenyao seemed to find the reasoning sound and said, Alright, I've already completed the procedures. Are you short on money? If you are, I can transfer a little over 1 billion to you. Qingfeng quickly declined and said calmly, No need, Dad. I still have several tens of billions on me, enough to last me for a while. Yu Wenyao. The bewildered Yu Wenyao hung up the phone, deeply provoked by his son's words, enough for you to use for a while, and hundreds of billions are enough for him to use for a while. Enough for you to use for a while? I think it's enough for you to use for several lifetimes. Yu Qingfeng saw his father hang up the phone, quickly finished eating his apple, and began cultivating. A month later, Qingfeng easily advanced to gold level 1 star. Both his strength and spiritual power had significantly improved. At this moment, Qingfeng felt that if he used the tsunami spiritual technique, he could definitely create a tsunami over 20 meters high. Even the water explosion arrows had seen a substantial enhancement. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, gold 1 star. Power, 96 tons. Speed, 560 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 65 cubic meters. It was a significant improvement compared to before. Unable to contain his excitement, Qingfeng hurried to the dungeon and found an open area. Tsunami. A tsunami over 20 meters high and several hundred meters wide appeared behind him, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. Stones and weeds on the ground were all swept away by the tsunami, leaving the area barren wherever it passed. However, Qingfeng also felt that half of his spiritual energy was depleted. The consumption for this tsunami was no small matter. Just as he was about to head back, he noticed a massive stone not far away. He gathered a bow and arrow in his hand and shot it at the stone. The water explosion arrow hit the rock, and a massive explosion echoed. The rock instantly shattered into pieces. Now, the power of the water explosion arrow was roughly equivalent to that of a missile. Satisfied, Qingfeng nodded and returned home. He opened the system chat group and began pondering which system he should choose. His gaze remained fixed on the cross-dressing system. After thinking it over carefully, he decided it was better to face it sooner rather than later. After all, he would choose it eventually. With trembling hands, Qingfeng gently clicked on the cross-dressing system and then selected to bind it. Ding, the cross-dressing system has been bound by the group owner. All systems? AFK system, LV2, what's going on? Is the group owner going to cross-dress? Chef system, LV1Y. Why on earth? Even when the group owner cross-dresses, they don't choose me. Devour system, LV2, maybe the group owner likes cross-dressing. Chef system, LV1, I don't believe it. I won't listen. How could the group leader be that kind of pervert? Ability lottery system, LV3, I never expected the group leader to have this kind of hobby. The previous resistance must have been fake. Deep down, they were probably thrilled. Ding, the ability lottery system has been muted by the group leader for 3 days. You Qingfeng, group leader, get lost, all of you. If you keep discussing me, I won't choose you. What do you know? This is me solidifying my resolve. This is me facing my fears head on. I'll choose the chef system next month. Chef system, LV1, really? I knew the group leader treated me the best. My status can finally stop being the lowest. You Qingfeng closed the group chat. Ding, the cross-dressing system has been successfully bound. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the beginner's gift pack. Ding, the host has obtained Advanced Disguise, Makeup Mastery, Voice Imitation Mastery. Ding, system task released. Task content, cross-dressing happens only once or countless times, so young man, put on the outfit and gain 100,000 popularity points. Reward, God-level acting. Qingfeng coughed, almost spitting out saliva, utterly incredulous. 100,000 popularity? Doesn't this mean 100,000 people will see it? No, absolutely not. I regret it. What kind of bullshit unwavering resolve? What kind of bullshit facing fear? IF ****ing. Could it be that my lifelong reputation in the gentle breeze is going to be ruined by this lousy system? What should I do with a popularity of 100,000? Start a live stream? No, absolutely not. With live streams being so widespread, if someone recognizes me, wouldn't I be done for? What should I do now? Should I go out dressed as a woman? Work as a hostess at a nightclub? Cosplay? Wait, cosplay might actually work. First, the popularity of cosplay itself is very high. Second, there are many cross-dressing enthusiasts. Third, it's very niche. People who know me in the Magic City definitely won't be interested in this. When the time comes, I'll just put on better makeup, and won't my sister be born? Alright, since that's the case, I'll give it my all. Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he secretly made up his mind. He was going to use this cross-dressing mission to completely turn his fate around. The more Qingfeng thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He quickly opened his phone to check the latest information on comic conventions. What he saw left him utterly shocked. This month's conventions were packed, especially in Zhangcheng, where there were events almost every day. In the last month alone, there were over 30 conventions. This, unbelievable. Could this be the system's arrangement? Isn't this tailor-made for me? With so many days, how could I not complete this mission? He glanced at today's comic convention again. It was actually at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qingfeng's heart leaped with joy. It was only 11 o'clock, plenty of time. He immediately opened Taobao, spent a fortune on a pile of outfits, and confidently told the customer service representative, "Here's the address, deliver it within an hour, and I'll reward you handsomely." He even sent a 2 million yuan red envelope. The customer service representative initially wanted to curse him out, but upon seeing the address, their anger instantly subsided. That was the wealthy district. Every house there started at billions, and this particular address was in an exclusive area of the wealthy district. Seeing the 2 million yuan red envelope sent again, the representative dropped everything else and personally delivered the goods. When they saw Qingfeng's order, they were utterly shocked. Thousands of women's cosplay outfits, Lolita dresses, school swimsuits, JK schoolgirl skirts, mature black stockings, innocent white stockings, and even a variety of cosmetics. Everything imaginable was there. Could this really be a wealthy loli? The customer service representative tirelessly prepared all the items and excitedly arrived at the wealthy villa district. After passing through numerous security checks, they finally reached Qingfeng's doorstep. They rang the doorbell, and the next moment, an incredibly handsome man stepped out. Their heart tightened. A man? Instinctively, they glanced behind Qingfeng and saw that the spacious room was completely empty. A terrifying thought suddenly surged in their mind. Could I have encountered a cross-dressing master? He tentatively asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yu?" "Yes, I am. Just leave the items here," Qingfeng said, then tipped the Taobao store a few million, feeling secretly pleased with himself. Qingfeng eagerly opened the package, stood in front of the mirror, and saw that the size was perfect. Just as he was about to bring all the packages inside, he suddenly noticed the delivery guy's strange expression. Crap! He had forgotten the guy was still there. He quickly explained, "Let me explain, this is for my sister. My sister looks quite similar to me, so..." Unfortunately, before he could finish explaining, the delivery guy's expression was already filled with an I-get-it look, and he quickly left. As he departed, the delivery guy thought to himself, "I never expected the rich to play such extravagant games. I really can't keep up with their mindset." As for what Qingfeng said, he didn't believe a single word. Looks similar to his sister? How could they possibly wear the same size? Qingfeng watched the delivery guy's back and inexplicably had the thought of silencing him, but quickly suppressed the terrifying idea. Boo-hoo, defeated before even starting the mission. Looking at the time, it was already 1 o'clock. Qingfeng hurried to the mirror, took out makeup products, and countless makeup techniques flooded his mind. One of the 4 great arts of JoJo makeup. A few minutes later, a mature lady with a 70% resemblance to Qingfeng appeared in the mirror. Qingfeng looked at himself and nodded in satisfaction. Since I'm a cross-dressing master now, I need to come up with a name. How about Yuzi Jiang? U as the surname, Z representing childlike innocence, and Jiang makes it easier to blend into the community. Perfect. From today onward, this person will be called Yuzi Jiang, my younger sister, not Qingfeng himself. Qingfeng unpacked all the clothes from the delivery packages and placed them into his spatial ring, carefully pondering which cosplay outfit would be best to wear. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he had already immersed himself in the role of a cross-dressing master. After some thought, Qingfeng decided to wear a maid outfit. He took out an exquisite maid outfit from his spatial ring and carefully dressed himself. His demeanor instantly transformed, exuding an air of noble elegance. A small white lace headpiece adorned his head, and a meticulously styled wig cascaded down his back. The playful and cute decorations carried a sense of sophistication. The perfect black long dress, with elegant pleats covered by a pristine white lace apron, paired harmoniously with vintage black leather shoes. Looking at his noble and flawless reflection in the mirror, Qingfeng revealed a mature and confident smile, feeling a surge of pride. All that was missing were the teapot and prop tray, but there was no time to prepare them now. He decisively got into a luxury car and headed straight for the convention gathering. Jiangchun, White Dragon Anime Exhibition. The anime convention was bustling with excitement. Among the throngs of people, anime enthusiasts dressed in various character costumes showcased their cosplay skills, drawing attention from all around. Spectators holding cameras eagerly captured the scene, and many visitors carried convention-themed plush toys, their faces brimming with anticipation. At that moment, the roaring sound of a car engine echoed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A sleek black and white Lamborghini slowly drove into the venue, gracefully parking in a spot. The crowd immediately turned their heated gazes toward it, eager to catch a glimpse of the car's owner. Yu Qingfeng was sitting inside the car, his heart surging with emotions. Once, he had confidently showcased himself in front of thousands of freshmen without a hint of nervousness, but now, stepping out of the car made him feel a wave of anxiety. He took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and opened the car door. The dazzling sunlight spilled onto his refined face, as if casting a radiant glow upon him. He stepped out, the elegant black stockings and long skirt complementing each other perfectly, instantly drawing countless eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, a stunningly regal woman, dressed in a luxurious maid outfit, exuding an air of aloofness, and standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters, slowly emerged from the car. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had expected the person stepping out to be a middle-aged man or a wealthy young heir, but to their surprise, it was such a captivatingly extraordinary woman. Especially when they took in her attire, they were utterly amazed. That exquisite maid outfit seemed to declare, she was here for the anime convention too. At this moment, someone in the crowd quickly pulled out a camera, scrambling to take pictures of Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng's heart raced, faced with so many gazes, he felt a wave of nervousness, and wished he could immediately retreat to the car. However, since he had already stepped out, he felt embarrassed to go back, his cheeks slightly flushed as he shyly waved at them. He had no idea that his somewhat bashful gesture had already stirred countless hearts, causing some to metaphorically bleed from the nose. In the eyes of outsiders, Qingfeng's evasive demeanor was like a delicate blend of shyness and hesitation, a mix of coyness and allure, with his flushed face resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal world, leaving people utterly captivated. Ding! popularity plus 131. Hearing the system's voice, Yu Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement, and his courage was instantly ignited. He adjusted his posture slightly, utilized his mastery of voice modulation, and with a radiant smile, addressed the surrounding audience. "Hello, everyone." The voice flowed like a clear spring, crisp and melodious, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Sweet and graceful, it was enchanting, even carrying a hint of aloof elegance. Paired with that healing smile, it instantly sparked cheers among the otakus present, who all declared they had found their new goddess. Time flew by amidst laughter and joy. Yu Qingfeng gradually let go of his reservations, chatting freely and casually with other cosplayers. Some even took the initiative to ask for a photo with him, and he was more than happy to oblige. As the convention was about to end, a young boy, trembling slightly, approached Yu Qingfeng and softly asked, "Sister, may I take a photo of you?" Qingfeng responded with a warm smile, "No problem." That smile, like sunlight pouring down, stirred ripples in countless hearts. Ding! Popularity plus 513. People who wanted to take photos with him came in an endless stream, and Qingfeng did not refuse anyone. After all, it was all about gaining popularity. As time went on, he unexpectedly began to develop a subtle fondness for the feeling of being the center of attention, which startled him into quickly dispelling such a frightening thought. More and more people gathered around, and the requests for photo poses became increasingly varied. Yet Qingfeng agreed to all of them, and the crowd grew larger and larger. It seemed as though there was nothing else worth photographing at this convention besides him. At that moment, Yu Zijiang suddenly appeared at the convention like a dark horse, naturally stirring up some dissatisfaction among the crowd. Just as Qingfeng was striking a shoulder-to-shoulder pose with a male attendee, someone in the photo-taking crowd suddenly shouted, "How could someone like this be at our convention? Isn't it just about selling themselves? Is it so blatant nowadays? Security, where's the security?" Yu Qingfeng followed the voice and saw a woman dressed in traditional red attire pointing at him and calling for security. "How can such indecent actions be done? Don't you know that men and women should maintain proper boundaries?" The woman in red spoke incessantly, her words flowing like a torrent, wantonly slandering Yu Qingfeng without mercy. This incident quickly attracted the attention of those around, and the security guard slowly approached. The woman in red, seeing that Yu Qingfeng had no intention of refuting, felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. She hurriedly ran to the security guard, pointed at Yu Qingfeng, and complained indignantly, "Security, it's him. How could you let him in? Isn't this ruining the reputation of our comic convention? Look at him, just now he was arm in arm with that guy, utterly indecent. And he's wearing a maid outfit, who knows if it's cosplay or if he's serving someone." Regardless of whether it was true or not, she spouted nonsense and pinned countless accusations on Yu Qingfeng. Ding! Popularity plus 873. The security guard took one look and recognized the beauty who had driven a Lamborghini in the morning. Then he glanced at the red-clad woman beside her, who was behaving like a shrew, and thought to himself, "This is going to be trouble." He knew that the woman in red was the daughter of a wealthy businessman in Zhangchang, with a domineering personality and a tendency to be unreasonable. Whenever she encountered someone more attractive or popular than herself, she would never let it go easily. Although the security guard was unclear about Qingfeng's exact identity, he understood that confronting this shrew was not a wise move. Moreover, since the exhibition was about to end, it would be better to let her leave to avoid getting himself into trouble. So, the security guard cautiously approached Yu Qingfeng and said respectfully, "Miss, could you please come with me?" Yu Qingfeng glanced at the security guard, nodded, and followed him out. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, but no one dared to speak up. After all, they were all part of this convention and naturally understood the power of the woman in red. Soon, Yu Qingfeng and the security guard arrived outside. The security guard said politely, "I sincerely apologize, but I can't afford to provoke that person. She's practically a ruler in this area. It seems you've been targeted out of jealousy. I'm just a humble security guard. If I were to cross her, I might lose my job, and the consequences could be even worse." Hearing the security guard's desperate attempt to save himself, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Smiling, he said to him, "It's okay, the convention is almost over anyway, and I was just thinking about heading home. Then I'll head back first." The gentle and crisp voice was as refreshing as morning dew, and the understanding, warm smile left the security guards present completely stunned. After a few seconds, he finally reacted, hurriedly bowing to Yu Qingfeng in gratitude. But when he finished expressing his gratitude and looked up, there was no trace of Yu Qingfeng's figure. A dozen minutes later, Yu Qingfeng returned home. Taking off his clothes, pants, and wig one by one, he hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. Washing away his exhaustion, he walked out of the bathroom feeling relaxed and cheerful, then collapsed onto the sofa. Unexpectedly, the life of a cross-dressing master is actually so exhausting. Even though the weather is gradually getting colder, he still broke out in a sweat, leaving him almost breathless. But thinking about today's experience, it was simply a day full of tension and excitement. In fact, Yu Qingfeng didn't realize that, as a gold-level powerhouse, he wouldn't be affected by these external factors at all. Those sweat and feelings of stuffiness ultimately stemmed from his excessive nervousness. As for the shrew named Bowen, he naturally wouldn't take her to heart. The comfortable sofa and relaxed, pleasant mood soon made him feel drowsy, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. After washing his face and waking up, he picked up his phone and started playing. 2 hours later, just as Yu Qingfeng was about to turn off his phone and stay up late to cultivate, he discovered a rapidly trending video. The thumbnail of the video prominently featured his younger sister. Clicking on the video, the causes and consequences of the security guard incident were clearly laid out. After watching the video, he realized that someone had already recorded the scene and documented the entire incident in full. And this brave person mustered the courage to upload the video to the internet. Unexpectedly, the incident quickly escalated, and netizens began sharing their opinions about the woman in the red dress. "I think she's the one ruining this circle. To put it bluntly, she's just jealous. My first impression of this woman is that she's sharp-tongued and mean-spirited. Most of the bad reputation of the convention is probably caused by her." The comments section instantly became lively, and a storm of public opinion was quietly brewing. Yu Qingfeng's heart ignited with a trace of anticipation. Perhaps all of this was paving the way for him. A true strongman will ultimately shine amidst the storm. Look, the convention has really been messed up by some people lately. It's truly infuriating. Sigh, but that sister is really beautiful. I wonder if I can see her again at the next comic convention. I don't think you'll see her again. After something like this, who would dare to come back? Since we're in Jiangchang, there's another comic convention in the Northern District tomorrow. I'm planning to try my luck and see if I can run into her. I actually have a bold idea. Have you ever considered that the sister might actually be a man? Wouldn't that be even more thrilling? Yu Qingfeng, good grief. What do you mean by even more thrilling? I understand this world less and less. There are so many weirdos out there. Since this matter has already spread, just how popular am I now? It should be quite a lot. When sleeping, Yu Qingfeng turned off the system notification sound. When he turned it back on, he found the popularity value was only over 40,000. Clearly, that video has 100,000 views, so how is the popularity value calculated? Ugh, it's so frustrating. I thought my cross-dressing career could end early. During the remaining time, Yu Qingfeng came across another video related to him. This video shows someone in Little Soft's live stream room claiming that if Little Soft won first place again, they would eat their computer. In the end, they actually did it. Fortunately, the person is a martial artist. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have died long ago. Before starting his training, Qingfeng recalled the video of that security guard, felt a stir in his heart, and picked up the phone to call his father. It didn't take long for the company of that red-clad shrew to go bankrupt. The people she had bullied began to take revenge on her. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day of this month. At this point, Yu Qingfeng had become adept at wearing women's clothing. During this period, he frequently appeared at various comic conventions, and his popularity was steadily rising. 7 or 8 days ago, his popularity had already reached 90,000. Since that day, he no longer dressed in women's clothing when going out, nor did he attend comic conventions. The main reason is that he already had confidence. According to his plan, as long as he waited until the last day of the month, attending over 30 comic conventions to gain the remaining 10,000 popularity points would be a breeze. With the experience from those previous LV1 systems, upgrading only requires completing one task. So when the popularity value reached 90,000, he stayed home and focused on training. Today is the last day of the month. He wore a blue and white JK uniform and got into his luxury car to head to the comic convention. This time, the convention schedule was rather tight, starting at 11 o'clock. All the comic conventions in Jiangcheng this month are scheduled at this time. Yu Qingfeng also doesn't know why this is the case. Maybe the conventions coordinated with each other. Upon arriving at the nearby convention, perhaps due to frequent visits, he was recognized as soon as he got off the car, and the crowd gathering around him grew larger and larger. Some people were even holding signs with his name on them. Just as he pushed open the car door, someone approached holding a sign with Qingfeng's name, asking for a photo. Qingfeng naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, the convention began. With his recent frequent appearances, Qingfeng gradually became the central figure. However, Qingfeng occasionally felt disgusted. Because of his sudden emergence, it was only natural that someone would be drawn to his beauty. Every day, people came to harass him, and just a few days ago, a sleazy man even followed him. However, Qingfeng quickly noticed and gave him a thorough beating. This was also one of the reasons why Qingfeng chose to stay home and cultivate a few days ago. What disgusted him the most was when someone dressed as a woman to take advantage of him. That day, Qingfeng was so frightened that he couldn't sleep all night. If I tell them I'm actually a man, they might want to kill me, Qingfeng thought to himself. Qingfeng had been at the comic convention for an hour and was just about to say goodbye to the others and head to the next convention when a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Brief Dungeon. The name instantly flashed through Qingfeng's mind. Through the massive crack, he clearly saw the other side of the fissure, a world bathed in blood red. The sky was blood red, and the plants were blood red too. Even the monsters inside were probably blood red. Suddenly, a tremendous suction force emerged from the spatial fissure, seemingly trying to pull everyone inside. Qingfeng reacted quickly, trying to grab his car. But he was a step too late and was still sucked in. Qingfeng swiftly adjusted his posture in midair and landed safely. He looked around and found himself in a plain, where blood-colored weeds were about half a person's height. Then, he looked around at the people nearby. He discovered that at least several thousand people were involved. They looked around in confusion. Shortly after they had landed, the spatial rift began to slowly close, drawing everyone's attention. Many tried to jump up, hoping to return to Blue Star, but they didn't expect the red grass-covered soil to have such strong adhesiveness. As soon as they leapt, they fell flat on their backs, utterly embarrassed. Qingfeng slightly lifted his leg, his heart alert, and sure enough, the sticky substance beneath his feet firmly held him, and even he could only barely manage to walk. Someone fell, and even walking became a challenge, which made everyone uneasy. They thought to themselves, could it be that they had truly fallen into a dangerous underground dungeon? At that moment, someone suddenly broke down and cried loudly, their voice tearing through the air, "We can't survive here. We are bound to die in this place." His voice grew louder and louder, as if something terrifying had triggered his nerves. The people close to him couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by this? Are you cursing us to die?" The distressed person angrily retorted, "Do you know what this place is? This is the bloody land on the 10th level of the Space Rift dungeon in the Magic City. The monsters here generally have strength at the gold level. There's even a possibility of diamond level ones existing. You must know, the first echelon of humanity's dungeon exploration has only reached the 30th floor. The 10th floor can absolutely be considered part of the second echelon." Boom! Everyone looked at each other, showing expressions of disbelief. Some people couldn't believe this reality, dragging their sluggish steps to the person who had broken down and loudly questioning, "Impossible, you're lying to us, aren't you? I refuse to believe such an absurd thing. How could we suddenly be transported to the 10th level?" Despite his words, his body was visibly trembling, and his face was deathly pale. It seems he was also uncertain deep down. Having just arrived in the dungeon for less than 10 minutes, quite a few people had already started breaking down and crying. The atmosphere of panic instantly spread among the crowd, followed by deeper despair and the instinct to survive. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and a massive, bloodthirsty worm burst out from the earth, instantly devouring an innocent person. Just as everyone felt helpless and hopeless, a radiant light shone from their bodies, and in the next moment, the glowing figures vanished from the scene. Qingfeng was no exception. Meanwhile, the real world was thrown into chaos. Almost the entire Jiang city witnessed this phenomenon, spatial rifts. That's right, this time the spatial rifts were not limited to a single comic convention but covered over 30 conventions. Entire crowds disappeared in an instant, plunging into the underground dungeon. Beyond comic conventions, people at other gatherings were also swept away. Whether it was a celebrity concert or a school graduation ceremony, any place with large crowds was swallowed by the spatial rifts. Jiang City suddenly lost tens of thousands of people, leaving those who remained in shock and confusion. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, the Security Bureau, and the National Defense Bureau were fully mobilized to respond urgently. Amid this tense situation, Dousha, Huya platforms, and Jiang City television were hacked. Advertisements, anime, and TV dramas on the screens were all replaced with live broadcasts. The entire Dousha and Huya platforms were plunged into a semi-paralyzed state. In the live broadcast room, What came into view was a vast stone slab plaza, covered with ancient inscriptions. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what it could be. At that moment, the silhouette of a woman slowly appeared in the live broadcast room. She was dressed provocatively, with only a few pieces of red cloth covering the majestic peaks in front, adorned with numerous gold ornaments, exuding an exotic charm. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful. At this moment, the woman in the live broadcast room spoke loudly, "Hello, pigs of Jiangcheng." This statement instantly sparked public outrage. She actually called the people of Jiangcheng pigs. Before people could react, the woman spoke again, "Savor this despair well, for this will be the moment our blood mist cult becomes renowned across the world. And I will become the great priestess who destroys an entire city for the first time." Her smile was twisted and maniacal, her head tilted as she stared intensely at the camera. "You must be curious about what's happening, right? Simply put, the appearance of this dungeon rift is the magnificent work of our blood mist cult. It is an offering to the great lord of blood mist. Now, take a look at this." The livestream screen shifted, revealing a massive underground labyrinth where tens of thousands of people were trapped in various locations. Yu Qingfeng was among them. The public was utterly shocked. And the barrage of comments on Dosha exploded instantly. "I see my classmate. Isn't that Yu Zijiang? I like him. Jiangcheng is so miserable. What is this high priestess trying to do? Ah, my Yu Zijiang, my night is late." The high priestess made no effort to hide her fervor and madness. "Do you see? I am right at the center of this labyrinth. Can you guess what we're going to do?" "That's right, we're going to sacrifice these people." The entire labyrinth is a massive sacrificial altar created by our blood mist cult. Danger lurks everywhere, ha ha ha. When you witness them being sacrificed and dying with your own eyes, it will be Jiangcheng's turn. Once the altar is activated and the sacrifices are successful, we will control over 30 diamond-level monsters. By then, you will all become stepping stones for our blood mist cult. At this moment, countless people were stunned, unable to believe it. Some had even started driving to other cities to escape. No, it's just a mere diamond-level threat. In Kyushu, we have transcendent-level and starlight-level powerhouses. They will definitely come to save us. This statement restored confidence in many people, who raised their fists and shouted loudly, "That's right, starlight-level powerhouses will definitely come to save us." The cries grew louder and louder. However, the high priestess's expression began to show panic. People mistakenly thought she was afraid, and their shouts became even more fervent. The high priestess trembled as she said, "What? That's right, Kyushu has starlight and transcendent-level powerhouses. What on earth am I doing?" Before the words had even faded, the high priestess suddenly burst into laughter and brazenly said, "The star-level powerhouses of Jojo are now trapped in the extreme cold zone, and it will take them at least a week to escape. As for your extraordinary warriors, they are trapped as well. A catastrophe sweeping through Jiangcheng is about to unfold. At this moment of life and death, who will save this city? Since we dare to act, we naturally have made thorough preparations." The person curled their lips into a wicked smile, as if they had seen through everything. "Alright, take your time to enjoy these pigs' final moments. Watch them howl in despair, watch their unwilling agony." His words were like icy blades, cutting through the hearts of Jiangcheng's people. "Eventually, all of this will be transferred onto you." His voice echoed in the air, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. Fear, panic, dread, and despair surged into the hearts of Jiangcheng's people in an instant, as if a storm was about to sweep through. Dosha livestream barrage. Finished, my parents are still in Jiangcheng. Can I make it back in time now? Blood Mist Cult, I know it's a cult that's been active frequently recently. Someone must take action. What happened to the extraordinary of our 9 provinces? Are we just going to let ourselves be slaughtered like this? Based on my years of observing diplomatic situations, it's very likely that they're being restrained by extraordinary-level individuals from certain countries. This isn't speculation, it's a fact. There are only a few extraordinary beings in the world. The extraordinary monsters in the dungeon can't come out. I think this possibility is very high. Some countries just don't like our Kyushu. If Jiangcheng gets massacred this time, its international status will be greatly diminished. What you're saying really seems very likely. Damn it, it must be the Lighthouse Nation. We were clearly developing peacefully, but they're scheming behind our backs. Then is there really no way to save Jiangcheng? As soon as this comment appeared, the entire livestream room fell silent, as if even the air had frozen. Can't we mobilize people from other cities to provide support? We can't. This can only be stabilized when a star-level powerhouse steps in, someone said through gritted teeth, their anger tinged with helplessness. Every diamond-level powerhouse must guard their own city. If they leave, their city will be attacked by the cult. By then, the entire Kyushu will descend into chaos. The only solution now is to evacuate personnel, have diamond-level powerhouses from nearby cities hold off these monsters, and wait for the arrival of star-level powerhouses. But what? But Jiangcheng is a first-tier city. It has a population of tens of millions. Evacuating everyone is simply impossible. The voice was filled with despair. Although there are 10 stationed diamond-level fighters, it's completely insufficient. Someone calmly analyzed, yet their tone was tinged with anxiety. Once more than 30 diamond-level monsters arrive, it will surely be accompanied by a massive tide of platinum-level beasts. By then, it will be beyond salvation. A wave of fear surged, and the atmosphere in the live stream room suddenly became tense. What? Why is this happening? Must our 9 provinces endure this catastrophe? Yes, I'm from Jiangcheng. I was supposed to return tomorrow after a business trip. My whole family is still in there. Sigh, I just received a call from my parents, telling me to live well. They've transferred all their hard-earned savings to me. My condolences to the person above. Damn cult. In the future, I'm going to join the security bureau. Whenever I see a cult member, I'll kill them to avenge the people of Jiangcheng. The popularity of the live broadcast room is growing, with viewers' attention pouring in like a tide. Even people from other cities are constantly keeping an eye on the situation here. Dungeon. Yu Qingfeng touched his head and looked around. The walls were covered with strange runes. He was utterly confused, having no idea where he was. Did someone teleport us here? Or is it that the place where we landed is itself a ruin, and touching it caused us to be teleported away? He thought for a long time and finally decided not to dwell on it. After all, the most important thing now is to find a way out. Although the surrounding walls were not particularly dark, the light was also not bright enough, making it barely possible to see the road ahead. He cautiously moved forward, secretly encouraging himself in his heart. Soon after, he successfully reached a corner and instinctively chose the left path. After all, men go left and women go right, following tradition. Just like that, Yu Qingfeng wandered aimlessly like a headless fly, silently praying to find the exit soon. Dosha live stream chat. Look, Yuzi-chan is starting to take action. Wow, he really hasn't shown any sign of panic until now. But it's such a pity, I really like him. Yuzi-chan, who is that? Yuzi-chan is a super popular mo girl at recent anime conventions. All the characters she cosplays are perfectly recreated. She's also the heroine of that previous security guard incident. It's the one in the corner of the maze. Yes, the one with the blue and white striped skirt, white top, white stockings, a blue bow at the neckline, and her eyes always closed, the beautiful lady, right? Yes, that's her. Wow, she's really so beautiful. Sis, can I? Oh, so it's her. Lately, I've been seeing her often in some strange apps. It must be AI face swapping. Back then, I was really curious whose face was being swapped. Wow, a kindred spirit. Listening to you all, it really is a pity. It seems like she got lost. It's quite lucky that she hasn't encountered any monsters so far. I really can't bear to see our little one die. Meanwhile, Qingfeng had been walking in the dungeon for about an hour when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He seemed to have been walking in circles the whole time. He immediately made a mark on the spot and summoned the courage to move forward again. This time, he encountered another corner but decided not to turn. After walking straight for over 10 minutes, he suddenly discovered the mark he had made earlier. In an instant, he realized he was trapped in this eerie place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 popularity points and receiving the reward, God-level acting skills. Ding! System level upgraded to LV2. Yu Qingfeng was utterly confused, unable to understand why his popularity value had suddenly maxed out. Could it be that those otakus on Blue Star heard about me being absorbed by the temporary dungeon and felt heartbroken, promoting me out of sympathy? This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. He opened the system and, as usual, checked the updates after the system upgrade. Just like previous systems, the store had been updated. Qingfeng clicked in without hesitation. In the women's clothing systems mall, he immediately noticed the first item in the first column, which was also the most expensive. A long cane adorned with a yellow bow. A sense of familiarity surged in Qingfeng's heart, followed by an ominous premonition. With trembling hands, he clicked to view the details. Magical Girl's Wand. Price, 10 million. Now on special offer, only 100,000 popularity points. Description: with the magical wand of the Mahu Shaojo, all you need to do is shout the transformation chant, key staff that hides the power of darkness. Reveal your true strength before me, and, by the command of Yuzi-chan who made a pact with you, seal release. You can transform into a magical girl. Under the blessing of the magical girl transformation, your power will increase tenfold. Image JPG. Ah, my eyes. Qingfeng's eyes are almost blinded, and the expression of wanting to cry but having no tears is heartbreaking. Especially that picture, it turned out to be Qingfeng dressed as a magical girl. Damn! What kind of ridiculous design is this? I absolutely don't want to be a magical girl like those in anime. However, the temptation of his tenfold power boost is simply too great. And it's even on sale, only 100,000 popularity points to purchase, and I just happen to have exactly 100,000 popularity points in my account right now. Which is more important, life or reputation? Of course, reputation. Even if one is no longer in this world, they must leave behind a spotless name. I, Qingfeng, would rather jump from here, starve to death, or die outside the Never by this Monkey King liquor magic wand. Wow, it smells so good. In the end, Yu Qingfeng still softened and decisively bought it. Ahem, having a trump card for emergencies is still pretty good. Since the task is already completed, I'll just stay here obediently and wait until the next day to bring out the assassination system. At that time, open the map and take a good look at what exactly happened. Qingfeng leaned against the wall and began cultivating. This scene sparked a frenzy of discussion among the fans in the livestream chat. It seems that Yuzi-chan realized she had been going in circles and simply sat down to cultivate. Has she given up hope? I think this is the right choice. Look at the others, they barely walked a few minutes before being killed by monsters or traps. Their entire bodies were swallowed by the altar, not even leaving behind bones. Indeed, as long as Yuzi-chan and the others die a bit later, Jiangqing's disaster will be delayed a bit longer. My Yuzi-chan. He might be feeling utterly hopeless right now, perhaps even on the verge of tears. If only I were by his side, I would comfort him properly. Indeed, I saw the struggle on his face. By the way, what level of practitioner is Yuzi-chan? The spirit stone he's cultivating what seems to be a silver-grade spirit stone. Isn't it obvious? His level must be bronze. Someone immediately retorted, how do you know? Our Yuzi-chan is so perfect, her strength should at least be at silver. I think you guys are really obsessed. I know a bit about Yuzi-chan, he often attends comic conventions, where would he find the time to train? Besides, I heard Yuzi-chan's family is very well off. With a Lamborghini at his side, the JK he's wearing now is all authentic. What's so strange about owning a silver-grade spirit stone? I think Yu Zijiang is starting to feel a bit scared and wants to cultivate to bring himself a sense of security. These words also made many people nod in agreement. Qingfeng sat there for an entire day, physically and mentally exhausted, feeling an immense pressure. In the 9 provinces, almost everyone was sleepless through the night, especially the martial artists. The entire livestream room was filled with energy and discussion. The heated debate about Yu Zijiang continued unabated, with everyone enjoying it so much that they seemed to lose track of time. Yu Zijiang's charm is truly unmatched, someone exclaimed, their face full of longing, afraid they might never see that heart-stirring figure again. At this moment, Qingfeng vaguely sensed that a whole day might have already passed. He tried calling out to the system, but the response was silence. Feeling a slight tension in his heart, he decisively chose to open the system chat group and directly entered the assassination system interface. Ding, the assassination system has been bound by the group owner. In the group chat, the message from the group steward was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reviving the dormant atmosphere. The systems began bubbling up, discussing what the group owner lacked. The devouring system, with a hint of envy, said, I didn't expect the assassination system to be favored by the group owner. It's really jealousy-inducing. What do you count as? The automatic cultivation system, LV3, immediately retorted, at least you're LV2. Look at the chef system now, it's simply too miserable to bear. Woo woo woo, how could you do this, group leader? The chef system, LV1, suddenly bubbled up, emotionally agitated. You clearly promised me I would be next, and now you're going back on your word. Stop fussing, I'm dealing with some trouble right now. Once I resolve it, I'll definitely choose you. Qingfeng responded helplessly, thinking to himself, these systems are really a bunch of jokers. Really? Group leader, you're the best. The chef system instantly lit up with joy, filling the group chat with laughter and cheer. The ability lottery system, LV3, however, suddenly chimed in, is this the epitome of a bootlicker? At this moment, the women's clothing system uploaded a picture, and the systems in the group immediately became curious, eagerly opening the album. Qingfeng's heart tightened, this was not a good sign. When they saw the group owner dressed as a maid, in a school swimsuit, bunny girl outfit, Rem cosplay, and JK schoolgirl attire, the entire group exploded in excitement. Whoa, the group owner's women's clothing is really impressive. The superpower lottery system, LV3, was thrilled and even it mentioned the women's clothing system, begging her to post more next time. However, Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. Ding, the superpower lottery system has been muted by the group owner for 15 days. Ding, the cross-dressing system has been muted by the group owner for 30 days. Can I delete the group album? Qingfeng's heart tightened as he privately inquired. Sorry, the group owner cannot interfere with already uploaded images. The system's cold response left him almost in despair. Done. Qingfeng sighed inwardly, thinking about how those systems would view him in the future, a wave of inexplicable panic rising in his heart. However, the system's voice suddenly came through, reigniting a glimmer of hope within him. You can lock the group album. Unless you permit it, other systems won't be able to view it. Lock it for me. Qingfeng said without hesitation, secretly relieved that he could finally preserve his dignity. And rename this album to Forbidden, he continued to command. Post a group announcement, no one is allowed to mention this matter. Qingfeng's face was flushed, as if he were revealing an unspeakable secret. Although Qingfeng didn't know whether these systems could be considered living beings, after spending so much time together, he understood that these systems, like humans, had emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He had never treated them as mere tools but regarded them as friends, sharing this long and thrilling adventure together. But now, this cross-dressing system had gone too far, daring to upload his cross-dressing photos to the group album, leaving him utterly powerless. How could he maintain his standing in the group in the days to come? Ugh. Qingfeng felt helpless and couldn't help but want to cry. Dosha Live Room. As fans of Zijiang, they naturally noticed his unusual reaction. At that moment, Zijiang's face turned bright red, and his shy expression, as if he wanted to find a hole to hide in, instantly sparked excitement and enthusiasm among countless people. Our Zijiang's shy look is simply too adorable. I just want to cheer for him. Damn it, a 10-level dungeon? So what? For my goddess, I'll risk my life to rescue him. Why is Zijiang suddenly blushing? Is he thinking about his boyfriend? Zijiang, remember to use the condoms I gave you next time you book a room with him, so I can feel involved too. Sigh, I really hate myself for not being capable. If I had the ability, Zijiang wouldn't be stuck in such a predicament. Of course, having many admirers naturally means there are also people who dislike him, and even some envious individuals have long set their sights on Zijiang. Especially those comments, they're downright annoying. What trash, still thinking about such things. Just look at him, he's clearly no good. Yeah, if he hadn't gone to the comic convention, maybe there wouldn't have been so many sacrifices, and Jiangcheng wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. You guys are hilarious, getting happy over someone who's about to die. I think he looks just average, can't understand what's so great about him. My brother is way better. However, such strongly offensive remarks were immediately met with a rebuttal. What do you mean? You're blaming this on our Zijiang? If what you say is true, then does the school's graduation ceremony and those celebrity tours also bear undeniable responsibility? The argument quickly caught the attention of other viewers of the livestream, who all turned their focus to Zijiang. At this moment, Qingfeng had already adjusted his state, swiftly opening the map function of the assassination system. A super complex and massive maze map instantly appeared before his eyes. Is this an underground maze? It seems that my previous stagnation was inevitable. Fortunately, the assassination system comes with an enemy hostility display, and almost all the monsters on the map are marked in red, including the entire dungeon. What does this mean? Could it be that the entire dungeon is filled with hostility? This battle is destined to unfold here. A surge of determination ignited in Qingfeng's heart. He would never allow anyone to harm his idol. Could it be that the entire dungeon is alive, or does this dungeon harbor hostility toward me? A trace of unease rose in Qingfeng's heart. He knew that the dungeon before him was fraught with danger. Monsters roamed everywhere, traps were scattered throughout, and it seemed as though every step concealed a deadly threat. Fortunately, Qingfeng's current position was slightly off to the lower right, otherwise, he might have already been caught in chaos. However, the doubts in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The central area of the maze seemed strangely familiar, as if he had seen it at some point before. Especially the outer area with its bright red markings, those patterns, those symbols. Suddenly, Qingfeng recalled his previous pursuit of Yin Yong. The patterns in the blood pool were identical to the ones before him. The blood mist cult. Could it be that our teleportation here was part of the cult's conspiracy? Qingfeng was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Suddenly, he thought of the comic convention on the last day of the previous month. Scenes from that day flashed through his mind, and he remembered there were at least over 30 participants. And the timing of the event's start was all at 11 o'clock. Could it be that these events were meticulously planned by the Blood Mist cult long ago? What exactly are they trying to do? Sacrifice? Sacrifice? Qingfeng suddenly realized that the entire labyrinth might be an altar, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. The previous experiences were vivid in his memory. The Blood Mist cult thrived on sacrifices, setting up grand altars with endless contingencies. If this is true, then everything makes sense. The labyrinth's hostility toward him might be because they view everyone as offerings. His mind wavered. Could the labyrinth be alive? No, the true force controlling all this is the hostility of the sacrificial ritual. The gentle breeze couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why does it always encounter these situations? This time, the scale might be considerable. However, since there are so many people, the rescue from Kyushu should arrive quickly, right? Forget it, better hurry to the center to investigate the situation. System, confirm assassination target. Everyone hostile to me. Ding, assassination target confirmed. Ding, time limit, 3 days. Reward, assassination points 9,999,999. A time limit? Forget it, doesn't matter. Qingfeng minimized the map to the upper right corner of his view, then used the dragon snake steps to swiftly move toward an area dense with monsters. With the help of the map, he easily found the correct exit. After a dozen minutes, Qingfeng skillfully navigated through various dead ends and finally arrived at a narrow passage. The passage was dim and unclear, causing a faint sense of unease in his heart. On the map, this area was marked in red, which could only mean one thing: it was a trap. However, his intuition told him something was off. This passage was the only route leading to the center according to the map. If it was a necessary path, why would there be a trap? Shark Duel Live Room. Holy moly, is Zichan using cheats? She easily bypassed so many dead ends. Zichan's luck is just incredible. Haven't you guys noticed? Zichan's speed is so fast. This speed is definitely at the silver level. Yeah, a goddess is a goddess. No matter what she does, it's always so perfect. Such a pity that a genius with such talent is going to fall here. Soon, someone in the livestream chat recognized this place. Ah, I know this place. Last time I watched someone come here, and they ended up getting shot into a pincushion by arrows as soon as they walked in. The flesh and blood of the corpses are absorbed by the dungeon, not even the bones are left. Hiss, no way, is that true? It's true, many people have been here, and almost all of them died here. Could it be that my dear child is going to end their life here? At this moment, a recognized expert in the Dosha livestream stepped forward. I really don't understand this Blood Mist cult. Why would they start a livestream? Could it be that they want to enjoy our despair? From our perspective, the dungeon is a maze, and we can see tens of thousands of people inside. But the people inside the dungeon have no idea. I'll analyze this for you. This is the only passage leading to the center, and the similar passages on the outskirts are just a few, yet they all turned out to be traps. The last survivors will inevitably come to this narrow passage. If someone dies here at that time, they might mistakenly think this is a trap and start looking for another exit. Let their families clearly know the answer and the way to survive, yet be powerless, trapped in despair and pain that cannot be disclosed. The Blood Mist cult is truly too cruel. It can be said that they are completely devoid of humanity. This statement immediately triggered panic and anger among countless people. I just carefully observed the entire layout of the maze. Sure enough, just as the master said, every passage in this maze holds a glimmer of hope. After passing certain checkpoints, they will definitely reach Yuzi-chan's location. Ah, my Yuzi-chan, you should have stayed put and focused on training earlier. Why did you start wandering around? Standing still, Yu Qingfeng had been pondering for a long time, his eyes glimmering with a calm light. He carefully analyzed the map and ultimately reached a conclusion that coincided with the analyses of many experts. Yet, there were still some slight differences. What does this mean? Clearly, there are only a few exits, but they all turn out to be traps. Could it be that they want to see us turn on each other, or watch us scurry around like headless flies, only to finally despair and die in this maze that might be an altar? His gaze grew colder. Blood Mist sect, you sure like playing this game. Since you're going to sacrifice us, why not just kill us directly? It seems you want to play even harder. Then I, Yu Qingfeng, will gladly accompany you to the end. He quickly changed his strategy, slightly bent his body, and fully activated the dragon snake dance steps, rushing swiftly toward the passage. As soon as he stepped into the passage, the narrow walls seemed to sense his arrival and instantly fired rows of arrows. Qingfeng cursed inwardly, so fast. It seems the Blood Mist sect never intended to let anyone pass. It must be noted that Qingfeng, now fully utilizing the dragon snake dance steps, had reached a speed of 660 kilometers per hour. But the moment he stepped in, the mechanism was triggered. Qingfeng immediately stopped and began dodging the incoming arrows. The passage was so dark that almost nothing could be seen. With arrows raining down, he could only vaguely make out blurry shadows. After barely dodging a few arrows, he quickly used his powers to condense several water spheres, which floated around him, forming a perfect defense. As long as an arrow touches the water balloon, Qingfeng can sense it and dodge in time. After a dozen minutes, Qingfeng easily dodged all the arrows, as if dancing. Meanwhile, the arrows on the wall also stopped firing, seemingly having run out of ammunition. Qingfeng activated the cold jade hand, his palm becoming as crystal clear as jade, gently feeling the arrows on the ground. He picked up an arrow and steadily walked out of the dim passage, secretly feeling proud. In this game, I am the master. Holding the arrow, Qingfeng left the dark passage without hesitation. As he stepped out, sunlight once again bathed his face, instantly filling him with exhilaration. Under the light, he took a closer look at the dark arrow in his hand, and its aura was astonishingly powerful. Even with Hanyu standing nearby on alert, he could sense the deadly danger emanating from the arrow, its tip shrouded in black smoke, clearly poisonous. This is actually a golden great arrow. In the outside world, golden great arrows are extremely rare, and purchasing them requires advance reservations, with a maximum of only a dozen at a time. Yet here, this pile of arrows contains over 100. Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried back to pick up the arrows scattered on the ground one by one. About 10 minutes later, Qingfeng had moved all the arrows from the dim passage, more than 1,000 in total. He patiently inspected them and was thrilled to discover that every single one was a golden great arrow. At this moment, Qingfeng's heart surged with excitement, and his plans shifted accordingly. He quickly opened the map, identified the locations of other passages, noted the routes, and set off enthusiastically. This time, he intended to implement the three-take policy: take everything, grab everything, steal everything. Leaving benefits behind? That would be the true foolishness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream room had completely exploded. Whoa, is this really my Yu-chan? She's actually this strong? A B-level water ability, used so skillfully, truly a prodigy. It's such a tragedy for a talent like this to fall in the dungeon. What a misfortune for the 9 provinces. Ah, this is insane. Dodging with her eyes closed, especially with that cold and aloof expression. It's worth celebrating. Who would have thought Yu-chan would manage to exhaust all the arrows in the trap? Now, any other survivors who come here can safely enter the middle level. But if they realize this is a live stream, and that it's all part of the Blood Mist cult's conspiracy, they might not look for an exit but instead band together and wait for a star-level expert to rescue them. True, while the exit to the middle level is now safe, the monsters in the middle level are far from few. As the live stream room continued its heated discussion, Qingfeng stepped into another shadowy path. This time, the entrance was guarded by a massive vine. Atop the vine bloomed a bright red flower. Among the millions of viewers in the live stream room, most were well informed. And upon seeing this creature, they exclaimed in shock, with comments flooding the screen. Whoa, Yu-chan's luck is just too bad. She actually encountered a flower vine demon, with strength at the gold level. And that flower even has abilities to confuse and charm. Especially its vines, ordinary weapons can't even cut through them. Looks like this is the end of the road for my Yu-chan. Meanwhile, the flower vine demon had already noticed Qingfeng and cast a charm spell, as a pungent floral fragrance slowly wafted over. Qingfeng's gaze began to waver, and the figure of a man gradually appeared before his eyes. He became instantly alert and took a closer look. It was an incredibly handsome man with a well-built, perfect physique, and he wasn't even wearing pants, appearing extraordinarily imposing. Qingfeng froze in place, his face immediately covered with black lines. The flower vine demon, seeing no reaction from Qingfeng, assumed he was enchanted and slowly moved its vines closer. At this moment, in Qingfeng's eyes, the scantily clad man was slowly approaching him. Qingfeng was instantly filled with fear and shouted loudly, "Don't come any closer." This startled cry made the flower vine demon pause, and it mistakenly thought Qingfeng was shy. It quickly intensified the charm, making the man remove his clothes, walk up to Qingfeng, and gently caress him. Qingfeng remained rooted to the spot, thinking only about cleansing his eyes. At that moment, the vine suddenly stretched downward. Xingfeng, flower vine demon. The man froze for a moment, and Xingfeng instantly understood his expression, as if he were asking, a man? Aha, my innocence is gone. What on earth has been happening lately? Yu Qingfeng lost his mind, pulled out the golden grade Tang sword from his spatial ring, and started slashing wildly at this person. The flower vine demon couldn't even react before being sliced into pieces by the sharp Tang sword. Ding, assassination successful, assassination points plus 15,151. Woo woo woo. My Yuko-chan was actually touched by someone in the end. Damn it. Just as everyone in the livestream was on edge, Yuko-chan suddenly pulled out a sharp Tang sword and mercilessly slashed through the entangling vines in one swift move. Damn it, damn it. What is going on? What exactly happened? How did Yuko-chan break free from the enchantment? I understand now, Z-chan sensed something was wrong from the very beginning. She wasn't enchanted but was resisting, striving to find clarity within herself. A prodigy. She is definitely a prodigy of the Supreme Academy. Such a genius dying here is truly a loss for the 9 provinces. Is heaven determined to destroy our 9 provinces? That being said, I already have evidence. Those online rumors about AI face swapping and Z-chan being secretly flirtatious are all false. Exactly, Z-chan's mindset is truly admirable, and her appearance is like that of a true celestial being. What a trashy female celebrity. From now on, Zijiang is the only goddess in my heart. Just as the viewers in the livestream thought Xingfeng was about to turn around and leave, Xingfeng walked straight into that mysterious passage. Whoa, whoa. What on earth is Zijiang doing? Immediately after, countless golden level arrows were fired again. This time, Xingfeng appeared extremely composed, effortlessly dodging each arrow. The skillful operation left the livestream audience dumbfounded. Discussions about Yu Zijiang are becoming increasingly heated. If the cross-dressing system were still active, Xingfeng's popularity would definitely surpass 1 million. Over 10 minutes later, Xingfeng came out again, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, his face was as rosy as an apple, seemingly very satisfied with his actions this time. The live stream audience was stunned. Is Yuzi-chan's main weapon actually a bow and arrow? There's no more arrows in the storage space, so, does she need to borrow arrows from the labyrinth? That doesn't make sense either. She clearly took several hundred arrows earlier, which should have been enough, right? Besides, arrows can be retrieved after being shot. Are you guys stupid? These dangerous arrows are definitely not ordinary. They might even be gold tier. Gold tier? Are you kidding me? Is the Blood Mist cult really that rich? It's not impossible. After the sacrifice, they'll have plenty of time to retrieve these arrows. That seems to be the case. Wait, take a look at Yuzi-chan's current route. He seems to be heading to the 3rd passage. How is that possible? Yuzi-chan doesn't even know the map. A dozen minutes later. Under the gaze of millions in the livestream room, Yu Zijiang indeed arrived at the 3rd exit passage and skillfully used up all the arrows. Then, with a delighted expression, she took all the arrows away. Brothers, I looked up the information. These arrows are called black glow arrows, and their quality is gold tier. Plus, they possess extremely potent poison. I observed it over a dozen times, and it really is very similar. Whoa, I was wondering why Zijiang wanted to collect these arrows. The Blood Mist sect would definitely be dumbfounded when they go to retrieve the arrows, probably thinking, where did all my arrows go? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, it's practically banditry. Didn't expect you to be like this, Yuzi-chan. I'm even more curious about the origin of this Blood Mist sect. Why do they have so many golden level arrows? Sigh, indeed. It seems the Blood Mist sect has been secretly amassing power all along. A dozen minutes later. At this moment, Xingfeng was already very close to the 3rd passage. Just a few turns away, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. What happened? He looked at the map and discovered a huge red dot seemingly rushing rapidly in this direction. Xingfeng quickly turned to look in the direction of the red dot. Survivors were found, along with the massive rolling sphere behind them, towering over 10 meters high. Ah, I don't want to die. Help, someone save me. In front of the giant sphere, there were about a dozen people fleeing in panic. It seems they triggered some kind of mechanism. Xingfeng used the dragon snake dance steps, moving with a ghost-like agility, and swiftly picked up those who were about to be crushed. Then, with a leap, he carried them to the back of the rolling giant sphere. After putting them down, Xingfeng jumped back again, repeatedly leaping back and forth to rescue the others one by one. When Xingfeng confirmed that there was no one else around, he asked the frightened people, "Are you all right?" Xingfeng instinctively used a female voice, and the crisp, pleasant sound made many people subconsciously relax. At the same time, a desire to approach him actively arose in their hearts. A delicate-looking but somewhat disheveled person tidied his clothes as he walked toward Xingfeng. Within a few steps, he was in front of Xingfeng and said, "I'm fine. With a beauty like you here, how could anything happen to me? Ahem, let me introduce myself, I am." Xingfeng frowned. "Nia Hongsheng?" He knew this person and had a grudge against him. He is a second-generation rich kid, ranked as the third wealthiest in Jiangcheng. The first is the Yu family, the second is the Qian family, and the third is the Nia family. What's rather amusing is that when the Yu family went bankrupt and the Qian family went bankrupt, instead of becoming the richest in Jiangcheng as expected, they were surpassed by the Wen family and became the second richest in Jiangcheng. In his memory, they used to call each other brothers, but after he fell into hard times, the other person not only kicked him while he was down but even almost got him killed. After becoming the second richest in Jiangcheng, he became even more reckless, indulging in extravagant antics every day. Xingfeng had no intention of continuing to listen and directly interrupted, saying, "You'd better find a safe corner to stay in and wait for Kyushu's rescue. This spatial rift is very likely the work of a cult, and this maze is not a relic within the dungeon. Stop wandering around aimlessly." The others gasped in surprise upon hearing this. "What, this is a maze? What, this is a cult? Then why did they teleport us here?" Xingfeng didn't hide the truth, as saving one person was better than none. "It's very likely for a sacrifice. I previously destroyed a hideout of the Blood Mist cult. I can only say that this cult is extremely terrifying, especially their obsession with performing sacrifices." A dozen people were in an uproar. They all looked at Xingfeng in disbelief, unable to imagine that someone so delicate in appearance and so young in age could possess such immense strength. Single-handedly, he had destroyed a cult stronghold. Clearly, they were all human, so why was the gap so vast? Xingfeng glanced at the time and said, "All right, if you run into other survivors, remember to tell them. I'm in a hurry and need to head to the center to take a look." The dozen or so people, upon hearing that Xingfeng was leaving, felt somewhat reluctant and wanted him to stay and protect them. However, they also knew this wasn't right, so they didn't voice their objections to stop him. But there was one person who thought differently, and that person was Nia Hongsheng. When Xingfeng turned to leave, he grabbed Xingfeng's hand. Xingfeng turned his head and coldly looked at him, asking, "Do you need something?" The man said, "I need your protection, is that possible? As long as you protect me, I promise to give you great resources once I get out. You could even marry into a wealthy family. I'll be honest with you, I'm Nia Hongsheng, the son of the second richest man in Jiangcheng." Before he could finish his sentence, Xingfeng felt a strong sense of resentment and killing intent, raising his guard and quickly letting go of his hand. Xingfeng's heart burned with anger, wishing he could end him with a single strike, but he suppressed the impulse and calmly said, "I have important matters to attend to, and something feels off. Therefore, I must personally go to the center to investigate. If you want me to protect you, you can follow me, but whether you survive is another matter." Xingfeng's attitude was already very clear. Nia Hongsheng's face instantly turned livid, seemingly unable to believe Xingfeng's rejection. He turned to look at the people behind him, who had gathered around him because of his background. For the sake of his pride, Nia Hongsheng tightly gripped Xingfeng's hand. "I am Nia Hongsheng of Jiangcheng. Judging by your outfit, your family probably isn't very well off, right? You likely don't have much fun in private either." Xingfeng sneered coldly. "As long as you protect me and become my woman, I will give you the best resources. With your talent, becoming a platinum-level powerhouse is absolutely achievable, and you could even advance to diamond level. Are you done talking?" Xingfeng's coldness intensified, as if the air itself had turned frigid. Nia Hongsheng was somewhat puzzled. "Finish talking. Since we're done talking, I'll be leaving now." Xingfeng turned around without a trace of hesitation. "What?" Nia Hongsheng was utterly shocked. She hadn't been moved at all? He hurriedly said, "What's wrong with becoming a woman of the Nia family? In the future, you can easily rise to great heights without any effort." "Oh, and your parents?" Nia Hongsheng's lips curled into a sinister smile. "As long as you become my woman, your family will live better. Otherwise..." Before he could finish speaking, Xingfeng, already impatient, swiftly drew his blade and aimed directly at Nia Hongsheng's head. With cold determination and decisiveness, he instantly ended his threats and arrogance.